Okay, guys, I just want to make sure that only one stream went up this time because my Streamlabs has been acting really erratic. So I'm just checking, and then I'm going to put this right on. Just want to make sure we don't have multiple streams going out there. Just go right here to our channel. Okay, it's looking like there's just one, I hope. Studio. Okay, so this is newly released police cam video, and I've watched some of it, and you really have to watch it. I know it's hard to watch, and it's really upsetting, but I think you have to see it because there's a lot of things in this officer's cam that we couldn't see or hear in the other one. And I'm still trying to get to my live, so let me just say it's giving me an hourglass. But I'm gonna start it and I'll watch it with you guys and talk about it in the chat. And if I, may stop it at some point and just say something if something's really crazy that I want to make sure you heard or saw. Okay, good, we're on one. All right, let me get this up here now. I'm going to pull this over. Let me make it full screen. Okay, and
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Good. Hey, we got a call about a male hitting a female and the two of them getting in this vehicle and taking off.
So I don't want to try and defend myself by saying anything here, but I pushed her away. She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hand. So I was just trying to push her away. But Gabrielle, you're talking about fiance, right? What's that?
10-4, field page medical will let us know if we need to head that way. It's nothing more pressing than just stay here.
Tell me what's going on.
It's 10:14 at this point. They're going to get there before I can get there as far as them being in traffic. It's going to be quicker if they get there.
Where's she at? Is that your car?
He dealt with her. I don't know where he put her.
He's got some marks on this chin and his right eye.
Is she in my car?
Yes.
This isn't my car. Oh, she is in here.
So we get the lock in?
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
My name's Eric. I'm with Moab Police. What's your name?
Gabby.
Gabby, how old are you?
I'm 22.
What happened? What's going on?
I'm just having got a very stressed morning.
Yeah. Is this your husband or boyfriend?
My fiance.
Fiance? Is he a pretty good guy?
Yeah.
What happened over at Moonflower?
Well, I was just really stressed this morning trying to get a lot of work done, and I was apologizing to him. I had thrown a bunch of stuff in the back, and all our bags are back there. I was just apologizing. I was like, I'm sorry that I get so stressed out because I have OCD and I was just like organizing stuff, and sometimes I just have a mean attitude, but I'm not trying to be mean about just straightening things up and stuff. So I was just apologizing, but I guess I said it in like a mean tone, and he got really frustrated with me and he locked me out of the car car and told me to go take a breather, but I didn't want to take a breather because I wanted to get going. We're out of water.
So it kind of made you more upset.
Yeah,
It didn't help calm you. It made you more upset.
Yeah.
So then what happened?
And so our goal was to come here and come refill our water.
Are you guys living out of the van right now on travels?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it was just really.
So what happened after he locked you out and told you to take a breather?
Well, he walked away to go take his own breather, but I wanted to sit in the car because all my stuff was in the car. I had none of my bags. I was working on something at the moment in the car, and he told me to just relax for a second, and I didn't want to relax, so I got really mad. And, I mean, I don't need to be mad.
Yeah, that happens. Then what happened?
And then I told him to drive and get water because I was really thirsty.
Yeah. Is there something on your cheek here? Looks like did you get hit in the face? Kind of looks like something like hit you in the face.
I don't know.
And then over on your arm, shoulder, right here. That's new, huh? It's kind of a new mark.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can I see the other side of your face? So, what happened here and here?
I'm not sure. It was I was just trying to get in the back of the car, and his backpack was on the back. And it got me.
So the backpack got you? So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's two people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him in the face.
You slapped him first? And then what, just on his face?
And he kept telling me to shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Romeo, India, Alpha.
Just a couple.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what?
Grabbed my arm so I wouldn't slap him.
He just grabbed you?
Yeah.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand if he hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be
Well,
honest.
he grabbed my face, just I guess. He didn't hit me in the face, he didn't punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, he grabbed me with his nail, and I guess that's why it looks. I definitely have a cut right here because I can feel it.
Yeah.
When I touch it, it burns. But
Okay. So has he been drinking?
no, we don't drink.
Okay. What was up with his driving? This officer said he hit a curb
I hit him.
while you were driving.
Well, he was driving.
While he was driving, you were hitting him,
Well, not a lot, but yeah.
and that was distracting him while he's driving. Are you
Not only for a second, only because I saw the lights come on, and I kind of so stupid.
Did you already tell him all this?
I didn't get that far into
Okay,
it.
so
She was hyperventilating.
She's
a
saying
little
that they don't drink, but at the point when you let them up,
You don't drink or anything.
She started hitting him.
I was yelling at him, and then when you turned your lights on, I kind of punched his arm like you're just an idiot.
she's saying was why he hit the curb. You said it was Gabby? I'm sorry, I'm really bad. Name was Gabby?
Yeah.
Okay. You okay, Gabby? Do you have medication for anxiety you take or anything?
No.
Do you take any medication for any,
I just do yoga and
try to meditate and stuff? But you tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress?
I have a lot of anxiety.
And what's his name? Is it Brian? Is he usually pretty patient with you?
Yeah, but it just makes me upset. I know that he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot because I have a lot of anxiety, and he definitely has anxiety too.
Oh, that could be a bad combo if you both have anxiety. I have anxiety too, and my girlfriend, my girlfriend's really, really calm, and she has a way of taking my anxiety and bringing it down. But my ex-wife, that's why she's my ex-wife. I'm just sharing. I know it's a little personal, but to help you understand, we would feed off each other's anxiety and it would spiral. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how much I loved her. It may be bad for your soul. Just saying. I'm not telling you what to do with your life, but if you know you have anxiety, look at the situations you can get in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we're not here to be mean to you or anything. Well, there's a first time, and then it usually. We'll go see what Brian's saying, but I think you've heard everything now from.
Quick question. You said you were hitting him in the arm. Did you grab him?
You want to come stand in the shade? It's freaking hot.
Another call, man.
Yeah, I know the struggle. So you guys, you don't drink or anything?
No.
Okay. So you were talking to these officers, and I don't mean to butt in. I just felt kind of bad for you. Maybe even if you stand here, you'll have more shade.
I don't want to be
Right?
a weirdo ducking down, but
No, I know how it is.
I have a big sombrero.
Well, from when I first got here, we were more worried about what kind of a guy you are from what we heard. But in talking to your girlfriend, it sounds to me like maybe this is not so clear cut. So, did you already give a statement to this officer?
I got this gentleman here.
Yeah.
And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. So we're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story, but this officer is probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to listen to what he has to say and
Absolutely.
and then you tell him what happened, will you? If you don't mind.
Start at the beginning for me.
See if it sounds the same.
I'm gonna turn my car, get this noise off here.
No, leave your office on.
For the past
It could be hot, though.
week or so, traveling around. And the flies here, like pretty intense. Food around the little bit of the house. She gets
We take those to the farmhouse.
Thanks. Thank you.
Do you think the DUI or can I get more?
Oh no, apparently they don't even drink. She says that he hit the curb because when Officer Roberts turned his lights on, she started punching him because of the trouble they're in.
The relationship's going well.
Yeah, he can drink some water. Thanks. Doesn't seem super cold, but maybe. You want Gatorade? You want water? I got some water.
Yeah, do you have water?
Prefer water?
I'm sorry, I only drink water.
I don't blame you. She says that she can only drink water.
Are you worried about her story? Like, should I...
No, you can talk to her. She seems like a really sweet girl, 22 or something, has a lot of anxiety, and from what she's claiming, she's the full-on aggressor here.
How do we do so?
I'd love to go talk to the independent witnesses, and maybe that's what I'll go do. Yeah, there's a couple waters. Here's this back, because you might need that for someone else.
I know to keep her rings, the phone, and I was holding on to the keys because I didn't want to go anywhere. And my big fear is, I don't have my phone, I don't have a phone, so she goes off without me. All right, I'm on my own. So I was saying, let's just go for a walk, and she was trying to get the keys for me, so I was just going, just wait back up, and then that's when she hit me, and I didn't get, I don't want to push you, but I didn't get completely physical. I'm just trying to keep her away and not get hit. And then I got really loud, and I just probably threw this attention where I was going. Back up, get away, just get me.
Okay, so you said you pushed her to create some distance, obviously, right? What happened after that? What got distracted?
Okay, Google. Police, how are you? Hey, we got this van stopped, and we've separated the male and the female, and we got both of their stories. Now that we're not looking for them so intensely, I was just wondering if you had a minute to just kind of repeat to me what it is exactly you saw.
No problem, sir. Yeah, so I was talking to my friend across the street near the Forest Service building, and I just noticed that this couple was sort of arguing a bit, and I wasn't staring at them, but it did catch my attention, and what I noticed is it seemed like they were sort of squabbling over a phone. I want to say that he was trying to grab her phone, and I'm not sure exactly why, and then it seemed like he had sort of blocked the one side of the van and sort of wasn't letting her in, and then the male was stepping into the driver's seat, and she was trying to get into the van. I think he said something about, "Why are you being so mean?" something like that, and I remember she sort of hit him a few times, and it wasn't like slugs in the face, but just kind of like two kids kind of fighting. They reminded me of very secure, I don't know, children sort of fighting. But there seemed like something was off, and it seemed like a weird vibe. And eventually it's like, she crawled into the driver's seat, sort of like got into the vehicle over his lap, sort of forced her way in, I guess. And then they were in the car, and then they just drove away. So I wasn't sure what the nature of the argument was or what. It just seems like there was some sort of disagreement and some sort of like shutting. I don't know why she would have entered through the driver's door. I thought that was strange. So I thought about calling it in, but as soon as I walked up this bar, there was another gentleman who was already calling it in, so I was like, oh, good on you. That seems a bit off. I wasn't sure what to do in that situation, but that's what I saw, and if there's any other specific questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Did you ever see the male strike the female?
I would say that I think I saw maybe a push or a shove, but not like a full-on punch to the face or anything.
Was the shove was the shove or push an aggression towards her, or was it a defensive maneuver away from her, or to get her away from him?
That's a good question. It was unclear what was going on to me, but it did seem like he was. It seemed like he was trying to close off the passenger side of the vehicle and close things up. It almost seemed like he put that backpack or something on the back of the vehicle. I'm not sure. And then he was stepping in and she was out trying to get in. So maybe.
Okay.
I don't. It was the whole thing was off, and so no, I didn't see anything that was like him chasing after her or hitting her or vice versa. It was kind of light, and they were almost kind of laughing, and I wasn't sure if they were just joking around, to be honest. But then it got more strange as he was in the vehicle about to drive off.
But you did see her slapping him, though. It sounds like.
Yes, it was like my memory is he was in the driver's seat, and she has the driver's door open, and she's like kind of hitting him either in the arm or maybe on the face, maybe with an open hand, like, hey, let me in, don't be a jerk, something like that.
Okay. Well, your story is really, really helpful because you're an independent witness, and we've just interviewed both of them, and what you're saying is making everything make a lot of sense. So I really appreciate that I ran into you and that I was able to get your number and talk to you. So thank you very much. If we need to ask for a written statement, obviously it's voluntary, it's helpful, but at this point I don't know if we need to go that far unless you're around and super willing at this moment. I can meet you and get a statement.
Yeah, no, I live here, totally willing to do that.
Oh, nice, okay.
Maybe I'll just go, I can go write it down now before memory fades, because like I said, I was kind of just casually observing, but something did seem off, and just wanted to make sure that no one was in a bad situation. So
where can we find you to give you a form real quick? About 10-15 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Hey, Robin. So I just got off the phone with one of the two witnesses, and I recorded it. Do you want me to tell you what he said real quick? Do you mind hanging with him for a minute? So, this will get away from both of them. So, he said that he never saw the male strike the female. He saw the male trying to lock her out of the vehicle. She even told us that he was trying to lock her out, told her to go take a walk. Said that she was trying to get in. She eventually couldn't get in and actually clawed her way in through the driver's door. He says, I don't understand why she's doing that. Well, I think it was the only door that wasn't locked that she could get through. So she's trying to get in over him. He's trying to disengage from her. I guess he hung her backpack on the back probably so she could have her shit so that he didn't have to engage with her. Everything she's saying is the same thing. I haven't heard what he said, but if that's what he said, it's also what the witness is saying. The witness says, I never saw him hit her. I saw him shove her, but I couldn't tell if it was an aggression against her or a defense against her, as far as her, being the aggressor. So at this point, unless the guy's screaming that he needs to go to jail and did something to this girl, it sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor.
Yeah.
Now the problem with her being the primary aggressor is in incidents of domestic assault, be it a male or be it a female, we shall arrest. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to go to jail. We can do a citation if it meets one of 3 criterion, which one of them is that we can ensure that they're not going to further risk each other's safety. But the problem with that is they live in the same vehicle.
That's what I was going to say. The other part of it is
there has actually been injury too to the victim, which is him.
Right, and I'm getting conflicting stories about why they hit the curb up here.
What did he say why he hit the curb?
Well, I watched, this is what I saw. Saw him cross the double yellow. I was doing 42 miles an hour. I was, I don't know, probably 2 car lengths behind him, tapping my wheels at him, trying to get his attention. They knew I was behind him. And then after he crossed the double yellow, he merged over into the right lane, and then out of nowhere, just boom, went hit the curb.
So did he tell you why?
He said that she grabbed the wheel and turned it real hard. She said that she was hitting him in the arm. So
sounds legit. I mean, I'm sure if I'm driving and my arm's on the wheel and I'm getting hit in the arm, I'm probably pulling out the wheel.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was a little of both. I mean, usually the truth is somewhere in between. He's probably trying not to say that he hit her because he probably doesn't want her charged with assault, domestic assault. He probably would rather say she pulled the wheel than hit him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, unfortunately for her, we cannot treat, just because he's bigger and stronger, even if he's not willing to press charges, we can't treat this differently than if it was a male and female violence.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to charge her. And we can do a citation if there's some arrangement that can be made to separate them, and then we have to let them know that there's no contact order in effect. Yeah. And then we have to let him know the only way to drop it is to go into the police department during business hours and fill out a waiver, which, by the way, what's
it's
today?
Too late
Thursday?
Today.
So it won't be till tomorrow. And they're only there till noon, I think.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure he's going to want to drop it.
Well, the other part of it is they said they've been on 4 or 5 months that they've been living out of the van together.
Well, this is really bad news, so let's talk to him first. His name's Brian. Did you ask him yet and take pictures of him? Yeah?
No, I didn't.
So Brian, unfortunately in the state of Utah, we don't have discretion on some things. Like, for example, if I pull you over for speeding and I want to give you a warning, I can do that because it's under a Class A. It's a Class B or under. If I want to give you warnings for all kinds of stuff, I can. But there's a few things I can't. When I say I, the police, I'm not in charge of this. One of the things that the state legislature doesn't give us discretion on is charges when it comes to a domestic assault. And it sounds like you guys are living together, so you meet the statute for domestic partners, and you do have injury, and both an independent witness, probably the next one we're going to talk to as well, which we haven't talked to yet, but the one we did talk to, and your own companion have made it clear that she was the primary aggressor and that she was striking you and that you received injuries. You haven't admitted to striking her. She has not admitted to you striking her. The witness did not see you strike her. So at this point, you're the victim of a domestic assault. Even if you didn't want to pursue this, we don't have a choice. The best thing we could do to not, the law says we have to charge her. It doesn't say we have to put her in jail. Okay, but it also says we have to separate, do a no contact order, and that we have to put her in jail if we cannot separate. And there's a little problem here is you guys are out of Florida living in the van together. How are we supposed to separate you guys? Now, I don't want to take this small 20, what is she?
Yeah, she's a 22-year-old
female in jail
that
you could definitely defend yourself against, but at the same time, we can't say because you're a male and she's a female, we can't treat this different than if you were the male hitting her. We got to treat it the same.
Yeah, no.
So she's kind of in a tough spot. So unless you have an idea about how she can not go to jail and be separated, do you have friends in town? Somewhere she can stay? Tomorrow, if you want to, it's up to you. You can
go to jail?
You can't because we don't have a charge for you. Now tomorrow, if you wanted to be with her again tomorrow,
I'm gonna take your radio.
if you want to be with her again tomorrow, because it's after 5, so our office is closed, you can go to the police department, fill out a waiver to drop the no contact order, so you guys can still be together. But she's going to have a court date online in a week or two. She's going to have to show up for her court date online and answer. the prosecutor might drop it. They might say, for example, if you're not willing to pursue it, if that's your decision.
Anyway, I was going to say, it definitely is. I'm not going to pursue anything. She's my fiance. I love her. It's just a little squabble. I'm sorry that I had to get so public. But
Stuff happens.
so I just want to get like the checklist of things I got to do to get rid of it. So it says
you want her back,
date.
well, she'll get a paper with a court date.
How do I get rid of it?
Well, the court date has to be attended in order for them to decide whether they need to continue or drop it. The first is just an initial appearance to say, are you who we think you are? Yes. Do you understand the charge that's been brought against you? Yes or no? Yes or no, the answer. Do you have an attorney? Yes or no? Do you need one? And then from there, she can ask to speak with the prosecutor. The prosecutor might be contacting you and say, hey man, I know she's 110 pounds soaking wet and you're a big strong guy, and we understand you're not even wanting to pursue this, but the cops have to follow the statute. How, we're in the interest of you, of justice for you as a victim, what do you think? And they can decide to still prosecute her, or they can decide to drop it, or they can decide to give her a plea and make it kind of go away if she behaves from now on. But that still does not eliminate the first court appearance that she has to attend, which thankfully for you guys is going to be online, so you don't have. So if you're out of town, so here's the thing: if you're out of town and she doesn't come into our court appearance online, they can suspend her driver's license, they can issue a warrant for her. So she needs to play ball and go. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And we're a team. Me and her are a team. I'm sorry about all this. I apologize again. But so she's got her online court date, just to acknowledge that she's her, and then she's got the one for the.
Well, there's automatically right now there is something called a no contact order in place.
Yeah.
From this point forward until tomorrow, if you wish to drop it, you have to go into the 217 East Center Street, Moab City Police Department, and you have to ask. We'll give it to you. You want to fill out a waiver that you're requesting a waiving of the contact order, the no contact order. The no contact order means she cannot come into contact with you, she cannot talk to you, she cannot text you, she cannot go onto any premises that you're occupying, she cannot go to your vehicle. And until you drop that, or until court date, if you don't drop it, it stays in effect until midnight on the day of court. And then that gives you time to get a protective order, a long-term one, if you feel like you need one. But it sounds like you don't even want this one. So tomorrow, they open at 8, you can go in the police department, you can fill out the waiver, they can remove it, then you can say, hey babe, where you at? Let me pick you up. And you can pick her up. Now, we're hoping not to put her in jail, but if she doesn't have somewhere to go tonight, to be separate from you, then where are we supposed to
I can't talk to her now because of the separation.
There's no contact order now.
So, tell me this. Do you guys have enough money for like a hotel room or anything like that? Because what we could do is we'd cite her for this, and then I'd give her a ride over to whatever hotel you guys is choosing.
You can pick her up there tomorrow if you want to drop the no contact.
On your way to go pick her up, you stop over there at the PD, sign the paperwork that they're requesting, and then you can go pick her up quite literally within minutes.
Unless you know someone else in town that's a friend that she can stay with.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, unfortunately not. I don't, and I guess that...
Man, I sure hate to... I don't want her to go to jail.
Will it be... If she goes to jail, it's like... that goes down somewhere instead of her going to a hotel, right? If you did a citation, it would be...
It kind of depends. So if she goes to jail, they're going to book her. And they'll take her fingerprints, and it's going to go on her criminal history. And then if they don't convict her, then it will just show that it was dismissed. It will show up in her criminal history, but the charge was dismissed. If she is found guilty, it will show up as she was guilty of domestic assault. But the charge itself will show up on her criminal history until she gets it expunged. Now, even if we give her a ticket, we're still going to take a fingerprint, and it's still going to show up. Either way, it's still going to show up. There's no way around a Class A. Or is this Class B?
This is Class B.
But they do require a fingerprint on it.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
The other part is if you contact her or she contacts you, she can be charged with a Class A.
Well...
Which is a little bit different, but it doesn't help us.
If you were to contact her and she responds to you, then she could get a new charge for violating the no contact order. The no contact order doesn't restrict you, it restricts her. So if you go talk to her and we find out you're not in trouble, she'll be in trouble. So it's in your interest to... Does that all make sense?
No, I'm getting it all.
It's a lot, really quick.
No, I'm getting it all. I'm just trying to figure out a way.
You don't know anyone in town? You guys been here how long?
No, I don't know anyone in town. If she went...
She could... I don't think Sea Cave will take her where she's the aggressor.
No.
It is a women's shelter.
I'm curious.
You could find out and say, hey, she doesn't have where to go.
If you did the citation, say she drove off she could drive off in this car.
We could give you a ride somewhere.
I got my backpack.
Sucks for you,
I
but
got my backpack.
You can spend a night.
You want to drive me to Delicate Art?
Does she have a good driver's license? And
Yeah, she does drive a license.
You trust her with your vehicle, and
Yeah, she can handle it.
well, then you'd kind of be homeless for the night around
And I
town.
mean, I can't talk to her at all.
Well,
And I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping.
we can tell her what it is that she needs to do to get through all this, and then let her know what your plan is.
Here's the problem though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch, they're going to be hoofing it from Delicate Arch all the way down to Moab Center Street, so that you can fill out that paperwork. Because if you're not there by noon tomorrow,
They're
you're
closed
looking
at
at
noon
Monday
tomorrow
morning.
because it's early out Fridays over the office, so
Yeah.
you won't be there after.
You'd be looking at Monday morning before you could actually see her again.
And again, we're not trying to make your life hard, but this is written in statute. There's nothing
know, a
we
lot of
can do about it.
bureaucracy.
It's designed to protect victims of domestic assault. Not everybody's the same. This is different than normal, but we have to treat everything the same. And that's just how it is.
So do you think that you can't afford a hotel?
No?
Very little money we have for sure.
Hotels are expensive here now.
You want me to? I'll call Sea Caven.
Just see if CK will take us for the night.
I'll see if they'll take either one of them. 'Cause then we can figure it out.
This is a women's shelter.
Oh, sorry.
Actually, CK will take him as a victim of domestic assault. CK will take you, and they will help you tomorrow.
And you're like a block and a half away from the PD.
Let's see if CK will take him because they didn't take a guy, but they got a hotel for a guy last time.
Yeah, I'll do that.
CK might get you a hotel. Now, what she does...
I might be sleeping outside in a sleeping bag.
No,
So, like, I don't need a hotel.
I think
I'm just saying,
I think CK will get you a hotel. If you want her to have the van, we don't care. It's up to you. But there's nothing we can do about the rest.
I don't want to open my phone. I'm just trying to think. I gotta grab my. I gotta make like a little bag.
You sweating to death yet?
I think we're good.
You good? I'm gonna talk to you real quick, but I've been talking so much. I gotta get some water. I'll be right back. Let me grab water. Now this is the water. It's cold water.
That's what we get visitors.
Hell yeah. Okay, Gabby, when you grow up and you're a full-grown man, this is what you'll drink from. Plus it's ice cold, and so I'm gonna drink from it. Sorry.
I can still hear the ice.
You'll probably never be a full-grown man.
And then you do curls with it.
Then you can do your curls. So, look, I'm going to speak to you frankly. I have a daughter almost your age, and I'm looking at you not so much like a suspect, but also as kind of a victim, in the sense that you're dealing with some struggles emotionally and mentally at your age. Probably they'll work themselves out as you get older. There's a lot of angst at your age, and I remember being your age too. And hopefully it works itself out. But the stuff you did today that contributed to this, because you both contributed to this, is as a result of your inability to cope with the anxiety and the stress that you're having. So in a way, you're kind of a victim of this. I think you would have done better if you had the skills to do better. But you don't learn skills until you learn skills. And you don't have enough life experience yet to know how to navigate everything. Like, I don't either, but I can navigate what happened. If I was in your shoes, I could handle it different because I'm 39 years old. I've been through it. But I've got a lot of life lessons to learn still because I'm like my dad and my grandpas, they know stuff I don't know, right? They can do stuff I don't know. So in a way, I'm just letting you know that we sympathize with you. But based on what you've said and based on what our witness has said, and even based on what your fiance has mentioned, trying his very hardest not to have you in any trouble, he does have marks on him that witnesses say were caused by you slapping him. And that even you say you slapped him and were aggressing him first. And I don't have anyone saying that he actually punched you aggressively. It sounds like it was shoving in a manner that was probably more consistent with trying to prevent you from entering the van or to get space from you, not to assail you. Does that make sense? So if the tables were turned and he was beating on you and you were shoving him, of course we're going to look at it like, oh, of course she's defending herself to get away from this guy. Well, we're kind of looking at it the same way with him, and we have to treat both fair, even if he's a bigger male and you're a smaller female. The law doesn't say, hey, Officer Pratt and Officer Robbins, you can treat people different based on gender under the same, so we can't. Even if it makes no sense that because you probably could not physically destroy this man the way that he could if he attacked you, we can't treat you different, okay? So all that long-windedness I'm giving you right now is leading up to the fact that if I pull someone over for speeding, I have the right to give them a warning. I have something called officer discretion. But in the legislature in Utah, they have made a law that if we have a domestic assault, they don't trust the police to make good decisions because too many cops have made bad decisions. So they say, we're not going to give you discretion. We're going to write a law that says if you have a domestic assault, whether it's male on female or female on male, whoever the primary aggressor is has to be charged. No choice. You don't get to give them a warning. It doesn't even matter if they're barely hurt at all and the guy doesn't want to press charges or the girl doesn't want to press charges. We don't have a choice. We literally have no choice. He does not want to press charges. He says you guys are a team. He says you're his fiance. He says he loves you. He says he doesn't want anything to happen. But we're explaining to him that we don't have any choice in this. So we're trying to get a local victims advocacy group called Seek Haven to get him a hotel for the night so that you can have the van, because they won't give you the hotel because you're the one who is the primary aggressor. So they're going to consider him the victim. So they're going to get him a hotel. So he wants you so that you don't have to go to jail, because the only thing we can do is take you to jail. He says, well, so she doesn't have to go to jail, then I will accept Seek Haven's help if they'll give me a hotel, and then she can have the van so she doesn't have to go to jail. She can just have a ticket. When you get the ticket, it's going to give you a phone number to call, and they're going to give you a court date, and that court date will probably be online.
I have to come back to Utah?
No, it'll be online.
Oh.
You have a smartphone?
Yeah.
So you can. I go to court. You're okay.
Sorry, I've never heard of this. I didn't know
Yeah.
this was in
When
Utah.
COVID happened, they switched all the court from in person to online. So when I go to court now,
I have a ticket for hitting the curb or something, please, because we're okay. Like, we're just.
I understand, but we don't have any, like. Listen, if I had any discretion in this, I would separate you guys for the day and just give you warnings to stop hitting each other. But I lawfully don't have discretion here. I don't have any.
Because somebody said something, like a witness said something.
There's two witnesses, and then there's what you said and what he said, and guess what? It all matches nicely that you were the primary aggressor, and that the injuries he has were caused by your aggression towards him. Even if he doesn't feel hurt, even if he doesn't want to press charges, there's nothing any cop can do about it. It's written into the law.
I don't.
Normally we take people to jail, but he's trying to work it so you can just have the van. Tomorrow,
I don't want to be separated.
you can have anxiety?
Yeah, no, we're a team, please.
There's no, what is it?
No, wait, we're a team, please. It's gonna give me so much anxiety. Can we just have like a driving ticket?
Okay, the very best thing I can do is call my supervisor and see if I'm missing something here.
Because if I'll pay any driving ticket, a parking ticket, anything.
Okay, Gabby, try to calm down, and I'm gonna go call a supervisor. But I don't think that there's much I can do, but let me see if the supervisor can tell me something I'm missing to make this not happen.
I can't feel over it, and I couldn't handle that. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
just give me a minute, okay? You don't have to sit out in the hot sun unless you want. Okay, thanks. Hey, so a tiny little girl, 22 years old, slapped her boyfriend, her fiance, several times. He's got a little bit of a little tiny abrasion on his chin, on his jaw. They got into a van and drove off. He got called in by there's one caller and then a witness. Got them stopped. The story from the witnesses matches the story from the female, matches the story to the male. She was pissed off, she's having a rough day, he tries to separate from her, she's not staying away from him, she has severe anxiety problems. He locks her out of the van, says you need to go for a walk and cool off. She's forcing her way into the van, she's clawing her way past him into the van to be with him. He's shoving her to get her out of the van, but he's not assaulting her, or he's not assailing her. He's trying to keep her out. She's punching, slapping, everything. She's got to be 105 pounds soaking wet, 22, full of anxiety, having a really tough time. Not making excuses, but I mean, it is written into code. We do have a domestic assault here. He's not wanting to pursue it. He's very adamant. He does not want to pursue it. We're explaining we don't have any discretion on these things. We're giving him a no contact. We're letting Haven see if they can get him a hotel so she can have the van, so that we don't have to put her in jail. She's really struggling with the idea of being alone and not with him and not having the van. They want to be together. I told her, look, there's not anything I can do. This is all written into freaking statute. I just said the last thing I can do is call a supervisor and see if where this is such a minor. It was like a slap fight, and the injury is from a fingernail. I just don't know if it's worth the whole domestic thing or not, or if it's going to get us in trouble if we don't do it this way. Well, they don't want to, but I told them that unless I get some kind of permission some other way, I'm pretty sure this is just statute and that we have to separate you. As far as the domestic assault charge, what do you think about that? Well, I mean, do the whole thing or not? But is there a way to not do anything on something like this? I mean, it's so minor. It's hard to say, right? I'm going to go reread the statute and just see if it fits, or if there's a way it doesn't fit, and if I can find a way that, because it really is, the spirit of the law is being lost on this one. It really is. So let me see what I can find, and if nothing else, then we'll have to separate them whether she likes it or not. Alright, thanks. Alright, bye. Thanks. Bye. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. So let's see. He's not ill. He doesn't have an impairment of physical condition. And if he's not in pain, like how far do you want to go with this? Like, you know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people, especially the reason why they don't give us discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to have to be separated. They don't want him charged. They don't want him to go to jail, and then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and then they end up getting killed. Mm-hmm. In no way, shape, or form that I can perceive does what happened here, a little slap fight between fiancés who love each other, want to be together, can I perceive that this is going to digress into the situation where he's going to be a battered man?
Right.
But then again, I don't have a crystal ball. So I was looking at I talked to the assistant chief to see if there's any way to just go less than than the full force domestic assault route.
Right.
And he says, look, I mean, you either go all the way or you don't. And it's like, okay, but under what circumstances can I not? And really the only time I cannot is if it doesn't fit. If it fits, then it's in the law, then you have to do it. So I went and I looked at the code for assault, because this is an assault enhanced with domestic assault. Utah Code assault. Now, you and I both know what it is, but think of how valuable it is to look it up and read it word for word, especially when what you're doing is going to get evaluated by a court who cares a lot about words. Words are there for a reason. Assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. So did she attempt to do bodily injury to him?
She went to smack him.
Was it her intention to do him bodily injury? Now, that's what we have to find out, because it says bodily injury is, that by definition, physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition.
Well, he's got a swollen right eye.
We don't care what the result was, we
Scratches.
care about the intent.
So we gotta go find intent.
If she did not intend to cause him pain or illness or to cause him impairment of physical condition,
Was it intent and attempt, or intent or attempt?
when you're attempting to do something, you have to intend to do it.
True.
If I attempt to get a basketball through a hoop, I have to intend to do it. Intent is implicit with attempt.
Right.
Okay, so what was her intent? What was her intention? If you go ask her, what was your intention when you were slapping him, and she says, I wanted him to hurt or be ill or impair his physical condition, then there's nothing we can do.
Okay.
One way to word it might be, hey, when you slapped him, were you intending to cause him physical pain? And let's get rid of illness because it has nothing to do with it. Physical pain or impairment of his physical condition. Was that your intention? Is that what you were attempting to do? That's what it says right here, an attempt.
Right.
Were you attempting to cause him pain or an impairment of physical condition? Whatever she answers to that question will seal her fate. Because the only way you know what she was attempting to do is by asking her.
Right.
Set it up right. Set it up just right.
That's how people laugh someone heard that way.
Gabby, this is a very, very important question. How you answer this question is going to determine what happens next. But the only person who can answer this question is you.
Okay.
Think very hard before you answer the question. Do not quickly answer it. Think very hard. When you slapped him those times, were you attempting to cause him physical pain or physical impairment? Was that what you were attempting to do to him?
No.
What were you attempting to do? What was the reason behind the slapping and stuff? What was it you were attempting to accomplish by slapping?
I was trying to get him to stop telling me to calm down.
Well, it doesn't sound to me like she attempted to injure him. It's your call. This is 100% your call. I support you either way.
Say that I did very legally. She openly
Your call.
she openly admitted to me earlier that she was striking him in the arm. He said that she was striking him in the arm. He said she was, and that's what caused him to hit the curb. She said that she grabbed her. I might have these two mixed up probably.
No, she said that too, that she started distracting him by hitting him, and that he probably looked at her, and that's why the mark is on the window side. And she said it was her fault that he swerved because she was distracting him by hitting him. But she said she didn't try to hurt him, it wasn't malicious, she thought that he wasn't listening to her.
So assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. The code for bodily injury, the definition says, bodily injury is infliction of pain or physical impairment or illness. So you can go. Now I'm recording, and society and the judges and everyone can judge me for this. I am looking at a 110-pound female and her fiance who have no means to be separated. He doesn't want to pursue it. She's not a threat to him, more than slight abrasions from her fingernails. I don't care if we use the actual letter of the law to not charge, but I also don't care because it literally does possibly make perfect sense to go full-on domestic assault and and do the whole thing. This is your opportunity to make the decision.
Let's do this.
I support you either way.
Let's do this. Taking your advice, let me do a crime report on this. Won't charge right now. Won't cite her for it right now. We'll send it off to the county attorney. City attorney, but it doesn't mean. Send it off to the city attorney. Let them screen it and make a decision.
If you send it to the city attorney and they strongly disagree with your decision and they throw a complete fit, you might hear about it in a very negative way.
Right.
So I would make a decision yourself.
I'd rather be dinged for a decision I made than a decision I didn't make.
Especially if they think you're completely negligent in your decision. Why give it to them? The only reason to give it to them is if you're not sure if you have enough for something and you want them to decide if they have enough. So I support you. I'm not joking. If we need to go all the way to jail or whatever we need to do, all the way down to...
Your hands out.
Go ahead. I better go on that. You got this?
I'm making this decision. I'm going to cite him. I'm going to go follow through the process.
Would you feel more comfortable handling that guy?
Yeah.
Go handle that guy then.
Go handle that guy?
Go handle that guy.
Okay.
If you're more comfortable.
Well, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
It's up to you.
I mean, it's a headache whether I go left or it's a headache whether I go right.
Another option is to not charge them but separate them for the night. If they find themselves together again, what is it to you? You separated them. You provided for his safety. If he doesn't have enough sense to stay away and you got him separated, it's on him.
Can't babysit them all night unless I'm in jail, so it's up to them and how they're going to do it.
You can separate them and say, don't let this go off till tomorrow. If they don't let it go off and we hear about it, we'll hear about it.
They're camping in the park tonight, we'll let you know.
And if there's some fighting going on, you already was Mr. Nice Guy. You already gave him a chance. What you can't do by law is separate someone and say, if we hear from you again, we're going to arrest one of you. Because then if one of them really needs help, they may not call police and get help. The law says you cannot, literally, you may not say, if we get more problems with you guys tonight, one of you is going to jail. You can't threaten like that, if it is true, because it will stop someone from wanting to call the police to get help. Does that make sense?
Right.
So go full or nothing or in between and separate them and kind of give them the nod, the wink, like, hey, just stay separated. It's up to you. I'm going to go handle that. You got very capable help with you here, and I trust you.
All right.
Call me if you have any problems. SOTT, I'll separate. I'll be en route to that intoxicated milk. I just want to say thank you guys for helping us. Appreciate you. You too.
Okay, so that was a lot worse than the first one. What do you guys think? That one was a lot worse. The I just want to see something in the very beginning, because in the very beginning of this one, they get to him on the side of the van where the other officer and the other body cam was on when she was still in the van. So I just want to see one thing, because...
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Good. Hey, we got a call about a male hitting a female and the two of them getting in this vehicle and taking off.
So I don't want to try and defend myself by saying anything here, but I pushed her away. She
He says, I don't want to try and defend myself by saying...
gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hand, so I was just trying to push her away.
She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hands.
But Gabrielle, I'm talking about my fiance, right?
What's that?
You're talking-
Right? So when they first walk up on him, and they tell him, we have a report of the male hitting a female, he's like stuttering, all nervous.
How's it going?
How are you doing?
Good. Hey, we got a call about a male hitting a female and the two of them getting in this vehicle and taking off.
So I don't want to try and defend myself by saying anything here, but I pushed her away. She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hand, so I was just trying to push her away. But Gabrielle, I'm talking about my fiance, right?
What's that?
You're talking-
See that? His stuttering. I don't want to try and defend myself here, but... And what does that guy walk away for? He just walks away. Crazy. B. Shelligant. I live close to Jackson Hole, and he has ruined the beauty of my favorite place, but Gabby will put the beauty back. Prayers for the family. But then the other part that is really crazy is when he goes to the car.
This morning,
Yeah? Is this your husband or boyfriend?
my fiance.
Fiance? Is he a pretty good guy?
Yeah.
What happened over at Moonflower?
Well, I was just really stressed this morning trying to get a lot of work done, and I was apologizing to him. I had thrown a bunch of stuff in the bag, and all our bags are back there. I was just apologizing. I was like, I'm sorry that I get so stressed out because I have OCD, and I was just like organizing stuff, and sometimes I just have a mean attitude, but I'm not trying to be mean about just straightening things up and stuff. So I was just apologizing, but I guess I said it in like a mean tone, and he got really frustrated with me, and he locked me out of the car and told me to go take a breather, but I didn't want to take a breather because I wanted to get going. We're out of water.
Okay, so she's doing all this work. She doesn't want to be mean. She's trying to fix things up. He got really frustrated, locked her out of the car, and they're out of water. But that's okay, that he locked her out of the car in this heat that this guy is drinking, and he's guzzling down a gallon of water. They have no water. He locks her out of the car, and, you know, this guy's not looking at it all that this guy might be not such a nice guy.
So it kind of made you more upset.
Yeah,
It didn't help calm you, it made you more upset.
Yeah, and
So then what happened?
And so our goal was to come here and come refill our water.
Are you guys living out of the van right now? On travels?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was just really.
So what happened after he locked you out? Until you take a breather?
Well, he walked away to go take his own breather, but I wanted to sit in the car because all my stuff was in the car. I had none of my bags. I was working on something at the moment in the car, and he told me to just relax first.
Okay, she was working on something in the car. He locked her out. So, because he went to go take a breather, she could have still worked on her stuff, but he made the decision for her and locked her out of the van. Okay.
Second, and I didn't want to relax, so I got really mad. And I mean, I don't need to be
happens. Then what happened? After you
And,
got
and, then,
mad?
and then I told him to drive and get water because I was really thirsty.
Yeah? Is there something on your cheek?
She told him, let's go drive and get water because I'm really thirsty.
Here? Looks like, did you get hit in the face?
Watch, there's her cheek, watch.
Kind of looks like something like hit you in the face.
I don't
And then over on your arm,
know.
shoulder, right here. That's new, huh?
She's
Kind of a new
minimizing
mark.
it.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Can I see the other side of your face? So, what happened here and here?
I'm not sure. It was a. It happened really fast. I was just trying to get in the back of the car and his backpack was on the back. And it got me.
So the backpack gotcha? So there's two people that came to us and told us that they saw him hit you. There's two people saying that they saw him punch you. We're just independent witnesses by Moonflower.
Well, to be honest, I definitely hit him first.
Where'd you hit him?
I slapped him in the face.
You slapped him first? And then what, just on his face?
He kept telling me to shut up.
How many times did you slap him?
Okay, he kept telling her to shut up. Okay, so even if she slapped him, what he did is abusive. He locked her out. And what about verbal abuse? And she doesn't have water. I mean, this is crazy. Thank you, B. Shalgant. This is like really upsetting because to this guy, there's only one kind of abuse, and it's physical abuse. He doesn't think anything that this guy was doing is abusive. There's no emotional abuse with him. And verbal abuse, I guess, doesn't exist either.
And then what? And his reaction was to do what? He just grabbed you?
Yeah.
Did he hit you though? I mean, it's
just grabbed
okay
you?
if you're saying you hit him, and then I understand.
He just grabbed you? Okay. This guy, really? Seriously? He just grabbed you. Thank you, Mimi.
He hit you, but we want to know the truth if he actually hit you.
I guess, yeah, but I hit him first.
She just said, I guess he hit me, but I hit him first.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be
He
honest.
like grabs my face, it's like, I guess. He didn't like hit me in the face, like he didn't like punch me in the face or anything.
Did he slap your face or what?
Well, like he like grabs me like with his nail, and I guess that's why it looks. I definitely have a cut right here.
She definitely has a cut right there. He grabbed her face with his nail. Okay, but that's okay. She's the primary aggressor.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
When I touch it, it burns. But
Okay. So has he been drinking?
no, we don't drink.
Okay. What was up with his driving? This officer said he hit a curb.
I hit him.
While you're driving?
Well, he was driving.
While he was driving, you were hitting him?
Well, not a lot, but yeah.
And that was distracting him while he's driving? Are you
Not only for like a second, but because I saw the lights come on, and I like kind of like.
Did you already tell him all this?
I didn't get that far into
Okay,
it.
so-
She was hyperventilating.
She's
a
saying
little
that
bit.
they don't drink, but at the point when you lit them up,
You don't drink or anything.
She started hitting him.
I was yelling at him, and then when you turned your lights on, I like kind of punched him. I'm like, there's an
so
idiot.
she's saying was why he hit the curb. You said it was Gabby? I'm sorry, I'm really bad. His name was Gabby?
Yeah.
Okay. You okay, Gabby? Do you have medication
she's
for
fine.
anxiety you take or anything? Do you take any medication for any?
See, at the very least, they should have got some mental health outreach for her. How could they not get some mental health outreach for her? That's crazy.
I just do yoga and
Try to meditate and stuff? But you tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress.
I have a lot of anxiety.
And what's his name? Is it Brian? Is he usually pretty patient with you?
Yeah, but it just makes me upset. I know that he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot because I have a lot of anxiety, and he definitely has anxiety too.
Oh, that could be a bad combo if you both have anxiety. I have anxiety too, and my girlfriend, my girlfriend's really, really calm.
See, she's like, well, I just get really, it makes me upset. But then she goes right back to, but he gets really frustrated because I have anxiety. But then he has anxiety too, but then the cop just starts going in there. I don't know. It's upsetting because this is just a much more, it's a much closer look at what was really being said. We didn't see this in the first police cam as clear as we see it now with her. And yeah, she's taking the blame, and then she's trying to say something, and then every time she says something, they minimize it. Oh, he grabbed you, but he didn't hit you, right? Oh, he grabbed your face, but oh, okay, he didn't do that, right? Oh, but you were making him angry? Yeah.
And she has a way of taking my anxiety and bringing it down.
Now he's talking about his girlfriend.
But my ex-wife, that's why she's my ex-wife. I'm just sharing, I know it's a little personal, but to help you understand, we would feed off each other's anxiety and it would spiral. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter how much I loved her. It may be bad for your soul. Just saying. I'm not...
It definitely was bad for her soul on this earth. Does anybody notice how this sun is shining right on her like that, like the entire time she's there? But let me put the phone number in. I mean, we can go back, and if you want to say, oh, wait, go back to that part. If you notice something, I can put that in. I'm going to put the number in. But this is a much different version. Even though, I mean, it's the same stop, but just from a different officer's camera, and where they were very different. I'll let it play while I'm putting the number in.
Something to do with your life, but if you know you have anxiety, look at the situations you can get in. You know what I mean? And we're not here to be mean to you or anything. Well, you know, there's a first time, and then it usually. We'll go see what Brian said, but I think you've heard everything now from.
Quick question. You said you were hitting him in the arm, or did you grab him?
You want to come stand in the shade?
Big hot man.
Yeah, I know the struggle. So you don't drink or anything?
No.
Okay. So you were talking to these officers. I don't mean to butt in. I just felt kind of bad for you. Maybe even if you stand here, you'll have more shade.
I don't want to be weird ducking down, but
no, I know how it is.
On the big sombrero.
Well, from when I first got here, we were more worried about what kind of a guy you are from what we heard. But in talking to your girlfriend, it sounds to me like...
See, and that's something else. He said, when we first got here, we were wondering what kind of guy you were from what we heard. Okay? That means that from the 911 call, they thought he was a pretty bad guy, an abuser. He had been slapping his girlfriend and stuff. But then when they got here, wow. You know, boy, that 911 caller must have had everything wrong, right? So... when a lot of people said that the cops weren't given the details of that 911 call, they were. And he even says, we were worried about what kind of guy you were. He didn't look so worried when he came up on the side of that van. But, I don't know. I mean, I did put the number in Slack if you want to call in. Let me see.
Maybe this is not so clear cut. So,
it's not.
Did you already give a statement to this officer?
I got this gentleman here.
Yeah. And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. So we're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story.
Did you hear what he just said? Did he just say I gave her some? Hold on a minute. Did you just hear that? Did he just say I gave her some? He shrugged his shoulders, you see. That's why before we saw this one, I said he's very nonchalant about this. And he says, oh, it's nothing. And he doesn't even want to show the scratches. And I said this because he did something to her that made her made her do that. Now look what he says. He says, I gave her some.
Did you already give a statement to this officer?
I got this gentleman here.
Yeah. And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. So we're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you probably already told your story, but this officer is probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to...
He said, I gave her some. I gave her some. Because he doesn't know fully what she told them yet. She clawed her way back into the van. He locked her out. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh, let's see. Somebody's here.
Probably going to be the one handling the whole case. Do you want to?
I don't want to be
Right?
weirdo ducking down, but
No, I know how it is.
On the big sombrero.
Well, from when I first got here, we were more worried about what kind of a guy you are from what we heard. But in talking to your girlfriend, it sounds to me like maybe this is not so clear cut. So,
He looks that way when they said, in talking to your girlfriend, we found out maybe this is not so clear cut. And he's looking like, crap, she's covering for me. She didn't tell them what really happened.
to give a statement to this officer?
I got this gentleman here.
Yeah. And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some
He shrugs his shoulders.
marks on her too. So we're just trying to figure out.
And he says she got some, and they say it at the same time. He says she's got some marks on her too. The officer says that, while Brian is saying, I gave her some. But that's why he shrugged his shoulders, and that's why he shrugged when they told him about his arm. Because he knew they didn't have the real story. Can I slow it down? I'd have to put it in my editing program. Let me see, I can do that. Let me see. Hang on, let me put it in my editor program. Give me a second here. Davida, is that you?
Yep.
What do you think about this crap?
Well, my blood pressure is so bad right now, I almost can't stand it.
Yeah, I
But
know.
let's think about this for a minute. They walk up to him and they said, we got a call that you were hitting her.
Right.
Then they look at her and they see the marks on her.
Mm-hmm.
Then they ask her in an allotted time, okay, now think about what you're going to say. What the? What?
Right.
What? And they're going to go take his side?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And they just
No.
keep, like, this officer's not even listening, because he should have said, well, what do you mean you gave her some marks? What did you do? Right?
Exactly.
Why are they just, and when he came up on the side of the van, he just walked away.
Yep.
What the
Yep.
heck is that about?
I will argue with anybody that tells me those cops did the right thing. I don't care. I will argue it.
Yeah.
Well, bottom line is her parents are burying her.
Right. Yep.
And these guys did nothing to help her. Nothing. They took that guy's side.
Yeah. This
It's right there. It's right there on the video cam.
And the things that this guy was saying, like about the what'll happen if this is, I mean, that was like crazy when he said, and then somebody can end up dead, or
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to be he's not a battered man, and that's why
No.
He wasn't.
No.
So
And all I kept thinking about is her dad and her mom and the stepmom and the stepdad, and thinking about and watching this. And I don't know if they ever could, and I hope in a way they don't, because like I said before, it would haunt me. And especially now, hearing the whole thing.
yeah,
If I'm feeling the way I am, can you imagine what those parents would be thinking?
this is really
Oh my
bad.
God.
Yeah,
I want to get a hold of every one of them.
well, can you even imagine what this officer? I mean, oh my gosh,
That's what I'm saying.
this officer. I mean, just like they're gonna be like, buddy, and he's like, well, you can judge me, for the whole world is gonna judge you for this.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so
And remember her face as she's crying to you, and you're kind of siding with this idiot. And look where she's at.
yeah,
Oh, God. I really do think they all need to take a leave, and they all need to really have a crash course in domestic violence
yeah,
and what to really look for. Because, come on, if we could see it, like I've said this before when the whole thing first came out, if we can see this as layman's, what the hell is going on with the cops?
Right. Yep.
They couldn't see anything?
Crazy.
It just makes it's so maddening to me. It just makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. It's just,
Okay. Now somebody wanted to see that part. So hold on. Let me. That part where he says, "I gave her some marks." Let's see.
and did they say to her, can we take some pictures of your marks like they said to him?
No.
On her face? On her arm?
No.
Come on.
I know. They said they looked at it, but I don't think anybody took pictures of it.
No. No.
Hold on there. Is that when they go up to him? Let me see.
So you were talking to these officers, and I don't mean to butt in. I just felt kind of bad for you. Maybe even if you stand here, you'll have more shade.
I don't want to be
Right?
a weirdo ducking down, but
No, I know how it is.
All right, so you want this to go slower, so I think. Let me see if this. Rewind. That's fast forward, so let's see if that.
Ja.
Ja.
That's not going to let us do that. Okay, hold on.
Now from
Quick question. You said you were hitting him in the arm. Did you
You want to come stand in the shade? It's freaking hot. Yeah, I know how. I know the struggle. So you don't drink or anything?
No.
Okay. So you were talking to these officers, and I don't mean to butt in. I just felt kind of bad for you. Maybe even if you stand here, you'll have more shade.
I don't want to be
Right?
a weirdo ducking down, but
No, I know how it is.
I have a big sombrero.
Well, from when I first got here, we were more worried about what kind of a guy you are from what we heard. But in talking to your girlfriend, it sounds to me like maybe this is not so clear cut. So
Let me just see if I can put this up, if this is the volume that some of you guys can't hear.
did you already give a statement to this officer?
I've got this gentleman here.
I'm just trying to see if it can clean this.
Yeah. And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too. We're just trying to figure out what all happened. And I know you.
He says that so fast. I gave her some. But this guy is talking a mile a minute. He's not even listening to him.
No.
No, he's not, because he didn't even hear him say, I gave her some. I'd love to see a transcript of them, to have a transcript of this, because he says, I gave her some. At the same time, he says she has some marks on her.
Oh. It's
So
nuts.
ridiculous.
It's nuts.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I gave her some. So.
And I mean, the first call they got, the guy was telling him what they saw. So they pull him over. They put her in the car. They see her marks. They ask her if he did anything. She says he did. But yet they go back and they coddle this idiot.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it makes, you know, when something is just so wrong and you think, dear God, not one of them saw it.
Right. And I think, you know, this cop right here said, I'm going to cite them.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one, the one that was drinking all the water.
Right. Yeah. Keeping himself hydrated.
Yeah.
She's asking for something. Yeah.
Yeah. Says, well, you know, be sure. Then they even said they wanted to send it to the court to review it.
Right.
And he said, well, if you do that, it could come back on you in a negative way.
Huh.
And the other person said, well, I'd rather have it come back on us in a negative way than not do the right thing, or something like that, to that effect.
Yep.
And this guy kept talking them out of that.
Yep.
So this guy's probably going to feel like I should have stood my ground.
Yeah.
And did what we felt like it. And meanwhile, this other one, I can't even imagine what, I mean, just so crazy.
It is crazy.
Because this cop and the female from the park, I think she's from the park service or something, the field and the other officers. They're not police officers. They're from the DEC or something like that. But she said, I'd rather have it come back on us than make the wrong decision or something.
Yep. And those words will go round and round in her head for the rest of her life, I'm sure.
Yeah, but especially the words like he was saying, like over here.
Oh yeah.
When he's saying, oh, this will happen, then somebody could end up dead. But I don't think he's a battered.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they couldn't see how he was playing them. It was so evident from the very beginning.
Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. So let's see. He's not ill. He doesn't have an impairment of physical condition.
What about her?
And if he's not in pain, like how far do you want to go with this? Like, you know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people, especially the reason why they don't give us discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to have to be separated. They don't want him charged. They don't want him to go to jail, and then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and then they end up getting killed.
Yeah, exactly.
In no way, shape, or form that I can perceive does what happened here, a little slap fight between fiancés who love each other, want to be together, can I perceive that this is going to digress into the situation where he's going to be a battered man?
Right.
But then again, I don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah.
So I was looking at talked to the assistant chief to see if there's any way to just go less than than the full force domestic assault route.
Right.
And he says, look, I mean, you either go all the way or you don't. And it's like, okay, but under what circumstances can I not? And really the only time I cannot is if it doesn't fit. If it fits, then it's in the law, then you have to do it. So I went and I looked at
the code. Emailed to call in.
Yeah, I just gave her the number. Okay, so let's see. Hi, Alyssa. How are you, Alicia?
Hi everyone. Hi, Caroline.
Hi,
How are you?
So what do you think of this? This is worse than the other one, right?
Oh my God. The last time we watched the other video together, I was sad and angry, and I'm now like sadder and really angrier.
Yeah,
And
this is much worse.
I want to share a little of my story relating to the cop. How did they act to me when I go to the police station after an beating and an assault from my fiancé? And they acted in similar ways that these guys. They doubt about me. They say, maybe, sorry, I look like this because I was washing my... Thanks. I was telling, I park in front of the police station many times and never have the courage to go back and say, protect me, I want a restraining order. But the only time and the last time I went, they told me, oh, maybe you were drinking. I said, no, I'm not. I have. It's a Sunday night. I'm not. I didn't have a drink. Oh, maybe you provoked him. Maybe you were nasty with him. Maybe you denied our needs, our sexual needs, or maybe you were cheating. They minimized me and patronized me at the lowest. I was shaking. Because of the fight 30 minutes ago, and then with these three cops treating me like I was like who provoked the fight. I was the person to blame. So they told me, if you file a complaint, you will back be here tomorrow. Because we are sure he did nothing. So we recommend you go back to your house and maybe make a lovely meal for him. So he calmed himself and you be kind with him. He's a man, you're a woman.
Yeah, if you just treated him differently. But that's how, I mean, it used to be real bad in this country before O.J. Simpson. If this was ever handled before O.J. Simpson, I mean, a lot of things changed after that case, when Nicole Brown Simpson was murdered. A lot of things changed. But prior to that, cops were really bad. If you think this is, bad, it was really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would, just...
In Peru, the domestic violence protection from the police is lousy. Is awful than that we were watching, and they could save her. That's the horrible thing.
Yeah, why didn't they get her mental health outreach or something?
Yes.
I don't know. The police asked me, do you take pills? Are you anxious?
Yeah.
Are you nervous? All was about me. I was.
Did they ask him anything?
Yes, I have a black eye. I have the mouth broke. And they were doubting about me. They one time asked me, call your parents. Or where do you live? We are going to go and talk to him or arrest him or nothing.
Yeah.
So I understand you, Davida. I understand. I think everybody that's looking this and I relate so much with that situation that if I keep on speaking, I maybe started to cry because I have been through this and it's very sad, and I'm so lucky to be a survivor.
Yes. Yeah. And I think this just shows that there has to be a lot more schooling done for authorities and everyone that deals with domestic violence, because clearly, by what we just saw, there has to be more.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't consider anything like, okay, he's locking you out of the van. That's traumatic.
That's
right?
her flipping car.
Yeah, he's putting your backpack on the back. You don't have water. You're working in the car, and he just packs you up and says, okay, you're out of here when you had work to get done, and then we're going to go off and cool off and take your phone.
That.
Come on.
Think about it. Yeah. That's abuse in itself.
That's what I mean.
And the van was hers.
Yes, it's
was her van.
Yeah, and then he tells her, what did she said? He tells her, shut up, like that's okay.
Yeah,
oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they go on fully buddy with the guy, and they were laughing and I don't know, and I don't know what happened before he locked out her off the van. Do you imagine how desperate she would be? And then 3 persons arrived to save her, and then they are mean to her and they scare her more than she was. I left the police station and didn't report an assault because I was scared of the policemen over there.
Well, no, no wonder this chief took a leave of absence Monday, probably knowing this was coming out and what this looked like. Yeah, I better take a leave of absence before this hits.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he took a leave of absence.
I think they reported that today, didn't they?
No, it was Monday.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. But I'm sure he saw this, and I'm surprised if the other guy doesn't go take a leave of absence because he should.
I really think he should.
You know, the case is over the world. It's over here every day in the TV.
I know,
in the
I know.
news.
Even I mean, you know, where is we used to say like nobody knew about if we would get wrapped up in a case, but very few people in our real lives would know about it. This
Yeah.
case is like crossed over both now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my little kids
I
were telling me that. Remember, I told you somebody thought they saw him. The whole thing in the town. That was all through the school today. Everybody kept saying, you know, they saw him in this town. Everybody in school said that to them. They said they saw him in this town.
Yeah, I was saying hi to my sister-in-law on Sunday, and she told me, "Do you know about the Gabby Petito case?"
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. Yeah. I know. Just really, any other case that we thought like was like, oh, but nobody knows about it in the real life. This is just crossed over both.
Yeah. So, sorry. I just want to. I was overwhelmed, really, and I want just to tell a bit of my story.
This is so much worse. I thought, like, you know, sometimes when you watch them, just like in other cases, it's just a little bit of a different angle. It's not really very different, but this is very, very different.
Oh, this speaks volumes. I mean, what we've seen tonight. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they're going to, I'm sure, have to testify when this does go to court.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine?
I hope so.
Can you imagine to look at those parents, knowing what you said and how you sided with him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's terrible.
I
if
hope
I was
so.
that dad man, I'd want to go right at those guys. Oh my God, I want to go at him.
So I don't want to start crying right now. So I just want to share that.
Well, thank God you're okay.
Oh, thanks, Davida. Thank you all.
Yes, thank God.
I will back on chat.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Lisa.
Thank you, Elisa.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Ann.
I bet he had any money, then he would have took her things all the time, and he knew he had no problem then leaving her and taking everything she had. You emailed me something, Amy? Okay, let me see. I'll check it out.
I was hoping that maybe the parents would never have to look at this, but I believe, well, I don't know how it works in court when it does everything go to trial. If he stays alive, that the dad and mom would have to watch this. It would kill me. It would kill me to see this as the mom or dad. It truly would.
I believe this is Nurse of All Trades. Let's see here. Kathy, you sent me an empty email. Not sure what that's about. And who said they sent me something? Amy, did you send it to the right address? Not the Mommy Ramblings one, the truecrimechat.org, please. Hi, Nurse of All Trades, how are you?
Hi, good evening. I wanted to say thank you to Alicia for sharing her story.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
So relatable, and you are so brave, and you are to be commended. And what a beautiful face and smile. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
This video has triggered me so much. To see them take his side like this, and to see them, to look at their smirky, laughing faces while they're interviewing him. It's like a good old boys meeting or something here. I can't believe how awful this video is. It is so much worse, like you said. I wasn't prepared for what I saw.
I know, either was I. I really thought it was just going to be, you know, very, very similar to what we have already seen, and but yeah, no, it's much worse.
It is so much worse, and my thoughts and my prayers certainly go out to her family.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I can't imagine living with this. I really hope that these to me, what should have happened, and I said this in chat, is what should happen in most states that I'm aware of is that somebody goes to jail. You know, when situations like this arise, people are separated, which they've separated them, but somebody goes into the police station.
Well, they do. See, and that's what these guys wanted to do. That's what the guy said, I'm going to cite them. And then this guy said something, and then they said something about putting this to the town hall or something, having it reviewed because they weren't sure. And so he said, well, you could do that, but I'm going to tell you, it could come back on you negatively.
Wow. What a shame that would be.
Right? Yeah. I mean, it's like, and then he even said to that guy, look, would you feel better taking that call? Because they had that call about that other guy. I think it was drunk or something.
Yeah.
And he he said, yeah. And then somehow it changed and he got the guy to see it his way. And big mistake.
Big mistake. And if these guys have any conscience, any soul whatsoever, I sure hope they feel sorry for the rest of their lives, because this is something you cannot take back. You stepped in it big time, gentlemen. You stepped in it big time, and it cost a young woman her life and a family, a loved one. And there's I have no forgiveness for this. You know, none.
The other two, the woman and the other cop that were going, that, said, well, the woman said, I'd rather have it come back negatively on me than make the wrong decision.
Yes, that's right.
And yet she's probably going to feel like I shouldn't have let myself be intimidated by this guy telling me this. And I think the other cop was probably newer and he let himself get intimidated because they both backed down from their decision.
Yep.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. I didn't see the whole video. I wasn't in from the beginning, so I might have missed that. But it is known. You guys know I was married to a police officer, and I understand about how this works. The senior ones do call the shots, and the junior ones definitely, take their lead. And I feel badly for the ones that wanted to do the right thing. Apparently they did, and that didn't happen. And that's something that they're going to have to live with for forever. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm just so sorry. And while it's a good thing that this video is out because it sheds light very clearly on what really happened that day, I feel horrible for anybody that that loves this girl, that would have to see this. And how would you feel if that were your daughter or your sister, and to see her wronged this way? There's no justice in this.
Nope.
I just think that they just need to really investigate it in Moab, and hopefully it'll be truthful. And when and if they obtain this man who so far is on the loose, then maybe they can just fire those guys. They're all got to be fired, even they all do. And maybe then there might be some kind of semblance of justice.
Yeah.
I just cannot believe this.
Me neither.
To me, it was very biased.
It's Utah.
See, it's the point that they thought she was the primary aggressor because they weren't listening, number one. So they thought they were doing her a favor. The one that, by not having her go to jail.
Right.
Right? So he's like, oh, well, how could he hurt him? Oh, he had the whole story, just that she was the primary aggressor. He didn't even talk to the 911 call. He knew from that 911 call, he said it himself, that they thought they were coming to see like a really bad guy. Okay? So what changed? Just because she's saying what she did, and then you got this witness, but, this witness didn't, I mean, it's just, he was just, oh, she's got this, and I don't want to send her to jail, and this and that. So she's not going to hurt him. He was worried about what she's going to do to him.
Yes.
so that he was being a good guy and letting her off the hook. But he missed it totally about the other kinds of abuse and what she said, and that she shrugged off her injuries, but she still had a cut on her face and a scratch, and her arm was hurt, and then he locked her out of the van. That's abuse in itself. And she didn't have water. Yeah, it's just crazy.
There is so much abuse going on. It's insane. They can't see this. Are we not educating our public safety officers about domestic violence and what to look for and what the proper action is to take? We're letting young women and men, for that matter, because men can be abused too, but we're letting people down here. This is unforgivable.
And Amy, is that what you were trying to say? And Amy says the mayor of Moab is a woman.
Really?
Interesting. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters.
But they should have, at the very least, they should have had a mental health outreach.
Yes.
At the very least.
And failing that, they could have taken them both in, separate, and speak to them each about what the situation was and get their story and get some outreach at the police station.
And you know what else? Remember when they asked him in the other, you didn't hear it in this video, but in the other video, when they wanted to take pictures of his injuries, they asked him if he wanted them to call EMS.
Oh, yeah.
But they never asked her, that we've heard.
Yep.
The black and blue on her arm is so apparent.
Yeah.
I have never seen it.
And she said she had a cut on her face and it was stinging, and it was,
She said it hurt when I touch, it's burning.
But they never asked her, do you need EMS? That we heard.
Nope. And I hope they hone in on that.
Oh, there is so much to unpack with this. This will be dissected and I hope to gosh studied, and across the country, law officers and domestic violence counselors, nurses, all of us need to be re-educated on a continuing basis of this. This is a crisis. This is an epidemic. And look how this ended. Just look at what happened here.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a law in her name.
Yes.
I'm sure there will.
It's unfortunate that is always the case, right?
Yep. Always is.
That someone had to die, So
it's the way it always is in this, in this country. Always is. You could see something for 1,000 times. Somebody says something has to be done about that. Something has to be done about that. But then it never is until it's too late.
What's sad is they didn't look beyond what she was saying. When they first walked up to her and asked her, she told them, yeah, he did. And he said, yeah, I see that on your cheek. And he said something, and she goes, it burns. And then he said, your arm. And yet they went ahead and came back. Okay, now what you say is you need to tell me, because no. You see marks on her. You got a call that he was touching her. You don't dismiss that and go to him and make her the one.
I don't know.
The whole thing was asked backwards.
Why do you guys think he turned?
What do you
I
think?
don't know.
Who turned? Brian?
Like that one cop that went up to him.
Oh, that one. Why did he? Because I think he was intimidated. I think he got. We could listen to it again. You hear, because he's kind of intimidated by this other cop, and I think the woman was too, because he just kept saying, "You do what you want," but then every time they said what they were going to do, he said something else. And then when they wanted review, and then he says, "Would you feel better taking this other call?" And it's
respect your elders. Is that the attitude he had?
Kind of like, maybe you don't know. Like, I think he was intimidated. I mean, I'll gladly play that little part again. I mean, I definitely feel that there was intimidation there. I mean, if we go right, it's right about here, because he's like listening in the window over here, and then they go, it's right over here that, let me see.
And Shay says a good point here. She says this is about Gabby, who should still be here alive. They served her no justice, and I'm sorry. She's really upset and triggered. And, you know, so am I. I'm very triggered by this.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have to keep the eye on the fact that this is about Gabby. And what are we going to do in her name in the future so that we don't have another Gabby?
Right. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Let's see what this.
Can't say that I entirely believe it. She openly admitted to me earlier that she was striking him in the arm. He said that she was striking him in the arm.
See, now this cop says she openly admitted to me that she was striking him in the arm, and he said she was striking him in the arm.
He said she was, and that's what caused him to hit the curb. She said that she grabbed her. I might have just too much stuff probably.
No, she said that too, that she started distracting him by hitting him, and that he probably looked at her, and that's why the mark is on the window side. And she said it's her fault that he swerved because she was distracting him by hitting him.
Okay, so then she says, yeah, she said she was distracting him by hitting him, and that's why he swerved. That's why he hit the curb.
But she said she didn't try to hurt him. It wasn't malicious. She thought that he wasn't listening to her.
So assault is an attempt with unlawful force or violence to do bodily injury to another. The code for bodily injury, the definition says, bodily injury is infliction of pain or physical impairment or illness. So you can go. Now I'm recording, and society and the judges and everyone can judge me for this. I am looking.
See, he says, he makes sure he knows that my camera's on. Society and the judges can judge me for this.
Looking at a 110-pound female and her fiance who have no means to be separated. He doesn't want to pursue it. She's not a threat to him, more than slight abrasions from her fingernails. I don't care if we use the actual letter of the law to not charge, but I also don't care because it literally does possibly make perfect sense to go full-on domestic assault and do the whole thing.
Okay, so at first he says he doesn't talk about anything happening to her. I don't think this 110-pound girl is going to be a danger to him other than her fingernails. Okay, but nothing about her at all. And then he says, and he also doesn't care if you want to bring it on full-on domestic, assault.
This is your opportunity to make the decision.
Let's do this.
I support you either way.
Let's do this. Taking your advice, let me do crime report on this. Won't charge right now. Won't cite her for it right now. We'll send it off to the county attorney. City attorney, because it is a female. Send it off to the city attorney. Let them screen it and make a decision.
See, now he says, listen, I'm taking your advice, but I'm going to do a crime report. We'll send it off to the city attorney and let them screen it. Okay, that's what he said.
If you send it to the city attorney and they strongly disagree with your decision and they throw a complete fit, you might hear about it in a very negative way.
Right.
So I would make a decision yourself.
I'd rather be dinged for a decision I made than a decision I didn't make.
Okay, see what he says? He says, this could come back on you really negatively. I think you should make the decision yourself. And then the woman says, I'd rather be, taken down for a decision that not the one that I didn't make, have something come negatively that I gave this to them. Okay? And so...
Especially if they think you're completely negligent in your decision. Why give it to them?
Why give it to them?
The only reason to give it to them is if you're not sure if you have enough for something, then you want them to decide if they have enough. So
now look at this. See, that if you look at that guy, the cop's face right there, he looks completely a fish out of water. He doesn't know what to do. He's totally, and so is the woman. And anybody that can see this, and this guy, they're looking at him for direction, but also, he's saying they can do something, but his language and everything is telling them what he wants them to do. Even though
you're right. Intimidation.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. If we need to go all the way to jail, or whatever we need to do, all the way down to
guys out.
Go ahead. I better go on that. You got this?
I'm making this decision. I'm going to cite them.
Okay. He goes, you got this? He goes, yeah. I'm making this decision. I'm going to cite them. Now watch.
Okay. Would you feel more comfortable handling that guy?
And do you hear what he says? He says, I'm making this decision. I got it. I'm going to cite them. We're going to go all through the process. Okay? And this guy says, would you feel better handling that other guy that they just got the call on, which I believe was a intoxicated male somewhere, okay? So he tells him, you make this decision. And then when this guy makes this decision, which would have been the right one, he then tells him, would you feel more confident go handle that other call?
Well, and he was telling them all along, okay, this is your call. You do what you need to do. But he had always backtracked.
Yeah.
And then when he'd say that, he would say, but.
Right.
It's
like when you have a kid and they're, you really want them to choose something at the store and you're trying to get them and they're going for it, but then they're going for the other thing and you're trying to steer them away to the thing that they, right? That's what it's kind of like. I'm telling you, you can make the decision, but I'm going to keep pointing out things that are going to make you want to go for whatever I'm steering you towards.
Make the decision, but make sure it's the right one.
Yeah.
And make sure it's the one I'm telling you.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what.
Handle that guy.
Do I handle that guy?
I go handle that guy.
Okay.
If you're more comfortable.
Well, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other.
It's up to you.
I mean, it's a headache whether I go left or it's a headache whether I go right.
Another option is to not charge them but separate for the night. If they find themselves together again, what is it to you? You separated them. You provided for his safety. If he doesn't have enough sense to stay away and you got him separated, it's on him.
See, if he doesn't have enough sense to stay away, it's on him. Never thinking that she might be the one that's in danger.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't babysit them all night unless they're in jail. So it's up
And she says something like, you can't babysit them all night.
to them
You can separate them and say, don't let this go off till tomorrow. If they don't let it go off and we hear about it, we'll hear about it.
They're camping in the park tonight. We'll let you know.
And if there's some fighting going on, you already was Mr. Nice Guy. You already gave him a chance. What you can't do by law is separate someone and say, if we hear from you again, we're going to arrest one of you. Because then if one of them really needs help, they may not call police and get help. The law says you cannot, literally, you may not say, if we get more problems with you guys tonight, one of you is going to jail. You can't threaten them like that. If it's true, because it will stop someone from wanting to call the police to get help. Does that make sense?
Right.
So go full or nothing or in between and separate them and kind of give them the nod, the wink, like, hey, just stay separated. It's up to you.
Kind of give them the nod or the wink. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
Like, stay separated, yeah, but we know you're not, kind of thing.
Yep. I heard that.
I'm going to go handle that. You got very capable help with you here, and I trust you. Call me if you have any problems.
So that's it, and then he just goes ahead and does the other thing. But yeah, that's not good.
The other cop didn't want to have to drive, as he said at the beginning, all the way downtown,
Oh, God forbid.
Right,
He
yeah.
didn't want to do that. He did not want to do any of that. And if they would have filed charges, they would have gone down.
Mm-hmm.
They would have had to go to the jail.
And and again, they're thinking that they're saving her from jail instead of, because they just have her as the aggressor and she's not in any danger. And, what could she really do to him? And it's just ridiculous.
I just don't get why he flipped like that. I understand why he flipped, but I can't wrap my head around the fact that he did flip.
Yeah, it's better. She would have been better off in jail. Hindsight is sure 2020.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Carolyn, Amy's trying to get
Yeah, I'm
in
checking
there.
the new email. Yeah, I just saw that. Let me see. Oh, is this okay? Yeah, I did get that email from you. Okay. Yeah, I know about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
True crime curator. It's right. Protect and serve, unless it's too much work.
Yes, unless it's 100 degrees, because
Yeah.
that's what it was that day.
And make sure you hydrate while she's sitting in that back wanting some water.
And I don't feel like driving all over Utah to deal with, what did he call it? A slap fight?
Yeah,
Yeah,
look,
slap fight. Yeah.
slap fight. Oh, my
I
head.
wonder if he
hurts.
still calls it a slap fight.
Exactly.
More like a slap down. I mean, it's horrible.
When he loses his job, he'll know.
I'm not sure what this is that she's.
Well, we can only hope.
No,
Yeah.
this is the second Utah case that I have followed as closely as this. And this is the second time the police were in. I don't know if it has to do with their upbringing or the way the Mormon religion in general looks upon women, but this is the second case where the cops got the whole thing really wrong from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Susan Powell.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were-
Susan Powell, that happened up here where I live.
Yes,
Yep.
they just got, I mean, he blew up himself and his two kids, and nobody still knows where she is. It's just unbelievable. They didn't want to arrest him. They let him leave the state. It was just crazy.
Total bungle.
Just sickening.
And
The whole
like
thing is
like this state, but Wyoming is not at fault because it wasn't known at the time he left what had happened.
Yeah.
But Florida has to answer for the fact that if and when he did get to his parents' house, what did he do? What did they watch? They didn't watch him at all.
Well, yeah, the Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd had some words to say about that.
Oh,
today.
I wish Grady Judd had been in that. Oh, God, I wish he was. God.
Right. I mean, that there's so many. Not only you have Moab, you have Northport. I mean, it's just crazy. And if it's true that the FBI did not look at that campground, I mean, we as lay people and internet detectives saw that in the dirt website. Okay, if they really didn't go there until the bounty hunter went there, there's a real problem. Okay,
There's a real problem. Well, and like I said the day it happened, Carolyn, I remember calling you and I was so ticked and said I would be at the front of the line.
Yeah.
Why they did not bring him in for questioning. He left out of state, thousands of miles away, has her car, comes back. She's not there. At least you can ask him. But they didn't even try to get a hold of him.
Mm-hmm.
And now look where he is. We don't know.
Well, it wasn't, they didn't know she was gone. For 10 days before, while he was home.
Yeah.
They didn't know she was gone. So I don't know whether the neighbors actually saw him or not. I personally don't think he ever made it to that house. He couldn't be that stupid to go to the house, but maybe because he thought nobody knows anything yet, he went. But they didn't trail him.
Yeah.
See, that Grady Judd said he would have detained him after learning he returned from Florida in his fiance's van without her.
That's what I'm saying.
Right?
Yes.
But here's the thing. I'm thinking he wasn't even at that house at that time. The father went there on the 10th, and then the police were called again there on the 11th when they picked up the van. They didn't see Brian. I guarantee he wasn't even there at that point. But
I don't think he was there at all.
Right. But if this was this sheriff, Judd, he would have demanded to see him. And if he didn't see him and they couldn't tell him where he was, he would have said he's missing then.
Yes.
Not, all those days later. not
Yeah.
on the 17th.
That's what I mean.
Okay. So yeah, because he said I would have detained him after learning he returned to Florida in his fiance's van without her. Police are searching. Let's see. And just this one, I can tell you, at this sheriff's office, when he showed up with her car and she was no place to be found, we would have never let him out of our custody that day. Other
Yep.
than that, I'm not sure where their investigation is.
And that's what I thought from the very beginning. It was ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Do you folks think that his parents are helping him or have been helping him?
Oh yeah,
I personally do.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
I do.
Somebody's helping him.
Mm-hmm.
I think they know. I think they're helping him. Yes, I do.
I just, that's a point that keeps coming through my mind is he's being helped here or has been.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think his parents, I don't even know how they can, it's ridiculous. I mean, they're just, I want to hear those 911 calls when she calls when Dog, the bounty hunter's pounding on the door.
I'd love to hear that.
I can't wait to hear that. I really can't, because I want to hear, they're just like robots.
Yep.
And she's
I think
sitting
it's
in the car like
despicable.
this as they're pulling out today, holding the brim of her hat.
Yeah.
It's
despicable that her family, when they did start calling them, do you know anything? And they would not even answer them.
Mm-mm. Yeah, that was, I don't
Shame on them.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Shame on them.
Yeah. This is, it's nuts. I mean, just nuts.
Yeah, it's.
I'm trying to see what Brian Enton is saying here because
I'd like to know what he. I'm sorry. Did I?
No. I'm just pulling this up. See, Brian Enton said this new body cam. So I think he's very upset about it too. He said, "This is so sad watching it now." Okay, and it's just, yeah, really, really bad.
I can't wait to see what KSL says about this.
My husband just made a good point. Brian Laundrie is probably abusive because his dad is, just by observation of his parents are acting. Someone said.
When was this new police tape or police cam?
Today.
Today. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's brand new. Yeah.
I'm in Texas visiting my grandson, so I have been out of touch.
Yeah, no, it just came out.
Oh wow. So I came on at the right night.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, a lot of things. I mean, I just, sometimes everything hits at once. There's like so many things happening between this and there's stuff with Daybell case and with, they think they found Xavier Harrelson, right? They found a body that seems to have clothing that matches that little boy that was missing. So much stuff.
Morphe's girlfriend?
Yeah, that was last night. But then there's also other stuff with Daybells going on. Something with Lori's brother. The other one saying that he knew the kids were dead when Lori wasn't answering. And then there was an unexpected hearing with Chad. And just everything's just like, it's like flying through today. I don't know. And then this came out and it was just like, what? But when I saw this, I said, wow, this has to be shown because this is bad.
Well, it's kind of good that I came on. My daughter went to bed early with her son, so I'm like, let's see what's going on Mommy Ramblings.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's like it exploded.
Yeah, I know. I think this is really, we thought the other one was bad. This is really bad, and I see why he took a leave of absence. The chief, yeah. He knew this was coming out, and
wow.
I'm trying to see if anything else happened here at the house. Oh, and then they had the FBI show up and take some samples out of the camper, out of the house. Look, some people say they took blood out of the parents. They finally released, I think they're getting ready for the criminal charges because they seem to be dotting I's and crossing T's now. Like putting out the police reports because a lot of people didn't know. Every time I said something about that, the September 10th police incidents that happened at the house, they'd say, oh, I never heard anything about that. But today they finally released it, the very and it's completely redacted, but at least it's up there that they had these calls. And then all 3 from the 11th, even though they're redacted, are now there. And I think they're getting things ready to get this arrest warrant for criminal charges. That's what I think.
Any news on the autopsy yet?
No, but I think that's what this is all is for. All of these DNA samples they're getting, that's not for tracking him. Okay? When they went in there with that cooler bag, that's all about stuff from the crime scene on her body, et cetera, and putting something together. They've probably already filed the arrest warrant. We saw how long it took to get, stuff to go through the last time. They started filing stuff on the 14th, and it didn't get out until when? Well, it was like days and days later, so... They're probably...
This won't bode well for him.
No.
Good.
No. So, I mean, it's just, and his parents...
You might be right.
I thought something, too, with his parents leaving today, because they had already been to Walmart. They already got their groceries delivered. Like, where did they have to go? So I figured it was, I don't know, if it was some kind of official business, maybe. And then everything started to come down.
Wow. Okay. Well, call me updated. I'm going to sign off here and make room for somebody else to come in and chat for a while. Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome.
So appreciated. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. What happened?
Bye-bye.
Data fell off too?
Do you want me to go?
No, not at all. I can have 100 people up here. You don't have to ever have to get off for space. I can have 100.
Great.
Yeah. No problem.
My first time to getting through.
Oh, I know you tried that other time and it didn't go through for you. Yeah.
But I've been wanting to call for 3 years.
For 3 years. Wow. You're persistent.
Well, I work myself up and then I say, oh, don't bother. You're going to get, what are you going to talk about?
They're all going to laugh at you. Did you have that one?
Yes, I had that one.
Yeah.
But I hope you're right. I think they're going to wait a little longer, maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're getting all their ducks in a row here to do this right, and I think that maybe if the parents are holding something out, and then the subpoenas coming through, what they can find out with the phones, because like I said in the earlier video today, this phone that was left, he got that on the 4th. So if that was truly his primary phone, he should have a history on that phone up till the 14th when he left. Right? So if they don't see searches, if this phone just looks so pristine, that should raise red flags that's not, that was intentionally bought. But how could they think that they can't subpoena, even if he doesn't have his phone records now, right? And I don't know how it works. Okay, if you have the burner phone and it's not connected to an account and it's not connected to a service, if it's bought, let's say, on the dark web or somewhere where there's no trace of a receipt or anything, how can like someone was saying, well, they could go through phone pings in the air and okay, this belongs to that, but that would take forever in a day. Okay, because you're talking about all the people that have burner phones just because they're having an affair or they're a drug dealer, right? Mm. So how would they then get the records for that burner phone if there are no records of a purchase of it?
It doesn't matter because I read last night, and I know from working at Verizon that each burner phone, the phone number assigned to it is the account number. So all they have to do is trace back the purchase date and see the phones, all the different account numbers.
Yeah, but what I mean is, let's say he got that somewhere on the black market, okay?
Oh, then that's another story.
And there's no record of it. You know what I'm saying? How would they know what number is his if they tried to? Somebody was saying like they'll do like a process of elimination, and
They would have had to start on that already.
yeah, and try to figure out what is what. But you know, there's probably so many with burner phones, not because they killed someone, but because maybe, like I said, they're having an affair or they're, selling drugs or whatever they're doing. And I don't know. So I wonder about that. But his other phone now, he's got to have evidence on that phone. And they know the number of his other phone, obviously.
Then they have everything.
To get that and what was going on the 30th, the 31st, the 1st, when he was going back to Florida and up to the 4th, what happened to that phone?
What happened to her phone?
Right, her phone, they should have all the information from that as well. Now, he could have went in there and think he erased everything, but they can get that all back. You know, and I wonder if he did like a factory what happens if somebody does a factory reset on a phone? They can still get all the information back?
Yeah, you're talking about hard copy.
Well, like some pictures, like sometimes, like, okay, like my phone, for example, it'll say I don't have any more space on my iCloud or something. So it won't save certain things, like the things are only in my phone. They're not on an iCloud. What if something like that and a factory reset, if it's only on your phone, then it's gone. If the phone's gone and they can't recover it with a disk or something.
Is her phone a burner phone too? No.
No.
Her phone was a regular.
Right, but I'm saying, yes, they can pull back whatever on an iCloud or something.
Right, but even if they do a factory reset on the phone, it doesn't affect the content of the server.
Right, but I'm saying, what if it does? What if it's your iCloud or whatever you have for an Android is too full, and so it's only saving some things on your phone? Do you know what I mean? Have you ever had that? I have that all the time. It says my iCloud is full.
I don't know. iCloud, I guess you're talking about
iPhones.
The cloud, right?
Yeah.
I'm Android, but no, they could still, even though this phone's saying whatever it says, if there are certain things that are being saved directly to the phone, you're right, those are gone.
Right, that's what I mean. So how do we know how much, you can pay for extra storage, but they may not pay for extra storage, Danielle, right? So if they didn't, and there's things there, and they destroy that phone, those things are gone forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other stuff, yeah, they can get anything that's record of phone calls or texts. But though the text messages, they have to be subpoenaed because like anybody can go in and they'll tell you this number texted that number, but you have to get the transcript that has to be subpoenaed. And let's see. But
I'm waiting for all of those subpoenas to come out now. Just letting them all come out, start hitting that family, bam, 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 we want this, bam, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what I think they're going to put pressure on the parents, like, okay, you haven't been forthcoming with this, that, or the other thing, and now he's got criminal charges, okay? Now he's got an arrest warrant out for murder, okay? This is what I'm thinking is going to happen. And so you're going to still keep, aiding and abetting him? Is your daughter or your cousins or your aunt, whatever, your aunts and uncles, they can't benefit from that law. Cousins can't benefit from that law. So what, I don't know.
I think that they really should apply a lot of pressure. These people have been coddled for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah, it is.
I understand the First Amendment. I understand the Second Amendment. I understand it's their call. But you want to lawyer up that fast? Well, then you're going to be sitting for a long time being watched. And you're going to be we're going to bring you in. We're going to harass you. And we can. Yeah. And they didn't. Why didn't he? Well, the little police department that didn't do anything. But the FBI,
Well, and here's the other thing, okay? So the father went down there, and when we see those reports and see what happened there, because like, I just can't believe they could ignore him. I really don't. Because I told my daughter, if that would have been me, you know, and you think the bounty hunter was pounding on that door, I would have taken that door down.
Yeah.
I would have said I really don't care, because at that point, if I haven't spoken to my daughter in like 15 days, and her boyfriend is back with her van and is not talking to me, I've got to figure it's something pretty dang bad, right? And I'm not going to care at that point. I'll go right through, like, and they have like this little dingy, what is it, like a screen little area. I would just go right through the freaking screen.
Oh, yeah.
And then I would kick down the door. I really would, because I'm a nut like that when it comes to my kids, and I would do that. So yeah, and I mean, how her father, like, I don't even understand how they got when we see the report of, I don't think he would take, you know, them not saying a word to him. But like, how did they react to that? Like, and how come the neighbors didn't hear about that? Because that had to be some freaking commotion over there on the 10th and the 11th. Right? Their houses are right on top of each other. If they had 2 police calls on the 10th and then 3 on the 11th, why aren't we hearing more about that?
Joe was down there?
Oh, yeah, on the 10th. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was a phone conversation.
Mm-mm. He went there.
Because I'm from New York City, as you can hear in this accent, that when I get angry, you can hear.
Yeah.
And I'm from Brooklyn. And I would go through the screen, through the door, whatever you want to put in front of me.
Through her pool screen. I was like, you're not going to answer? I would be nuts. You're not going to answer me? You're going to answer me. I would just be, that was it.
As we used to say in the old days, she's a cop caller. So you know what that means? She called the cops right away, and I would love it. I would give anything to go down there.
Yeah, if that was, you know, my kid and they're not answering, and they have I just don't even understand how they could not answer the phone. It's kind of like, you know, you think you're going to ignore us? Really? You're going to ignore us? Oh my gosh. I don't even understand how they could even think that they could get away with that.
Did Gabby's family know about the Moab incident?
Not at that time.
Not when she didn't call them?
He didn't know, but the mother, see, that's the other thing. She was in the car and they said she was on the phone with her parents, which since Joe didn't know, you would think it was her mother and stepfather.
Right.
But Joe says he didn't know about it, okay? Now, when did he know about it? And was she really on the phone with her mom? Because we haven't heard about that either. I
think there's a problem. There's a little bit of a problem. Maybe they knew and they didn't take it seriously. Her mother didn't take it seriously either. I don't know. I'm not judging those people. They've got a cross right now to bear.
Yeah. It could also be the daughter too. Like, you know, daughters are stubborn. My daughter, like, if I told her to come home or something, she could downplay the whole incident, you know, just like she did to the cops. She could do it to the mother. Who knows what she's been telling the mother? If she could do it if she wanted to protect the boyfriend. And
see how upset she is, though?
What?
She's so upset. I don't know how
but
you
she didn't. But maybe she didn't do that to the mother. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the mother thought she's so upset because the cops are there. But who knows? I just know that if my daughter wants to do something, and I say no, my daughter will dig her heels in 10 times more.
Oh, boy.
She'll come in hindsight and say, you were right about that, or you were right about this. But you know that if they want to be with someone, or, you know, the more you interfere, especially in a relationship, you just drive them that much closer to that person.
Right.
So
I just hope when they viewed this.
Yeah, he lives in Vero Beach. See, Sammy Neiman says her father lives in Florida. In Vero Beach, not very far from the Laundries.
Well, he moved down there because she was there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he moved down there or when, but yeah, I don't
He
know.
said that on Dr. Phil.
Did he say it on Dr. Phil? Okay.
I think he did. I think it was Dr. Phil. He wanted to be closer to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the day before. It was the 10th. I said this in the timeline. A lot of people said they didn't hear about it. And then today the reports came out on Twitter. But yeah, they called them public service incidents. There were 2 of them on the 10th, public service incidents. And then the next day, the police were called 3 times. And that's when she was reported missing. And that's when they took that van away.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't see him at that time. So I think that's also why the parents probably were trying to talk to their attorney, because if they would come out, they'd say, well, where the freak is Brian, right? Where is he? I think he was long gone. And that's why I'd like to talk to those neighbors and say, well, you said you saw him. Did you see him after that camping trip?
Yes, they said that he was mowing the lawn. I don't believe that that's who they saw, and I don't believe they've got the day straight. Maybe.
See,
but
did
I
they
don't believe
say,
he was
because
there.
I went back and looked at that. They didn't say that I saw after. They said after he got home from the trip. After the first, they saw him mowing the lawn once and taking a bike ride. But they didn't specify whether it was after that camping trip. And I don't think it was after. I think it was before.
Yeah, I do too.
I think it was before. Yeah. Hey, Susan.
If in fact that's who they saw.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it just, you think they would have seen more because it's such a little neighborhood, and there have to be like nobody has cameras. Nobody, I don't know.
The people across the street can certainly see a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, but how about, like surveillance cameras, security cameras?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have them nowadays, especially living like down there and stuff. I don't know.
The FBI would have, well,
Oh, they'd have it. Yeah, I'm sure they have it.
But wouldn't they have asked anyone with a camera?
Oh, yeah. They'll go door to door, just like you saw on the police cam in the Watts case, where they went door to door and said, you have cameras, anything that you could tell us about. But
the Duelist case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same thing.
Yep. Any case now, they're going to go around and ask for cameras. But I just can't believe nobody saw them. That's why I'm saying I think he's gone long before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's too much time. And what about all that police activity? They don't live in the middle of nowhere. They live in a very close neighborhood. So you're having all those police there, and they're towing a van, and people aren't like that. What is that bewitched neighbor? The one that's always looking, what's her name?
Gladys?
Yeah. Looking outside and be like, what's going on? Right. I don't know. I think they'd hear you over in that neighborhood if you raised your voice.
They'd hear me.
Yeah, they'd hear me too. What is she yelling about again? Okay. But I don't know. I just can't believe, unless people did come forward and they said, just stop, don't say anything.
I admit that could be. I mean,
but how could they not? And then the way people talk on social media, it didn't get out that, oh my gosh, yeah, they had the police here and this was going on, that was going on. I don't know. But those parents, they're becoming more and more of a target. I would be scared to death if I was them that someone's going to light the house on fire at night.
That's what I was thinking about last night.
Because they're becoming, people are just hating them.
They was thinking that with the bullhorn, they didn't like that. Wait till their house goes on fire. Let's see if they like that.
Because they're infuriating people because they're not saying anything, and even through their attorney, what he's saying, such little sound bites, and it's
and mumbo jumbo. That released today was just mumbo jumbo.
Yeah. And he
About
gave the
the,
run
you know-
dates first. He said the phone was bought on the 14th, and now it's the 4th, and and them telling them about that whole crap about that reserve trip and stuff. And why can't you get the cameras from the parking lot? Because they've got to have cameras in the parking lot of that reserve. Did Brian drive that car there? Did he get out of the car? Who really picked the car up? I mean, what? It doesn't. It's infuriating.
Is there any way to find out if a grand jury's been convened on this case?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I truly think that something's going to happen really soon with more charges. Because I think that's why they're getting all these samples. The other day they got more, they picked up samples, last week? And now they're probably just, like I said, they probably have stuff filed. I think so. And I think that's really going to turn up the heat on him. Because right now he's just wanted for credit card fraud.
Oh, yeah, that's...
But
Cliff.
I think, they want to get that, the warrant on him for something a lot more. And, and where the freak is he hanging out? He's got family all over, up and down the East Coast. He's got them in the West,
Somebody's got to do a lot of walking. The FBI has got to start looking at everything. Because I don't think they looked at everything.
All right.
And
Well, if
that's
the
them.
FBI, I'm telling you, if the FBI didn't already look at that campsite, and for crying out loud, we found it through the dirt account they had, okay, and the FBI has people that scour social media for them, okay, and are supposed to go through all this stuff. How could they miss that? Then I mean, there really a lot of heads have to roll if that's wow.
I don't know how big, I mean, are they out of Miami? Is this FBI out of Miami? Is the field office the only one? Because-
No, well, FBI Denver was handling that stuff up there, and then I mean, whatever field office this is that's handling this, that they're really botching it big time if they didn't go there. Nanette wants to know, how did Gabby's parents know she wasn't there? How did Gabby's parents know she wasn't there? Oh, I think they at least told them that through the attorney.
What do you mean? When?
They said, how did Gabby's parents know that she wasn't at the house? If her van was there and they hadn't heard from her.
That's what happened on the 10th.
Right. That they weren't getting an answer or whatever, and I guess they called the police, and through the police, that somebody must have issued something, the lawyer, that she's not here.
I don't know if the lawyer would even tell them. Why would he care? Why would he bother? Maybe he might have told they didn't even have a lawyer then.
No, they issued that stupid statement that they are going to just stay in the background of the search and hope that, she's Miss Petito is found.
Oh, God. It just gets worse every time.
Yeah. And I think they're just telling the parents, because that's why they, no questions about that, because I don't think they could even handle answering those questions without, getting infuriated. And that's kind of the same way like what they did with Patrick Frazee, when they just kept telling the mother just to say, everything's all right. You thought, because he wasn't charged either at that point, Patrick Frazee. And that's crazy. So there's completely.
That's a sick case.
Yeah, I mean, but this is just. I think it's just because everybody thinks these parents are so smug that they're just going to ignore everything. And how do they think that if they're, number one, they're business owners, so their business is gone, right? Their income's gone. They're not going to live in that neighborhood because they're completely hated. I don't even know how they have not cleaned out the garage, because that would be the biggest motivator to clean out the freaking garage, because I wouldn't want to go out in my driveway and get in the car every time. Right? I would say we've got to be able to pull a vehicle in the garage and get in and out of the garage so that nobody sees us. But they park the truck out far, so they have to walk out there, and every time they do, the cameras come around, people start screaming. Well, boy, if that's not a motivator to clean out your freaking garage, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I don't know how they live in the house. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. It might take a cocktail, a Molotov cocktail, to change their minds.
I just want to hear those 911 calls. Because I can't even imagine what those parents are like. I don't know. Like I said to somebody, I'm telling you, I said, Cindy and Ronnie Watts must be sitting there and going, wow, I didn't think it was possible, but we may not be the most hated in America anymore. I mean, it's just crazy. It's insane. I can't even believe that they think that they can get away with it like this. And someone said if their son is really missing, right, why aren't they out there talking about their son being missing? Why wouldn't they say, well, we don't know what happened, and I don't know, but now our son is missing? Like, they're not even... That's what's so unbelievable about it. They're not looking for their son. They're not... Right? They just sit in their house. And
they're pretending.
Yeah. So if their son was really missing and really had nothing to do with this, and whatever this was, why aren't they even talking about that? You think they're just as sick as he is. They love taunting the public. Yeah. I think they are. I don't think they have any feelings. They're so I don't know. It's crazy.
I can't imagine the size of a man that Joe is, banging on that door, not breaking it, number one. And number two, looks like he could break the house apart.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe he was never, I don't know. I have no idea until we see the report of really what happened there. Who knows? They know he left her out there in the wilderness and now she's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, and he really left her out there.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
That's why I think they're holding up the cause of death. Manner and cause of death.
No, they gave the manner, yeah, just the cause. And yeah, I think they're not saying that because they don't want to say anything yet. I show the parents also a condo. I show the parents also own a condo, but I do not know how to look at it properly. I sent you an email. Will you take a look? Okay. Did you send it to True Crime? Oh, let me see. Trying to see. For some reason, it's not okay. Image. Yeah, we've seen that there are properties listed for them. Let me see. But that is let me see here.
Do you think he's still in Florida, Carolyn?
Okay, so I I don't think so. I think he's out of there. And I definitely know he was not in that reserve. So, okay, they have, let's see, in this public records, that's Saybrook Manor. That is Laundrie Christopher Roberta, and then Wheeler John Michael Trust, Revocable Living Trust, Unit 40, and then another property in the country club, okay, with an Applegate Lisa. Okay, and this is public record. I'm going to pull this over. I know people are going to be like, oh, you're doxing people. This is public record, people. Okay? So here's what it's looking. Christopher Roberta, then you have John Michael Wheeler, and then a Revocable Living Trust on this Unit 40 Saybrook Manor. Then you have another Christopher Roberta and Lisa B. Applegate. Here, Charlotte County Country Club, Unit 2, Northport. And then them again with Samaro Leo, Samaro Karen. And same place, Charlotte Country Club. Then another deed with Groff David, Groff Pamela. So these are their deeds now. Okay, so hold on. This is a deed between them. So are they selling this? So you have to look at this now. These could be who they're selling to or buying from. And then you have a Laundrie Chris. This is... So they do look like they buy and sell properties. And then this is Capital Bank, Bank of Venice. Here, another thing. Yeah, so they're definitely like they're trading around properties here. What year is this from to? Your image.
So there's money there.
There's a warranty deed. Okay, so it says made July 30th, 2021 by Christopher and Roberta, whose address is 4343 Ravasso, to John Michael Wheeler. Okay. Which terms grantor shall include. Okay. So this is a condominium, Unit 40, Saybrook Manor. Witness. The grantor here sets their hands and seals the day. Christopher Laundrie, Roberta Laundrie, signed, sealed, delivered. So this was July 30th, 2021.
What does that mean?
For and in consideration of the sum of $10. So this money was, this was transferred for the sum of $10. This almost sounds like a quit claim deed or quick claim deed, right? For the sum of $10. What is this about? Who knows about this in the audience? Where's our audience here? Let me see. Who knows about this stuff? Explains them having a real estate attorney on retainer. Candy Smith says. We're just looking at some stuff here. Alley Cattails, well, somebody sent the official records right here. So put in their name Laundrie, and all of this came up. So just wondering what's going on here. Let's see the second one here. When was this? What date was this on? This is the 16th day of March. In consideration of the sum of $10, why are these changing hands for $10? This is just is this just the deed recording course? Because sometimes when you have a divorce, you sell a house to your spouse for $1 in the quitclaim deed, right? But this is not that.
Tax evasion.
What,
I don't know.
I'm confused about what we're actually looking at here. It says in the top left 140. Okay, wait, where's that? 980. Doc stamp deed 980. Top left, consideration 140. Okay. All right, so they are selling okay, gotcha. All right. And then you've got 980 here, 140. $10 here. Okay. And then we got another one. So that was July, March, January of 2020. This one, 128,000. Leo Samard and Karen Samard, husband and wife. Okay, and this one is two them. Okay, so after the screening company has approval has been given for Christopher and Roberta Laundrie to take possession at 51 as of closing date. So they bought this one, okay? So this is one they bought. The other two they sold. Okay, now is this... Okay, this is the one they sold. Look, they bought this in January and they sold it in March of the next year. They bought it for, it was 128 and they sold it for 140, was that? And they sold it for 140. Okay, and then this one, when did they buy this one? They bought this one over here. Let's see when that was. They bought this one in 2015. Okay. And they bought it for, where's our amount here? Special warranty deed. Where's the consideration on this one? I don't see it on this one, do you?
I can't even read that.
Huh. Let's see this one. That's interesting. I don't see that one. And then this one is the Magnolia. And then this Magnolia is sold over here, so...
You think he's there?
No,
He's not
no,
one of
no,
these
no, no,
properties?
no, because most of these are sold. But they look like they are dealing, this is probably another buying and selling as part of their income. Okay, because these are all, here this one is bought, this Magnolia Park, and then it's sold. This is bought in 2014 and it was sold in 2018. This unit 40 was bought 2015 and it was sold in 2021. This one, this Port Charlotte, this one changed hands. That was purchased in 2015 and it was, looks like it was sold, someone's here, so let me see.
But how much are they making on this stuff?
Well,
Is it worth it?
I mean, the other one, there was one, they bought it for 128 and sold it for 140, like what was it, a year and a half later? Who's here? I heard somebody here, but I can't see the person. Oh, Davida.
Okay, Jeremy called.
Do you know what's going on with all these transfers of these properties?
No. What's going on? Something new developed since
I don't know. Yeah, somebody sent some stuff in the public records, and then I looked it up, and I don't know what. It looks like they're selling. So okay, so everything is sold. So they don't really have. This is sold. Then this was purchased. But it was sold again right there. So, who dropped off?
I don't know.
Oh.
Whose property sold?
Well, Regina and Christopher were buying and selling properties, it looked like. Was one property in Naples. Well, they have that. Remember, Michael Laundrie lives in Naples. Remember that?
As in Italy?
No, Florida.
Oh, let's see. Okay.
Yeah, remember that, Kathy?
Yes.
That the uncle, I think he's...
Right.
The uncle, no, I think he's the first cousin of Christopher, because he's not the brother.
Right.
But there is a Michael that lives, that deals with the insurance, remember?
Mm-hmm,
In Naples.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, so, yeah. Again, people, these are public records for people. Oh my gosh, she's doxing again. Okay. You wonder if they inherited the Naples, which Naples property? I wonder if they sold any of those places to relatives. It doesn't look like it from the names, but let me see what else was sent to me over here. Florida, Directory, Crystal, yeah, I have that. The county office. Let's see. Basso. Laundrie. Special warranty deed. Buyer. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's they definitely look like they're, buying and selling properties.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll move now.
Oh, they have to move.
Well, I can't imagine them not.
They can't. How could they live there? I don't even know how that's not the incentive, like I said, to clean out your garage.
Yeah.
Because why do you want to get in the go all the way out in the driveway and get in the car every time you go somewhere?
Right.
Your eyes are bad. You can't even use special emoji things. Oh, sorry, Susan.
Sorry. Gosh, I just wonder when they're finally going to get that idiot.
Yeah, but I think they're getting things lined up to get the
I do
warrant
too.
out.
I do too, because a lot of times when they get quiet is when things
Stuff
are
is
really
happening, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking. They're getting very quiet. You know, it's like the quiet before the storm.
Mm-hmm. Their jobs besides juicer services, I don't think there are many now. Before she worked, you know, back in New York, but down in Florida, I think that probably in the properties is what they do.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not going anywhere to a job or anything, and you know, as he retired, he is what is he? 62. She's 50. What is she? 55.
I think she's in her late 50s, isn't she?
55. I think 56.
Yeah.
Calm before the storm. Yeah, Amy. I think they're getting. I think because we don't know, they'll have stuff filed for days.
They'd be stupid to say anything. You know, I mean, it could really mess up their case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So although we don't think, come on, you know, but they're working behind the scenes.
Yeah, I doubt that, Karen H. But still, put some stuff in the shed or something and pull your car in the garage. But I mean, yeah, better to see them get in and out. But who would, you know, who would want that?
Yeah.
They both work from home now, Rob, with that juicer service.
She does look old.
Well, they've aged like just in the time. They're just like,
Yeah.
but they're yeah. 762, 762, 8675 309.
Well, that's my number.
Jenny. So, how was your day at work today?
Busy.
It doesn't seem like it's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday.
I
Wow.
know.
My son's girlfriend's going to Switzerland tomorrow.
Wow.
I know, for
Quite
work.
the traveler.
I know, for work though. And I'm like, okay. For like 6 days, I think he said. Bring me back some chocolate. Okay.
Yeah. Where's Scooter?
I don't know where Scooter is. Nutsy Mom. They bought in a bag today. What if it is something for the parents to identify as his? They brought that cooler bag, and it almost looked like they had DNA kits on top of it.
But what would they be doing checking stuff like that in the house?
Yeah, I think they went to get samples from the parents. I think
okay.
I think the lawyer's just lying. And they definitely brought a specimen cup out to the camper. Yeah. Hey, Terry. But
Yeah, I think they're closer than what they're saying.
oh yeah, I know the garage is probably full of crap. They can't park in there. But I was just saying, if there was ever a motivator to get you to clean the crap out, going outside to those bullhorns and everything every day would be.
Yeah.
It would get you to clean the freaking garage out.
Yeah.
Tell Scootsy hi and love with her crazy self. Okay. Susan Primavera is in love with your crazy self, Scooter. Can I call in? Sure, Historic. Send me an email. Did you send me an email? Send it to me. But yeah, anyone can call in that has clothes on. I thought, you know what, I was moving plants in today, and I heard Jimmy saying something like, they found him, I thought he said, they found him dead, and I'm like, I leapt over the thing. I'm like, did you say they found him dead? And he's like, no, I was saying something. Oh my gosh.
I can see you flying.
Yeah, I was. I was like flying. I'm going to Ethan. Did he say they found him dead? And he's like, what? Oh, my God.
It's getting cold there, huh?
It got, yeah, you know, and it's getting dark early because I went on my bike ride And by 7:05, it was too dark for me to ride. I could only go 5 miles today.
Wow.
I had to stop. And then you know what else? My ears, I had to have my hood up. And I said, oh, this is too much. This is not right. Let me see if Historic sent the email.
We had a couple nice cool days, and then it's right back to being hot. I was loving the cool weather. Where's Lisa H? Probably sleeping.
Oh, she was here earlier, but so was Lisa D.
Oh.
Yeah, and I thought Lisa D would have called in, but she must have been like, Historic, I don't have an email from you yet. Please send it to the true crime address.
When are they supposed to be getting Gabby's body, her family?
They don't know. They haven't said anything about that. I imagine it's probably going to be a while.
Yeah.
Because they have to make sure they have, everything
Right.
they need. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
How's Sandy doing?
Good, busy. She's making a lot of blankets. She's knitting them
What
with her
kind?
hands. She's doing the hand knitting with her hands,
Oh,
the stuff that
really?
you do with your
Yeah.
Yeah, coming out really good.
So
And
she's
then-
just being very domesticated.
Yeah, she did her she decoupaged like I don't even know how many jars. And then she's making fabric tops for them.
Oh.
And now she's knitted yesterday, was it? Like 3 blankets she showed me. Crazy. Doing stuff outside. Yeah, just,
No cooking for a while, huh?
well, for the family, but yeah, not any videos yet. She's just been going and going like a loonies on this
Right.
stuff. FBI said they want to keep, right. Mm-hmm. Historic, Carolyn at truecrimechat.org. Make sure it's .org. As for location above, I can't wait until snow in the north. Oh gosh, not me, Remy. I don't want the snow. Thank you very much. Hi, Deborah Vancouver Den. Hi, Deborah. Look up the dirty laundries. Lock them up. The dirty laundries, yeah.
Don't you think they're gonna be charged with anything?
Well, yeah, I mean, but the bad thing is, even with the federal laws, it's not really a lot of time. I think it's like 3 years or $10,000 fine or something. It's not just because of their relatives, but
Right.
I keep getting all these messages on my phone. Let me see here if this is. Let me see if you've sent me it because my phone is like pinging and pinging. Oh, wait a second. We might have the audio for the 911 call.
Oh, cool.
Let's see. Allie G just sent me something. Allie Cattails. Where's Allie G? Okay. Let's see.
Pizza or salad?
Okay, this guy. Hang on. Wait for this pizza or salad guy to be over. There's no sound yet. Dog the bounty hunter's going up to the door. Is this the 911 call?
Well, maybe they're showing him go up and then they're going to give the 911 call.
I don't know, I'm trying to see. Alley Cattails, is this not supposed to have sound? I'm awfully confused. I don't think this is it.
She said, turn off alerts for tweets, and then she said below it, I think, from Twitter.
Oh, okay. Okay, hang on.
10-4 to 714, the female Roberta from that 1020 called it on 911.
What time is it?
The address of the call, 4343.
Nothing.
Oh, but this is, we're not going to hear her?
Network 10 North Row is landline. What was that traffic?
We just have the female from that 1020 call in on 911, reference the situation with the male.
Alright, 10-4. Units, once you arrive or if you're already there and the occupants are requesting us to come up, just go ahead and go to the house and assist and just to keep the peace. But if they're not requesting us to come up, then just stay back and make sure that everything's good.
10-4, he's clear.
Alright, 10-4, the main subject has already cleared the scene.
10-4.
Alright, 10-4, just go ahead and make contact with the complainant then.
26. Oh, did they answer something?
I want to hear her calling them.
7197. Camera 77.
Is it not there, Allie? Is that all there is, just from the confirmation?
She said it's a link under the main video, I think.
Okay, let me see. I don't know. Well, let me just see it, but she might mean it's just the spokesperson saying it. I don't know. Let me see what she says. Is it just the spokesperson, Allie, or what? It's not Roberta calling that we can hear? Hi, Elizabeth T. I think that might be it. Oh, that's it? Okay. I want to hear her, though, really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, let's see. Check this out. Oh, no, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Elizabeth's mother passed away on September 18th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry to hear that, Elizabeth. I was not aware of that. Really sorry. And she said, you know, my mom passed away on September 18th, and this was captured on my dad's game camera. I think my mom is watching over. So hold on a minute. Open image in a new. Let me see. Who? I'm confused though. Is that, who is the woman? Is that you?
That does look like a figure.
She says possible angel. To check this out, possible angels. She said, you know, my mom passed away on September 18th. This was captured on my dad's game camera. think my mom is watching over. Well, I'm sure she's watching over. That is
It does
pretty
kind of
cool.
look like
Yeah.
a bump.
I can't
Wow. I would definitely frame that one.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
It's
that's
her
your niece. Oh, that's your niece. Mm. Really cool. You see it? Yeah,
That is a cool picture.
that is. Let me see what it is. I'm trying to see. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, historic, is this you with the two? I don't know if this is you, but I will. Okay, a few glasses of wine. Okay, be careful. The next person that's joining the chat had a couple of glasses of wine. All right.
I would frame that, Elizabeth, for sure.
Okay, let me see. Historic, I don't know if you're sending to the right address because I don't think you're the person that I just sent the number to. But okay, hang on now. I'm just going to pull us over here just in case. Okay. Hold on, let me admit. Oh, that's Debbie D. Okay, I thought that was. Okay, that's only Debbie D.
Yeah, that's Debbie D.
Debbie has clothes on. All right. Historic, I don't know if you're calling in. I don't have anything. I wish you would call in. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi.
Hey, how is everybody?
Okay,
Hey,
how are you?
I'm good.
Have the dog.
Uh,
The dog's talking.
he's whining. I'm on the phone. He
Mm.
gets so jealous when I'm on the phone. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
When will Gabby's parents be able to get all of Gabby's things from the Laundrie's house? Do they still have that?
I'm not sure. They carried some when they were getting the van. You can see them carrying out some boxes, but I don't think they got a lot of stuff at all. They didn't in the beginning, so I don't know what's happened with their lawyer and the Laundrie's lawyer. But yeah, where the heck is all her stuff?
Right. I mean, she lived there for 2 years. She has quite a bit there.
Right.
And things were in the storage. So if it's in the garage, why haven't they let them have that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Right.
Yeah. I mean, that should be the Laundrie's responsibility to, even if they wanted to box it up and set it somewhere and then just come pick it up.
Yeah.
And not have to talk to them,
Well, you know how they roll.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying.
Me.
It's just so strange,
Well, they're strange.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would be getting warrants or whatever to go get it.
Right. Yeah.
Or have the cops go get it. Something. I wouldn't leave it there if it's still there.
Right. Yep. Agree. I don't
I
know.
know.
So
I've been wondering about that.
hi,
Didn't know if
Divina.
anybody,
The cops are
because
all
I've
full.
looked.
Hi, hasn't her demeanor. I think you're back in there. What did you think of that police cam stuff?
Oh my goodness. I hadn't got to watch all of it. I had fell asleep and got up and you were already on. I'm going to rewind and watch it all.
Mm-hmm.
But just from the comment about her having a place on her face and it burning, I mean, hello.
Yeah, they really, and I just think the one at the end, he's saying this is the decision, and every time that officer, well, I'm going to cite them. Okay, well, and it's just like, yeah, it just reminded me of like, okay, kid, you pick out whatever dress you want. Okay, I'm going to take this one. Won't you want the other one? Because, it just seemed like,
it's so much better.
Yeah.
I did catch that. No, that's just wrong.
Right.
I mean, if you're going to be a cop, he was the first on scene, whether the other guy was a sergeant or whatever. I'm sure the officer knew the law. Let him handle it. Don't try to coerce him into what you want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely. But, yeah.
And even if they would have took her to jail, I don't know if that would have avoided this from happening.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just
because he could have went the next day and got her out, and
Yeah, but maybe I don't know if she had been talking to her mother, and then she was, in jail. Maybe then I don't know.
Yeah, that's something else too. Her parents or her mother hasn't mentioned that. Said the last that she heard from her was that text.
No, she had a call with her on the 25th. A video call.
Well, I'm talking about the
They did FaceTime, right?
Yeah, that's the last time she knew that it was her. The other two texts she doesn't believe came from her.
Right. So I'm wondering who she was really talking to, because she was talking to her mom. Or I would think any mother would be like, I'm coming to get you. You get in that van and park in that van. Tell me where you're at.
But what do we know she really told her mother? Maybe her mother didn't even know about the police. Maybe, what I'm saying? We don't know what she was saying to her mother. We don't know.
Yeah. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if she really talked to her mom or if she called a friend.
Right, exactly. And this one didn't show any call at all. The other one showed kind of a call, but the other one didn't show. And I'm just going to put us over here to make sure this new person has clothes on.
Why have we not heard anything about that from nobody?
What is that noise?
I don't know.
Kathy, do you have something playing or something? Because oh, she has clothes on.
Sounds like the microphone.
Yeah, you have clothes on. Okay. Just had to make sure you had clothes on. Okay.
No, I do. I have clothes on.
All right. Just making sure.
I had an issue with updating my laptop, but.
Oh, okay. Hi.
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 Just feeding the cat.
Okay.
Hi, girls.
So what did you think? What did you think of this new footage?
I think it's disgusting. Like I'm baffled at the ignorance of law enforcement, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, truthfully, I've seen it firsthand, and it makes me sad. It makes me sad for Gabby and her family, and I'm devastated for them.
Yeah, this is much worse than, the first one. And I think that's really telling that the chief took a leave of absence.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
So too. Sorry again, just feeding the cat.
Yeah, I can't imagine that other guy is going to be, he is going to be judged, like he said. He definitely will be.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Lucy. Oh, Lucy, do you want to say hi?
Oh, you have a Lucy too?
I do. And a Franklin. Franklin and a Lucy.
Oh, a Franklin and a Lucy.
And they both want snacks.
Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh.
I'm totally devastated for the family. I've followed true crime for about 10 years now, and I've never really had such a connection to a case, I don't feel like I have with Gabby and her family. My husband being from New York, I'm originally from the Poconos, and I've lived in Florida, Southwest Florida specifically, for 35 years.
Are you in Florida now?
I just moved to Orlando, actually, back in June.
Oh, okay. You were
Yeah,
from the where in the Poconos?
Lake Wampaupack.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Oh my gosh, that's right by me.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
My maiden name is Ferrati. I hold no secrets. So.
No, yeah, because it's Silver Birches. We stayed there a little couple of years ago. We went to Silver Birches, and that's on Wampaupack. Yeah, and then yeah. So, wow.
I lived in Cape Coral for 30 of those years, and I actually lived in Charlotte County for 5 of them. 5 of the 35 that I've been here. So I'm really familiar with the area.
Yeah, and you have that other missing girl, right? That one that found you now in Orlando, that girl with the maintenance worker.
Oh, terrible. It just disgusting, awful.
Yeah. And I know because there was something like that happened. Sammy Neiman, someone's here, that her friend, it's very similar situation to that, where she was killed and it was the maintenance worker in the condo or something. It's very, very similar to that, but except they can't find Maya, right? They don't know where she is.
No, not yet. No reports that I've heard anyway locally.
But the guy killed himself. That doesn't bode too well, right?
No, that's a sure sell time.
Yeah.
Did I say that correctly? I told you I had a few glasses of wine, Carolyn. I warned you.
It's okay. That's okay. As long as you have clothes on, and it should be okay.
Yeah, there we go. I'll just go ahead and turn my camera off. Maybe that'll help. Probably not.
Oh my gosh. So what about, did you hear anything else about, do you have any ideas about what why the parents are acting like this, or?
Honestly, a big reason that I moved out of Southwest Florida was a change in tides. There was an influx. There's always been an influx to Florida. We're a destination state, right? Like everybody wants to come to Florida. Everyone wants to live in Florida. Everyone wants to visit Florida. But the reality of it is the locals don't get involved, and it's a shame. Lucille, sorry, my cat being crazy. It's a shame that they don't. They just don't. The see something, say something. I commented that earlier, but I really believe that more people need to speak up, and it's very much on island time in Southwest Florida all the time. That goes for Naples, Key West. I mean, all the way down to the Keys. You start in Charlotte County and just work your way down, and you find a large community of people who mind your business, etc. You're gonna people that observe and report, but likely it's just because your grass is too long.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people are most upset about their lawn. They're
going to get a ticket for sure.
Wow. Okay.
I know that sounds like ludicrous, but they absolutely, if they don't cut their grass, they will get fined.
Interesting. Wow. Deb, who's that just joined us? Deb? No, there's a Deb in the corner. Deb?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Which Deb is that?
Is that Scooter?
I don't know what Deb that is. I'm thinking it was Scooter fooling around, but I don't know. Which Deb is that?
You hear me?
No, not really. You're rubber banding.
Deb on the move.
Oh, Deb on the move. Yeah, we can't. You're rubber banding really bad. Do you want to try calling in again? Because you're really rubber banding. I thought that was Scooter too, fooling around. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see what's going on in the chat here. My chat's not advancing because I didn't have my thing down here. Oh, hi, Covers, Crimes, and Albums. How are you? Let's see. The Canab, Bunny Darling. Let's see. You'd love to know when the video court date was because the police said it would be in 2 weeks. From
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Oh, we lost you. But Deb Faria, there was no court date because they were not cited. There was no court date. Deb on the move?
I think she fell out.
And now she's back now, but she's muted. You're muted, Deb on the move.
Oh, okay.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes. What's up?
Okay. A few things. I was driving. I have some answers to some of the questions.
Oh, good.
Okay. When Mom and Dad were fleeing to find Gabby at the very beginning, the mom did say that she'd also like to know where Gabby's stuff is. Now,
Right,
I don't know
yes.
if she was talking about the stuff in the van or the stuff out of the storage shed.
Yeah. I think
When-
all of her stuff, because I don't think they got anything at that point. Yeah.
Yeah. When they were asking about, at the very beginning when Dad was trying to get a hold of them, he was calling the whole family and nobody would answer their phone, even the sister. Nobody
Right.
would answer
I
their
remember.
phone to him.
Right.
He
yeah.
went over there. Pardon me?
No, I was just agreeing. I was saying, yeah. I was just yeah.
And he went over there to ask where the his daughter was, and they handed him the business card of the lawyer. Didn't say anything to him. That's when he knew there was a problem.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing? God, there was one other thing that. Oh, one thing I want to know too is they own 2 boats. Where are they?
I assume that they were at a dock. I would assume possibly a boat slip if they own boats, because they're not on the water. Most people that are on the water install docks and boat lifts. So if they in fact do have boats, I would assume that they're at a marina. They're at a slip. They could store them in a dry storage because there's a lot of free boat ramps, like unpaid memberships and free launches in Charlotte County, Lee County, Collier County. I would assume that maybe that's where the boats are if they do in fact have boats, possibly by storage.
Well,
there's
I know
a restriction there, so it's not so easy just to have your boat in the driveway or even in your yard. So possibly they would have them at a boat slip or marina.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people do here, because where I live, we're not close to the water. Where there is a huge lake, but that's what people do here is they put their boats at the marina.
Yeah, because I had a boyfriend that we bought property in Northport, and it had a canal on the back. And he bought 2 lots, and he wanted it because there weren't any where this lot was. There weren't any bridges to go under. It would take you straight out into the Gulf.
Yeah.
And,
lock, like that's another area of interest. There are a lot of locks, so they lock off like water traffic in Southwest like Cape Coral. I know specifically has more lineal miles than Venice, Italy. Just to take that into consideration, and Cape Coral is a very small part of Lee County, but regardless, like there are a lot of locks that lock off boat traffic. If for any reason that he were to get on a boat and he were to try to go inland, he would have to have passed through one of those. And they do inspect boats. They do. You have to stop, like you have to be let through, water has to be let in and let out, etc. in those locks. So it's very easy to get around on the water, down in Southwest Florida. But if he were to travel through any locks or anything like that, there would be video surveillance. Now, if they launched at a free site or from a campground or anything like that, likely there would not be surveillance footage. Teenagers often go out to the Panhandle and things like that. They call it the Pan, but it's actually not the Panhandle, the top of Florida. It's a reserve of Southwest Florida that kind of connects up to Mayaca, which is the Mayacahatchee Reserve and things like that. So there are plenty of opportunities to be free on the water without any type of detection. I only know that from living there for a very long time and just experiencing it myself.
Yeah. Well, you know where they went camping.
I already finished doing your brief enough.
Okay, thanks.
Good night.
Good night. Where they went camping, the camper that they got goes it goes in the bed of the truck. So you don't have to have a license plate or anything. And so they could have still carried a boat behind them. The camper and a boat.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
And put that
wouldn't even array, like, especially since Gabby wasn't reported missing until the 11th, it would not have aroused any type of suspicion at all. That's very normal, everyday life in Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
It's just the norm. People are raised on the water in that area. I know Brian wasn't raised there, but his family moving there, I would have to assume would have, some interest in the lifestyle, and boating and water is a huge part of the lifestyle. So
yeah,
not necessarily that they did, but.
So, okay, they're going back. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just remembered the third thing I think that I wanted to say. Davita was asking she was wondering if the parents had seen that. And when the dad was on Dr. Phil last week, Dr. Phil asked him if he had seen the video. And that's just when the first one was out.
Right,
so
and he
I don't
said
know
no,
if he saw
he
the
could,
second one or not. And he said that he had watched some of it, but he just couldn't. He said to see your daughter crying like that, it was just too hard.
I can't imagine.
But he did see some of that with Dr. Phil.
Right, I did see that. And, this, Allie sent me this interview, and this is the interview that I referenced before. But her mother said, I texted Brian's mom that I was trying to get in touch with Gabby. I also texted Brian, and I got no replies from them. She said, I knew something was wrong. I felt something was off, and I needed to get her reported missing immediately. She went to report Gabby missing later that day, but police initially blew her off. The next day, she was allowed to file a report with the Suffolk County Police Department. That's in New York. And then she said, Detective Tracy Barry of the Suffolk County Police Department has been our angel taking on this case. She was the only one who listened and cared enough to take this on. Brian's family have since refused to let authorities interview their son, where the van was that the couple had traveled in before she disappeared, and it was seized from their property late on Saturday night. And let's see here. And then she said, Brian's sister Cassie is the only member of Brian's family who has spoken to authorities. She said, the mother said she can't understand why Brian nor his parents have not reached out in the aftermath of her daughter's disappearance. It's a very mysterious situation. We don't understand why he's doing this. Everybody's assuming the worst and thinking he's guilty of this, but I don't want to believe that. I want to believe she's just in need of help out there and that everybody needs to keep searching. She described how Brian's parents had been warm and welcoming to Gabby during their relationship, and she recalled a time when his mother even knitted gifts for her future daughter-in-law for Christmas. She loved her like a daughter. As far as I knew, they were all caring and treated her like one of the family. His mother was excited about the engagement. Let's see. She also classified that Gabby and Brian had been engaged but decided to call it off and go back to just dating because they felt that they were too young for marriage. I think they kind of put that on hold just because they felt it was a little fast. They were excited at first, but then they were like, well, let's just wait. We're very young. So they were really just boyfriend and girlfriend. She said they'd been a couple for a little over 2 years, but met growing up in Long Island. They went to high school together. They were friends. They got back in touch and started dating. In light of the disappearance, she now said she's viewing everything under a different lens. Maybe the relationship wasn't what I thought. And let's see. She's also recently seen photos in the news of Brian's father performing yard work. She says if they cared about her, they'd want to find her. Why aren't you out there helping to find her? I don't want to seem accusatory. It's confusing. My mind is turning right now. She's also questioning Brian's trip back to Florida in August to help his father move their things into a... See, now she says into a storage unit. There's two different versions of this. She wonders why it was necessary to move Gabby's things during their road trip and what became of her stuff. Where are her things? And why Brian chose to lawyer up. You know, I wish I knew I could answer that. I know that's the reason this story is so sought after, because it's odd. The police have said it's very odd. We don't know what's going on, and where is my daughter? I just want to find her. Okay, and let's see. That was the stuff there, and let's see. Oh, here's, I think there's, this may not be the one that she, because the one interview I saw, it actually gave the dates that he was going home, and at that time it said, move it out. She was starting a van life channel. This was the beginning. This was her first video. This was the start of her whole YouTube journey. She just fell in love with the van life, wanted to take journeys. She was a free spirit. Everybody was jealous. Everybody was like, we want to do that too, but we all think we just have to get a job and go to school. But she was doing what we were all envious of, and I supported her on all of that. Even every once in a while when she needed help money-wise and stuff, because it was a really expensive trip, I helped her out a little bit here and there. So did her father, but they were having a great time. She said the last time she spoke to her over the phone was on August 25th and cast suspicion on the texts received from her adventure-seeking daughter over the next 5 days. She said she texted Gabby on the 27th and 30th, but now says she isn't sure if her daughter was on the other end of the exchange because it wasn't verbal and she didn't share any photos of herself. She said it was just a text. I did not verbally speak to her. I can't say much, but she's no longer with the van. I don't want to say anything more than that, but for people looking for her, I want them to look for her now, not look for that van anymore. And let's see.
Well,
she said it didn't. What?
Dad tried to file a person's report in Northport, and they would not take it because she didn't go missing in Florida.
Oh.
And that's when Mom tried her police department, and that lady took it.
Right. And she said it didn't, her last, I guess her last conversation didn't sound stressed. It was just a little bit weird. The things she was saying, she didn't elaborate further. Oh, she's talking about the text. Gabby would contact her at least 3 times a week. We would FaceTime, call, text frequently. She kept me updated on this whole trip. The first couple of days she went missing. I believe she was in a place with no service. It was on day 8 or 9 that I was really concerned and figured she couldn't be off the grid for that long. I don't know if I believe she's in danger for a particular reason. I just believe she's in danger because she's not in touch with us, and she could be alone somewhere. She could be stranded in the wilderness, and she needs help, and I know we're not out there, but I hope everyone's looking for her. I hope the hikers and the rangers and the campers and everybody has her face, and they're looking for her actively. And let's see. Gabby's father, Joe, who lives in Vero Beach, is pleading for help bringing his daughter home. He said to focus on finding her. I can't implore that enough. All the crap afterwards will sort itself out. Please find her, I beg you. He added that on August 21st, she let him know on FaceTime that they had lost power during a stop in Salt Lake City. Now, see, this is weird because August 21st, she was supposed to be at the Fairfield Inn. He was supposed to be back in Florida. Now, he says on August 21st, she let him know on FaceTime that they had lost power during a stop in Salt Lake City. Everything was good. She had lost power to wherever she was. She couldn't get on the Wi-Fi for whatever reason. See, now, I think that might be, he said he was trying to help her with the website and stuff. And it could be that she didn't want him to know where she was, maybe. And that Brian wasn't around or something. And said that they lost power. Who knows? Throughout the past week, neither parent has heard from her. So we got alarmed and tried to do the missing persons report, he said. He urged people across the country to be on the lookout for anything that seems fishy. The hard part is that it's the van life. They can go anywhere they want. And unfortunately, in this situation, it's the entire damn country. And whether she thinks her daughter may just be camping in an area with no cell phone service, she said, I hope that's the case. And maybe she's off with some other drifters hanging out. I would love for that to be what she's doing right now. Okay, but that, see, and then there's another interview where she says the dates, the 13th, not the 13th, the 17th through the 23rd, that he was over there in Florida. Let me see if she says it here.
That thing just doesn't make sense to me.
See, you know what? I think they edited this interview, Allie, because I think this is the same interview, and I think it's been edited. Because she says the thing about her checking out of that hotel on the 20th. She says Gabby was last seen on August 24th checking out of a hotel with Brian. And right above that in that one interview is when she says that he went back. Because let me see, do a search for that that line, because see, okay, no, it's just, okay, it's the same place, but let me see. Let's see what it says in this one. This is getting weird. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it says, this is from the mother. Brian left Gabby in the Fairfield Inn in Salt Lake City and flew back home to Florida from August 17th to the 23rd to help his father, now listen, empty out a storage unit where he and Gabby had their things. According to the mother, Miss Smith, Brian's father offered to let them keep their belongings at his house so they wouldn't have to pay for the storage unit. So that's two different, it's the same public, and then there's two different, which one was first? Or did they get it wrong? What's going on? He left Gabby at the hotel, so understandably, she wouldn't be alone in the van. He then flew back to Utah, and they left the hotel together on the 24th. Schmidt now wonders why it was necessary to move Gabby's things during their road trip and what became of her stuff. Where are her things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what happened after the 24th?
Exactly. Exactly.
Does it make sense that they would want him to come home when they're on a trip to move stuff out of a storage unit?
No.
It doesn't.
Mm-mm.
It does not make any sense.
That's why I really wanted to see proof of that, because I'm wondering now, look, if she told her father, if that's true, then that they were somewhere and they didn't have service.
Yeah.
Maybe she wasn't telling her parents the whole truth for whatever reason.
Right.
Okay. And maybe they had a fight. And that 21st would fall in that time period. And maybe she didn't have the van. Maybe he just left her at the hotel.
Right.
And he took the van. Who knows? Unless you have, unless they have the airline confirmation that he flew in and out of that airport and all that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that might not be true. You know, kids can tell you something totally different, right? Oh, everything's fine. Yeah.
I could probably see Gabby doing that, being that far away from home, so her parents wouldn't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I could see that too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she'd ever tell them that he was abusive to her.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Right.
Usually don't.
Mm-mm.
Right. And that's why I was wondering who she was talking to on the phone, because she was crying really hard. And I don't see her talking to her mom like that, because her mom would say, well, you get in the van, park it, and I'm flying down and I'm going to come and get you. You know, and if she was hiding it from them, she was crying on the phone to whoever she was talking to.
She was crying to the police and they didn't pay attention while he was over there smirking.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to get where, who she was talking to on the phone.
I'm sure it was somebody close, I would imagine.
I would think that, because some of the times my daughter says something, she'll always go if I tell you something, don't do anything, this is a while back, but if she told me something about a boyfriend or whatever, I'm first, she would say that. So it could be that she was thinking, oh my gosh, I don't want my mom telling my dad, and maybe my dad will call him up, and my dad will read him the riot act, and then he'll get mad at me.
Yep.
So yeah.
Right.
It's a vicious cycle.
I can see that, right? Because she probably thinks, maybe that's happened in the past. Maybe she told them about a fight, and the father called, and he said, oh, don't you ever do that to me again. Whatever.
Well, I've been through that, and I didn't tell my mom or them anything because I didn't want them to worry.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And usually you keep it quiet and you try to figure it out and fix it on your own.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it could be also that, who knows if, I know they were supportive, but maybe some people told her oh, you guys are crazy going out there, and when you want to do something and everybody's telling you you're crazy or it's not going to work out, then you're less likely to want to tell anybody there's a problem.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be oh yeah, I told you so. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have
And
that
at that,
passion and you don't want it like sweltered at all when you're
right.
going, full steam ahead.
Right.
Right.
And that just adds to, the stress and I'm sure the manipulation and everything that she possibly was experiencing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And at that age too, a lot of times when the parents say, well, I don't like this boyfriend or this girlfriend, it's like a reverse
Oh yeah,
reaction.
it throws them right into the other. Yes, of course it does.
Yes.
Yeah, my daughter's
it's
told me that
with you.
herself.
I'm
My
gonna do
daughter's
it.
like, if you know what, sometimes if you don't say anything, that I would have left this guy or this guy, but it's because you say, like if you said, well, I don't know if it. The more you say that they're not for you, the more they want them, right, Davida?
Yep.
Right.
And
Yes.
Daisha went through that with Shrek.
Yeah.
I could say to her, oh, so
Yeah.
ugly. And I would say to her, Daisha, I know you're not telling me the truth. I know it. I could read that guy, And she goes, Mom, no. Well, after the fact, then, she was honest with me. But I said, Daisha, I knew it. I'm not stupid,
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, just the way he acted. I mean, I knew that there was more to him than what she was admitting to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I threatened, And I mean, if she had stayed with him, honest to God, I do believe he would have hurt her. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I could just see it in him. And that's why I was so thankful when she finally got away from him. I mean, I was relentless about it.
Thank God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, my daughter had a boy, and he was always playing these mind games on her and stuff and I kept saying, and then what I did? We just said, like Jimmy and I just said, we did it the exact opposite. We said, oh, I hope you can come for Thanksgiving, and this and that and the other thing, and oh, it's great, and okay. And then as soon as we did that, she broke up.
She
with
was
him.
done.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. I was like that when I was, when I was young.
Mm-hmm.
I was like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, looking back now, I wish I would have listened, but
Right. And then she told me
Some
after, she
people,
said,
they're-
I saw like that, he was coming up to my college and he was like playing these games, like, cause like she'd break up with him. And then the minute she got, he saw her with somebody else or whatever, he'd come up and even the roommates knew, everybody knew what he was doing. And, she would get roped into it every time. And I really thought for a time he would like never let her go. Like he was going to interfere in her life like that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I told her, we just embraced it and we're just like, oh, if you, and just acted like, oh, okay, bring him over. And then she said to me afterwards, she said, probably if everybody, including her roommates, like everybody hadn't been like, oh, what he's doing, this and that. She said, I would have left him a long time ago, but yeah, that's what she's like, yeah, it was just, she just went with it. It probably would have been really much earlier.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's scary. It's scary.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, stop it. Scooter goes, Carolyn trying to one-up Davida.
We don't really like being told what to do we? As the feminine species.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Lori says, did you see it? No, I didn't see it. Let me see, Lori. Your comment. Carolyn, the day the police van was at Brian's home, the police took so much stuff out of the house. Yes, they did take stuff out. I have pictures of it. I think in the timeline, them coming out with boxes. So hopefully, Gabby stuff. Hopefully.
Oh,
I just hope they got everything.
But they did take a hard drive also from that was in that van.
Yes, thank God.
Mm-hmm.
I'm interested to see what comes of the phone.
Yeah,
but what's the phone about? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Right. And well,
I'm
you
just
know,
gonna go get a new phone. Well, maybe it was because he didn't have his own. Who the hell knows?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
well, now the
Yeah, that
phone
whole
I mean,
phone.
what after all trying to steal hers during their altercation, you know, in front of anyway.
But he had a phone. He had told the law enforcement when they got pulled over he didn't have one, but he pulled one out of his pocket.
Right. Yeah, and they're
I know, and then Gabby wanted to know about the charger.
Make sure he gets a charger, right?
She wanted to remind him to take the charger because he's
Right.
bad about not charging the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And she had her own phone in the back of the police car. So where did that phone go?
And he didn't want to get, like, you know, when they went to get that phone,
Mhm.
and in the first police cam, he says something like, "Oh, I have it in a spot," and she said, "I'll go with you." Like, 'cause she didn't trust him. Like, I didn't know what he was going to do.
He's,
With,
you know, exactly. What the heck was he fighting over her phone?
yeah,
for
why did he want her
to
phone
begin
so
with?
bad? He definitely wanted that freaking phone so badly.
Yeah, I sure did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder if she recorded anything.
I hope.
You know, like whenever he was doing what he was doing,
I
if
hope
she
so.
recorded it. And that's what he was worried about.
Either
they would
that,
have
or
to
maybe he
have
was
you
like
from-
thought she was talking to somebody else, or
Yeah.
who knows, you know, like
Yeah.
other van life people or something. Maybe people were leaving comments he didn't like, and you know, say, "What are you doing with that guy?" You know how they can be on the internet, right? All the kind of comments.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Right,
right? Oh, you're
yeah.
so much better than that guy. You know, oh, you're hot. What are you doing with that loser? You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's like loser Watts and his phone. I mean, that
Mhm.
was certainly telling.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
you know what? It's so weird. Sometimes they have these pretty girls and stuff, and you say like, "What are they doing with him?" And then you find out they're cheating. The guys are cheating.
Yep. Yeah. Oh,
Okay?
yeah.
And it's
Right,
like
yeah.
you're like,
Yeah.
"Oh my gosh, okay, he's lucky
Yeah,
to have that, but
calling
then
the
he's
kettle
cheating
black.
too." So yeah. So then he's so we don't know what he could be hiding either.
Just terrible. I just hope him.
So I mean, I'm wondering if he
Sooner than later.
still has that phone that he had on their trip.
Yeah, I mean, where is it? Like I'm saying, I think they took that one, and because the FBI said intelligence, so it makes it sound like he's talking about pings from Brian's
Well-
phone or something
Right.
that's there, and it's like, yeah, okay, and he doesn't even have that phone now. I mean, it's just I don't know. I think that whole reserve thing is just a goose chase, and have they not looked at the video in the parking? There's got to be video in the parking lot. There has to be some type of video from
Yep.
him driving there if he was driving there. Come on, in Florida, there's
There
gotta
would
be-
have to be video. So just knowing the area, I would assume that he would have had to take 41 or 75 as a direct route. I mean, if he was taking back roads, maybe not up to the reserve. But most efficient would be, yeah, he'd have to stay on the West Coast. So any of the major highways and the two main that travel throughout that area are 41 and 75. So I would assume that he would have been picked up, or they would have been picked up, or whoever would have been picked up at some point on traffic cams, etc. Now, when it comes to the reserves in this area or that area, I keep forgetting I'm in Orlando now. I only moved in June, but in that area, it's very under monitored. I mean, teenagers go out to, they call it the panhandle, but it's not. I know I mentioned this earlier. It's not actually the panhandle. It's just the vast swamp and wilderness between Naples and Sarasota. A large portion of that is like in the Southwest Florida, Lee County, Charlotte County area. And it is not monitored. I mean, the only way it's monitored is when police receive a call of disturbance and they respond to said area. I mean, just a local search for the general vicinity between Lee County and Charlotte is pretty exposing of the type of, crimes that happen in that general area, in that vicinity. It is not video monitored. Boat ramps do not have video monitoring. Some do. I shouldn't say that. The paid ones do, but there's so many free launches. There's so much BMI land and things like that people can just escape to on a daily basis, like very easily accessible. It's a very even Northport itself is extremely underdeveloped in consideration to like Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Fort Myers, Sarasota, things like that. It's very desolate in most areas. My aunt actually lived off of El Jabin up in like not quite Northport, but kind of the in-between islands between Northport and Sarasota. And I mean, I can remember Easter, and I mean, just as recent as 5 years ago, Easter and Christmas and things like that. We go for a walk after a meal, etc. There's nobody around. There's nothing but mangroves and gators and cougars and you name it. Like that's just how life is there. It's just the reality of the terrain. It is a door. Ring doorbells?
Oh, Ring doorbell camera, yeah.
There's plenty of that in more suburban areas, but the vast majority of Northport, Port Charlotte, it's very much like island time. I know I keep saying that, but I just can't help it. Like that is the feeling, that is the mood, that is the setting of the area. So Ring doorbells and Vivint home security systems and things like that are very sporadic. Would be a good term. It would be a good word. Like they're very sporadic. Most neighbors, I don't know. It's a very, my family coming from New York and Pennsylvania and New Jersey, like, yeah, you leave your doors unlocked if you know if you're in charge of the neighborhood. It's just not the way around there. They leave their doors unlocked because there's nothing but, maybe a black bear, a cougar, or a gator, or a snake coming your way. So, unfortunately, I would not be. It would not surprise me in the slightest if most of their neighbors, especially Northport, I mean, it's just I know that it looks like, oh, the street is right there and then, you have access to the home, but that's just how it is everywhere. But Northport specifically is very underdeveloped. I think they only have one Publix. I know it sounds silly, but like, one Publix, and that's kind of silly to consider in this area, so.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, since you live down there and are familiar with the area and everything, do you know or have you heard of any cameras in the reserve as like maybe wildlife conservation or anything like that?
There are eagle cams, but those are placed, high at the top of pines and palm trees and things like that. I would be very surprised if anything came from. Now there are private camps. There is a lot of hunting that occurs in the area, but it is seasonal, and the hunting is typically on private land. It's not like, I know in Pennsylvania, my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, whoever wants to go and get a hunting permit, wants to get so many tags for a deer, what have you. You kind of follow the same policy here, but also it's restricted to a lot of private land. Whereas like, in the Northeast, you'll see, no trespassing posted signs. You'll see that here for those camps, but only for those camps, if that makes sense.
Right.
I'm going to try to see if my computer will cooperate with me to see
Yeah,
if I can find out about the cameras.
Yeah, there, unless there's wildlife conservation, small-tooth sawfish, panther, bear,
Right. That's why I was
reserves
wondering if there were
you know.
right. That's why I was wondering if there's any cameras there, like for a wildlife conservation, so they could keep up with what is in there, if they're getting overpopulated or what.
Florida Fish and Wildlife would have, that would be my recommendation for live and conservation feed. Florida Fish and Wildlife, and also the Army Corps of Engineer.
Okay.
They would be the ones conducting any type of conservation, other than private land. They would be the two, districts that would monitor that conservation. I would assume it would be Florida Fish and Wildlife and Army Corps of Engineers, because Army Corps of Engineers dictates a lot of everything in Southwest Florida as far as new construction, future development, things like that. They have a heavy hand in that. So there's definitely monitoring from that enforcement.
Camping and amenities. Let's see.
Now, I thought they had seven cams there. That's what I heard, but I'm not sure where I heard that.
Right. That's why I was asking her that she was familiar with the area.
Yeah.
She knew.
Oh, there's cameras everywhere. I mean.
Right. I was just talking about specifically at the reserve in case, they caught him on.
Yeah. Florida Fish and Wildlife, your access point for eagle monitoring and things like that. I mean, the local news also connects to a lot of live cam footage for those things. But if you're getting down to grassroots, that conservation monitoring, I would assume it would be, probably not a live stream or anything like that.
Just trying to see here. Sarasota, Northport. What is that? So the Mayaca, right? Forest.
Yeah, Mayaca State Park. Mayacahatchee is a small part of the Mayaca State Forest. And also, that's something that's been bothering me in the news media. A lot of the, hashtag, we won't say, out of Sarasota. Yes, that's true. A portion of it is in Sarasota, but a very large portion of that reserve is actually in Charlotte County. And I haven't heard much. I don't know if you have, Carolyn, but I have not heard much out of Charlotte County resources. And that's troublesome to me.
I'm trying to see,
because that covers a vast area of the Mayaca Preserve is actually Charlotte County.
Okay, so then I was in the right place. Let me see here. The Mayaca.
It almost looks like he could have walked from their house to there.
To the preserve?
It's just directly across.
Oh, certainly. I know by car from that area to Atlanta is 8 hours. 9 hours if you stop for a lot of breaks, things like that, along the way. I drive it regularly. I have a lot of family in Tennessee, and that's a normal route for me. And typically from Southwest Florida to Atlanta is about 8 to 9 hours, depending on traffic. So to walk that is about six days. I think I commented earlier, it would not be out of the ability, and I certainly think it's very plausible that he could be on the Appalachian Trail. I agreed with you, Carolyn, as soon as
Right.
you said, actually, you know, considering the amount of time that he had between Gabby being reported missing and being found,
Mm-hmm.
and prior to that, that's a very easy commute. Extremely easy. There's so many access points. You have Interstate 17, 27, 75, 41. I mean, the law enforcement certainly has their work cut out for them trying to, you know, piece together the spider web of Florida up to, you know, up and out of Florida. There's many, many access points. You have 95, you have the interstate, or the turnpike rather, you know, there's so many opportunities to go from coast to coast, you know, south to north out of Florida.
Mhm.
And with no help from the parents, I'm not surprised that there's, you know, I don't think that they would give us any additional information anyway, but in the event that there was, you know, traffic footage, et cetera, which I'm sure there is, it probably is going to take them quite a while to find it.
I'm just looking at all this stuff. I mean, it looks like they have to have cameras in here with all the stuff they have. I mean, they have an amphitheater, they have this canopy walkway, bike routes, you know, all kinds of.
But the amphitheater.
Yeah.
I mean, the amphitheater is, it's desolate. It's swamp. I mean, for pretty much 9 months out of the year, almost inaccessible.
Wow. Okay.
Just you know.
But I mean, there's got to be some cameras around there, right?
I would expect that it would come from local business, possibly local residents, but most definitely highway. It's
They have a boat ramp and campfire circles and cabins and campgrounds and.
Carolyn, can you see if there's a fee for the boat ramp? Because if the boat ramp is free, I can't guarantee it, but I would bet money on it that it's not surveyed.
Okay, it says has a boat ramp near the concession area. All motorized boats must pay $4 to launch.
Okay, so in that case, I would assume they would have monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
But for that one boat ramp, there's 50 that you don't pay for, that you can just drop in at, that nobody's talking about.
Okay, it says Mayaca does not have strict motor size restrictions, but seasonal water level variation prevents some engines from operation during especially dry times.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. 9 months out of the year, you have water and you can get in and out. You know, we actually surprisingly had a relatively dry rainy season this year. We've only really had a huge increase in our precipitation over the last couple of months. But prior to that, we were like unseasonably dry. So if they were launching any boats, it would have been closer to the coast. Unless it was, rain has been crazy the last month, so possibly.
There's also a canoe and a kayak launch. Paddlers are welcome to launch at the bridge located 1 mile into the park from the State Route 72 entrance. There are nearby places to park. This launch allows paddlers direct access to the Mayaca River. The river flows through the north and the south, and the current is strong when the water levels are high.
Mm-hmm. You have to consider that bridge is probably comparable to something, go. I don't even know.
Here's a picture.
But going through your gnome garden, that bridge could possibly be just a large log. I hate to say it that way, but that's just the fact of the matter. That's just how it is down there. A lot of these bridges, a lot of these, areas are, maybe composite structures, wood and plastic and structures, but they're not, a lot of them are not like full bridges. You see, yeah, there you go. You see what I'm saying? Like that's a launch right there. That's just dirt.
Right.
There's no cameras around there unless there's an Eagle cam somewhere.
Excuse me a minute, Carolyn. When you get a minute, Allie Cattail said she sent you another email. It's for some research links.
Okay.
Something.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So
I mean, you see
they
that
also
picture.
have paddling rentals, they say. Okay.
Now-
and then they have
That looks like a boat launch to me that you have up now, Carolyn. That looks like a boat launch.
that
Now,
was
that
the
would-
boat launch, yes.
Yeah, that would probably have cameras.
Right, and
Like
so with the
they-
Pink
'cause
Gator
it's a
Cafe,
paid.
yeah, they have a Pink Gator Cafe there.
Right, and you see, this is the amphitheater. Remember I was telling you,
Yes.
it like just shot up in the middle of the woods.
Mhm.
This is very like typical for Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, things like that. They come
Bicycle
here.
rentals, yeah.
Yeah, they'll put on their production in this little amphitheater, but it's just a little spot in the middle of the woods. It's not a high production, amphitheater type spot. It's just, some benches and the screen like you have a picture of now.
Right, okay.
That's what I was referring to earlier. Yeah, most of those areas, that's a pretty good, that gives you a good idea, a good picture of what those facilities consist of, because they're not glamorous, they're not, high tech.
Yeah. But there's a camp store, there's a those have to have cameras in there.
Those would have cameras for sure.
Mhm.
I would assume for sure. Well, again, we're talking about, the middle of nowhere swamp.
Mm-hmm. Miss Sally Cattails. What's this here? Neighbor. Okay, somebody's sending me something here. I don't know what. Try this. What am I supposed to find on this? Okay. What's that? Legal freeze. I'm not sure what this. Oh, hold on a minute. Somebody sent me this. What is this about? Somebody says there's a GoFundMe. It says, "Hi, my name is Angelo Zappacosta, and I was arrested for allegedly pushing and yelling at Jonathan Lee Riches, a known felon on probation and a fraudster. He has filed thousands of unwanted lawsuits. He came on our property." Oh, these are the people that had the fight. "And proceeded to take pictures and videos without permission. He and his cohort then proceeded to our front window, which is out of view of the cameras, and tried to peep in our home with his phone. When I was told he was doing this from a neighbor and saw the footage, I immediately went to the Northport Police Department and reported him and asked for a no trespass order to be issued to him. I told the officer that he would be outside Brian Laundrie's house from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. yelling on his bullhorn, just like every day for the past 2 weeks. They never did. The next day I spoke with another police officer and requested that they issue him a no trespass order. Still nothing, even though the police had a strong police presence in our neighborhood, sometimes only a few yards away from Jonathan and his bullhorn during those 3 days between when I reported him to when I finally got frustrated and confronted him myself. This man, Jonathan Lee Riches, has been posing around the neighborhood as a private detective hired by Gabby's parents. A news reporter and I have served honorably in the United States Marine Corps, have lived in Northport for 14 years. I have a clean record besides one DUI in 2000. I was a volunteer coach in Rhode Island, as well as, okay, it goes on through stuff. And thank you for taking the time." So now he says, "I'm hoping to get some help with legal fees from my criminal as well as civil defense, and also to bring a lawsuit against Jonathan." So he's got a GoFundMe now, this guy.
Oh, well, his neighbors, I'm sure, will tell him to go take a hike on that. I'm sorry, but they're just not that kind of people around there. They'll say, it's a very red state. I'll say that.
I'm trying to see.
They're going
now,
to tell
what is
him,
this
get
FBI?
lost with that nonsense.
Most
Hopefully
wanted.
his GoFundMe gets taken down.
Seeking information. Okay, so the FBI, now she sent me something, the FBI, in accordance with the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service and the Teton. Okay, so that was for, information. Exactly, okay. And let's see, and then Allie said, Florida boat slip. So funny, I started looking these up today. I still need to drive. Okay, she's a Florida Marine Track. She sent me some stuff. Florida Fish and Wildlife, boat ramps and access. And okay, I'll take a look at that stuff. And then she sent me
Check out the Florida Fish and Wildlife, Carolyn. Now, a lot of the slips, a lot of the launches aren't going to be registered, and they're going to be free. That's the problem. That therein lies the problem with trying to find if he escaped on water. It's just too easy. I mean, you got to consider, like I said, Cape Coral in itself, a very small unknown town, has more lineal nautical miles than Venice, Italy. You can drop a boat in anywhere. I mean, Google it, it'll tell you. It's crazy. If in fact there's, a plan to have him escape, I would not be surprised if it was by water. It's too easy to do. It's just any of the rivers. We're a peninsula surrounded by water, especially that area is very much, aquatic focused. So.
Okay, so there's this thing with the phones, right? In the video, it says, okay, that, let's see, how does it say this? Okay. It says that this news company closely examined the police body video camera after the alleged domestic dispute in Moab. The video shows that at the time, Petito and Laundrie both had phones. We know Petito had a phone. Her mom, Nicole, got an odd text from her, on August 27th. About 42 minutes into the police stop, the video shows Laundrie reach into the passenger side of the van. That's when he goes to the officer. He hands the female law enforcement officer Gabby's cell phone. She's got her cell phone. She's calling her parents, the officer tells the officials moments later. The phone from the passenger side stays in Gabby's lap. Meanwhile, with Laundrie, when we backed up the video to before he retrieved her cell phone, he is seen slipping what appears to be a different phone into his pocket. Yes, that's true. Toward the end of the stop, you can see him pull a phone out of his pocket. Exactly. And so, that's what we all noticed the first day. He said he had no phone, and then he had one. That we know. So there are two, that, I don't know why they're saying that.
Yeah, that's what I was asking earlier. Where is that phone?
Yeah, I think that phone they threw that in the reserve somewhere, maybe. I don't know.
That's what I think.
To make him think that he's there. And
that's exactly what I think.
I'm wondering if he did that or if he still has it.
I don't know.
I would hope if he still had it, that the FBI would have tracked that number. I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, crazier things have happened, but.
Right.
You know which one is.
He either left that in Moab or it landed somewhere in Southwest Florida. I'm sure they would have a very difficult time recovering that phone if in fact he did discard it.
Right. And where is Gabby's phone?
Where is Gabby's phone?
Oh, I think that's out in the Tetons.
You think so?
I think so. Maybe it's in Jenny Lake. Who knows? Yeah. I don't think he You'd think he'd be really computer savvy, but I don't think he is. Because if
I
you
think-
listen, her father
Right.
said he had to help Gabby with the email. And
Right.
he wasn't computer savvy. Now, if she wanted her father's help, I would imagine Brian was not that good. And
Right,
maybe
I
that's
think
why
she
he
was-
thought she couldn't do it because
Mm-hmm.
he didn't know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't
Right. I
think,
think
I don't
she was
picture
more
him a
tech
real
savvy
techie
than
guy.
Brian. Right.
Yeah. So I think maybe that'll work to the advantage that he doesn't even realize how many things they can track and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that he thinks if you just destroy a phone, I don't know.
He's a real. Never mind.
What?
I was gonna say he's a real.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
mind. He's a real smart fellow.
Real
isn't
smarty,
he?
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Super intelligent. Brilliant.
Yeah.
He's a real schmuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Real schmuck is right.
Yeah. I just,
You know, the worst part about the whole thing is silence from his family.
Yeah.
I would be so disgusted.
Yeah, and
If
what is
any-
his sister
anybody-
doing, right? She's got 2 little boys. And so, she made herself, they know who she is. I mean, she came out and she gave an interview. But, she said she couldn't talk to her own parents. Like, well, what's going on with that?
Do you think that was authentic?
No, I'm thinking more now that they had her do that and say that she didn't know where he was, maybe because he was somewhere over there at the time or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
What
know.
a shame for her and her children. What a shame if in fact she didn't know or she doesn't know anything and they just can you imagine being in her position if that was your family and they just completely
I
shut you
can't-
out?
Yeah.
I can't imagine my family not having me involved. But
Well, that's what I'm
pretty-
saying, and that's like their only daughter, right? That they only have 2 children. That's their only daughter. They've got grandkids. Now, did she not get along? We don't know what the relationship is like, but
Right.
she
Was she
wasn't.
considerably older than Brian?
Yeah, but she wasn't going like camping with the parents with the little kid. Like you'd think that if they were
Right.
very close, she would be down there with her boys, right, or something, and
Yeah, I
maybe
would
they'd
think
go
so.
camping
Maybe, I
together
mean,
or
heck,
something. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, we're all going camping. Let's all, go for Labor Day
Right.
weekend, our favorite
Yeah.
spot, etc. The whole family would be there. That wasn't the case.
Mm-hmm. So there might be problems there. I mean, you don't know what's
Well,
going
I would
on.
hate if she truly has no. It's just sad. You've seen it time and time again, Carolyn, with all of the cases that you cover.
Mhm.
And if in fact that she was not involved and she had not spoken to her family in any way, I can only imagine what her and her children are going through right now.
Mhm.
Which is plausible. I mean, they're so distant I mean, just from perception from the public, they're a very distant, non-communicative type family. Who's to say that she wasn't experiencing that within her own family?
Right.
Yeah, somebody's asking about Stephen Bertolino. Stephen Bertolino, attorney at law, legal services you can trust. It says the main areas of law that Stephen Bertolino's office focuses on is real estate transactions, land use, planning, SBA loans and private funding, business law, transactions, contracts, labor law, litigation, civil litigation and commercial litigation, personal injury, and criminal law, criminal cases including DUI, traffic, and assault.
I wonder if you have any experience in DUI, traffic, or assault. Apparently, they have some real estate transactions, probably tax exemption type situations. That's what I assumed when I seen it, when you brought it up earlier.
But, I mean, he's in New York, so that's what it makes it sound more like he is someone that they know from up in New York.
Family law.
And they've called,
Yeah.
and
Right. Yeah.
But you think he would recommend someone down in Florida for them rather than
He could have
fly
already been a
into-
retainer via
Well,
their business.
this is a big deal. I mean, he may want the notoriety, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He could
but
have been a
can he
retainer.
practice? Can he? Does he have? He has to have the bar in
Well-
Florida, right?
Well, they
Well,
met
I
in
don't know.
Orlando, apparently.
They what?
Apparently,
He did
they
meet in
came to
Orlando, yeah.
at some point to meet him. So, if he doesn't, have you checked to see if he has any branches?
I'm looking right now, and I'm looking at his East Islip, New York. Looks like the only.
He probably just flew into MCO in Orlando, which is like the main, other than Stanford, like the main international airport, MCO. He probably just flew into there and met up with them.
Long Island's premier private attorney.
He's the one that sounds like a schmuck to me.
He may be somebody that they've dealt for with years and years and years, and all these companies, these juicer companies, and whatever properties,
The
and
real estate property.
he's become like a family friend, and maybe he's just, because right now Brian doesn't have any criminal charges except for this credit card fraud thing now, but when they had him, he hadn't officially been charged with anything, so maybe he's telling them, just wait. If they come at you with this, then I'll get you another attorney. We don't know. They could have another attorney that they're going to go to if that happens, that he's helping them find or whatever.
That's just who they have to cover their real estate and business, law.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he found himself in a pickle, probably, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. Let's
see. Have you followed up, Carolyn, to see if he is removed or if they have removed from the Yelp page any
those bad reviews?
Gabby? Yeah. Well, no, any of the
that they took down. They actually, I think, disabled his account at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's low of low.
Yeah.
Like, how dare you?
But he didn't. It was actually people that reviewed him.
Was it?
Yeah. I think it was people that reviewed him that were putting her picture up there. I believe that's what it was. In the same park, okay. Yes, we talked about Robert Lowry found in there. Yes.
Okay.
And Sean McLaughlin is now missing since January in the Teton Forest. Say the current lawyer is just being a spokesperson. Yeah, what, Davida?
I want to be right there when they capture him.
Yeah.
I mean, right there when they get him. Mm-hmm.
I wonder where he is, though. I mean, it's just, he could be, so many people, somebody called in something. Remember we read North Carolina in that thing last night? And then Jimmy said there was some kind of a spotting in North Carolina, and it's like he's being spotted all over,
Yeah. I'm not far from, actually, the Appalachian Mountains and everything start in Boone. I'm not far from there.
Yeah, you start in Georgia and you go up all through South Carolina, North Carolina, the Blue Ridge Mountains, all of that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't believe that.
My mom actually lives right on the Blue Ridge Parkway. So, it's like 2 hours away from me.
Right. I don't believe that any of that nonsense out of the diner had it has any, factual bearing.
Yeah, I know. I don't believe it either. I mean, I think people are going to be seeing him all over, but the thing is, like Eric Freen again, the guy you probably know from the Poconos, right? Maybe when there was that manhunt for him. It took
that was
7
terrible.
weeks. 7 weeks to find him. And they thought they were hot on his trail. They were finding his guns in the woods. Remember all that?
Oh, yeah,
and they thought they were hot on his trail. I mean, we've got him. And 7 weeks it took.
Yeah. My family, a lot of my family volunteered initially in the search for him. We have a long history of volunteer firefighters and EMTs within the family, and that struck very close to home.
Yeah.
And this very reminds me of the Eric Freed situation. That was
Yeah, except that he was armed and dangerous, and everybody was scared to death, and they closed the schools, and oh my gosh.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Terrible. Well, I tell you, I'd be scared to death if I ran into Brian Laundrie out on my street right now. It wouldn't be too comforting.
Yeah.
I would hope not.
Right. I just wonder where the freak he is and how long it's going to take to get to him. Because at first I thought, oh, we're going to find him right away. He committed suicide. But then when he didn't, and it looked like, that's a wild goose chase. Now I think he is totally on the run, and he thinks, I don't know, he's smarter than everybody, or what, he's got a lot of help, who knows, and where the heck is
His
he?
fruit efforts seem cowardly to me, and they have from the beginning, from the time that I've seen his stupid smug smirk on the original body cam footage. And, and seeing poor Gabby just absolutely distraught, obviously in, a dire, well, possibly not a dire situation at that point, but a dire situation, and completely void of any type of public official noticing that he's over here smiling and just having a, gay old time. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
No big,
Who are you?
But I think he might, will he be cowardly? Because when Freen was captured, he went without incident.
Yeah, I think he was just tired and hungry, probably. I hope that Chow in the prison was treating him well.
Yeah, but he had, if when they got Freen, he had they smashed his face down because he was all cut up, remember?
I listen, the report comes out, Brian Laundrie taken in without incident, doubt it. Not if he's caught. Not if he's caught anywhere in the U.S. anyway, as far as I'm concerned at this point. If he's brought in without incident, and I mean zero incident, calmly, and is able to go into an interrogation room immediately and be berated for hours,
right?
I would not expect there to not be an incident in the event of his capture. So, and that in that instance, I would see something, not say something in that particular instance. I'm sorry, but
a lot of people find
there's something to say about street justice. Rarely.
Well, if they keep getting,
when something like this happens and it's gone on, so many resources wasted in that reserve, so many man hours wasted on his family's lies. I'm just over it.
If they keep upping that reward for him, they should just up that like crazy, right?
Yep.
And so nobody wants to aid and abet him.
No, but then that just brings out more wackos. So you got wackadoodles everywhere. Look at I sat him at a table with this girl. Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
If I was to spot him, I would act stupid like I didn't know who he was.
Me either. Silently going on.
Right. I'd just act like I didn't know who he was. Just try to start up a conversation, especially if he's backpacking and stuff. Oh, where are you traveling from? Blah, blah, blah. And then, secretly turn my phone on and call off.
Exactly.
No.
I wouldn't be going straight to social media and being like, oh, so this happened. No.
Right. Exactly.
I think I would hope that most people would go straight to the FBI or the local law enforcement, 911, etc. Be like, but that in itself is going to bring out a whole bunch of Looney Tunes too. So,
yeah,
right.
Now, could his parents give him up and collect the reward?
Ooh, we should look up that law. Hold on, I'm going to look that up. I don't think so, because that's profiting from,
I wouldn't think so.
That's profiting from, I would assume no. And if they did, I'm sure that Gabby's family would be on top of that and suing the off him at that point.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't think they'd be eligible after aiding and abetting for this long.
Yeah.
True, because if that was the case, then the law enforcement and the FBI should be able to get the money.
I think the saving grace in this, and I really hope that Wyoming, Utah, etc., doesn't drop the ball any more than they already have. I think the saving grace is that he would be tried out there and not here in Florida. Sorry, I live in the city. If you hear the motorcycle, sorry about that. I'm hopeful that he would be tried out there and not locally,
Yeah.
because there was a lot of missteps locally, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's crazy. Crazy how it was just.
His parents would be more protected, from what I understand from when you went over, the parent-child law, etc. They would be more protected here in Florida than they would out there in the West. So
Yeah. Crazy.
the crime committed, I mean, hopefully he faces crimes committed in Florida too for the credit card fraud, but
Well, that's another thing I want to see, because I hope that they got a good picture of him, going after that money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That he didn't think, I don't know. Somebody said, oh, he'll pull up a hood and a mask and you won't see that. Because I think she would have fought like crazy. And I think he would probably, would have been scratched like crazy. And
Carolyn, have you routed from Moab to Northport, like via GPS, to see how long it typically should take?
I think it was 30, what is it, 30, I thought they said like 36 hours would it take?
Because if it took him longer than that, eventually we're going to find out an approximate time of death. So if it took him longer than that, then they could narrow down
33 hours.
33?
Via I-70 and I-75 south.
All right, that's a day and a half. And Red, White, and Buffoon spotted the van on their GoPro on the 27th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's 4 days. So if he took 4 days, he probably took back roads all the way.
If he left then, but maybe he didn't leave then.
Yeah, if he left then. I mean, if we want to believe any of the other encounters, he didn't leave then. But, I mean, his parents are so enabling. I would imagine that he probably had
I imagine he's so crazy. He might have went to their next stop.
Oh, you think so?
What if he drove up to where...
To Yellow?
Yeah, what if he drove up there and maybe the next one, and then to try to say something happened there?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe he even took her phone up that way. When she said no service in Yellowstone. Or no, Yosemite, she said. No service in Yosemite.
But she was supposed to be headed to Yellowstone.
Yellowstone, right.
That's where she was meeting her girlfriend from Florida.
Right. So did he go to Yosemite?
Mm.
And then throw it there? Who knows what he did? He's,
Yeah. They'll find out from that, hopefully from the hard drive from the van.
Mm-hmm. Because that's what I mean, like with Patrick Frazee, he had that nurse take Kelsey Barrett's cell phone home along the route she would have left on, and then just ditched it like midway through somewhere.
So crazy.
Now, I was thinking...
do we think he's that smart?
Do we think what?
Do we think he's that smart, or that his family and his attorney are that smart?
Well, if they sent him on everybody on this wild goose chase, maybe, who knows if he went to the next destination or something to get like a footprint there. I don't know. I mean, say something happened there. Who knows?
I mean, crisscross applesauce was all that I needed to know, that mommy and dad were taking care of everything.
God,
So,
just gas.
I mean, that's what we used in elementary school, not as a 23-year-old man.
Yeah.
Engaged to a beautiful young lady, ready to start their life and their adventure together, anyway. Personal.
And that sombrero, like he said, I have my sombrero in there.
Yeah.
for his
Oh,
bald
freaking
head.
sombrero. Yeah, I live with that stupid ass Brit. Oh, sorry, I cussed.
Yeah. Why didn't he
My
take
first
it out?
time this stream.
Why didn't he take it out of the car with him,
Well, because it wasn't his. That hat was Gabby's.
Yeah.
Just like everything else, just like the van and the phone and everything else. I'm not saying that he didn't put any blood, sweat, and tears into the van.
But there's got to be so many gas stations. And something
Right.
early on that I read too is that, and this was in something, this is so early on, said that he drove back to Florida with 2 other people. And I wonder if there's any truth to that, because what if he went back with a couple of people that he met there and they were going to help pay for gas?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that would put some gaps in the timeline between Mo
and maybe they could go out and get the gas and be captured on the cameras.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Or maybe they even helped with the, who knows, with the fraud.
If there was any validity to that, I can't imagine that those people wouldn't step up.
Yeah, wouldn't they step up?
They would have, oh my God, I rode with this.
Unless they did some illegal things too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, or worse. Maybe what if he killed them?
Ooh.
Terrible.
When they got close to Florida.
Oh, there's a lot of missing people out of Florida.
Who knows? Who knows? At that point, he had already killed someone. Because that's another thing. Okay, just looking at this, the credit card fraud is for the 31st and the 1st, right?
Right.
That's when he's coming into town on the 1st. So how come he didn't need to do any credit card fraud before that?
Right. So what happened between the 27th, 30th?
Right. And right in the 31st, did he have somebody else flip, giving the gas money?
Was that him just being crazy and hopping in people's cars and be like, no, and going back, and hopping back in the van and then be like, no, and going back? And it's terrible to speculate, but it's been so frustrating with no.
No, but we're actually using the facts up here. That's what I'm saying. When you have the facts that you have and you try to piece together what happened there, it's not like conspiracy credit. You know that he used the credit card of the 31st and the 1st. So what did he do before that? And how did because he had to be on the road. Because he got back early on the 1st. So he had to be, at the very least, he had to be on that road the 30th, 31st driving home.
Right, for 33 hours from Moab to Northport. Yeah, he would have had to be on the road yeah.
And that, I don't know what the gas mileage is on that transit thing, but,
Let's just hope that everybody investigating is as intelligent as you, Carolyn.
And is he like Jody Arias? Did he fill up a bunch of gas containers?
Cans and cans and stuff.
So
up
that
there.
He didn't have to stop in gas stations?
When he was getting water that they were out of?
Maybe. That van could put him in the back there if that's what he wanted. Maybe he paid somebody to go fill up all these gas, who knows?
And if he had cash, if in fact crazy people from TikTok, he actually did have some cash on him, that's a whole stretch of unknown with cash.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. And I was not being, I was absolutely being facetious. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. I'm trying to see here.
I'm teasing.
I don't know where. I read that somewhere, but just so crazy.
Every morning I wake up, I look at the news, like, oh, did they get him yet?
Oh, that's what the first thing Jimmy said. No, they didn't get him yet.
Yeah,
I was like, yeah.
That's the first thing I look forward to.
Mhm.
Absolutely, Deb. That is the first thing
That's the same thing I do. As soon as I get up in the morning, I'm on my computer looking.
Oh my gosh. So crazy. And you think with social media and so many people that have loose lips that somebody would have not been able to keep something in that they know, you know?
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. You know, whoever Gabby was talking to on the phone, why have they not said anything? Who was it? You know, that's.
I think it was probably her family. They seem very close, very connected, very in tune with each other, except for, you know, possibly the reality of her relationship with Brian, which is not unusual. You could have a wonderful.
I get that, but I mean,
family.
she was upset. Even if she was not telling the parents everything, I'm sure they could hear that.
But you know what? Could she have not called her mother? Could she have been pretending?
Possibly.
I don't know.
You know, and that's
because she was on the phone. I noticed whenever the police officer opened the door, she took her phone down away from her.
Right, but could that have been because she didn't want them to talk to her parents or something? I don't know. I'm just thinking about a million things, you know.
Yeah. Right.
Because her father said he didn't know about it, so that obviously didn't speak with her father.
Mm-hmm.
And why doesn't her mother mention it in her interviews?
Right.
That's weird.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody has said anything about it.
Yeah, so I'm wondering.
They could have been instructed not to.
They could, yeah.
At that point, you know, at this point too, so early on, and still not knowing where the heck this moron is. You know, who knows?
Right, but daughter that was halfway across the country, and even if she tried to tell me that everything was fine, but I could hear it in her voice, I'd be on the next plane going out there and getting her.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
You know, especially with them being separated that night or whatever, I'd be like, you tell me where you're at, and I'd be out there and getting her. So I can't see her parents not doing that if she was talking to her mom or whoever.
Do you think Gabby was lonely? I mean, she was looking for friends on Bumble and things like that. So do you think that she felt very isolated with the move? And, you know, all of that I feel like can play into normal responses from, you know, a normal awkward situation. Your first, you know, instinct would be to revert. But in the event that, you know, I mean, she's with Brian for, you know, she's known him since high school, whatever. They started dating a couple of years ago, whatever. She's lonely. She's in Florida. She doesn't know anybody. You know, maybe she was looking for that outlet outside of her family, just not to worry them. I agree with you, Carolyn. I mean, I have I have a daughter in college and a daughter in high school. And, you know, as much as I would like to think that they would come to me first, they're probably going to go to their friends first.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, whoever she was talking to, if she was talking to someone, why have they not come forward?
I can't imagine they wouldn't. Or even the people that were traveling back with Brian. Like, what's wrong with them? They haven't said anything. If that is, you know, if there's any truth.
Okay, so the former FBI agent Jennifer Kuffendorfer, who talks with Brian Enton, said that she believes that Brian's alive based on the parents' behavior.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I don't think, I said it before, I think he's too cowardly. So I think that
Bounty Hunter's daughter said, what'd she say? She said, okay, so somebody thinks that, open image, that this, hold on, where is that? This monster energy that was found there with dog, hold on, was in the mother's purse over here.
Yeah, I've seen that picture, but you can't tell.
I don't think
you can't tell enough
I think
of
that
it if
I'm
it is
thinking
or not.
something was done with that because I remember this picture and I don't remember. Remember, I thought it was, what did I think it was? It looked like, oh, it looked like a roll of, was it paper towels or something? I think somebody embellished that a little. I don't know. I'm not thinking that, I just don't think he would have drank that, and I don't think he would have left it like that.
Well, it's not plastic, so.
But who knows, you know?
I don't mean to, I'm sorry. I deal with like stress with humor.
Oh, no,
but
I do, yeah.
I mean,
No.
it's not plastic, so who the heck knows?
So let's see. So she says that it was a good day and tight lips today. We're processing evidence.
Well, you know, even if it was a can in her purse, doesn't mean it was a monster.
Yeah.
Right.
You know? That
How
doesn't
terrible
prove
for
anything.
how terrible for that family if they really don't know anything, but I doubt it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And new twist. What is this? Okay. Yeah, there's really not, other than all of that. Let's see. I can confirm Brian was staying during those days. Who's putting this? Oh, I don't know what the heck they're putting.
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
sure
making
when
coffee if you hear anything.
What happened?
I said I'm making coffee if you hear anything.
Oh.
Oh, make me a cup.
Okay.
I need it after my couple glasses of wine.
I'm sure when this all started, the parents had no clue that this was going to, you know, be as big as it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Yeah,
now
I
it's
thought
too
that
late.
too.
Now
Have
it's
we
too late
down-
for them to turn around and. Okay, can we start back from the beginning?
Yeah, right. They never, you know,
Yeah.
right.
I thought that too. That they didn't realize it was going to be this huge.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Has it been released?
Because
when
look at so many other cases that
To you about some things.
don't even
Okay,
make
Allie.
it to the news, you know, or are not this big. I don't
Okay.
think they
When do you
thought
wanna
it would
talk
be
to
like
me, Allie?
this.
Has it been released?
And now they don't
when-
know how to handle it.
Has what been released?
When they made those campground reservations?
Oh, yes. They, yes, I covered that today in that other video. So yes, the 24th, which was the day that after he left Florida, because if he went back on the 23rd, that was the day he left after the storage unit thing.
Okay.
The 24th, she made a reservation for 2 people from September 1st through the 3rd at the DeSoto campground. But then on the 31st of August, she canceled that reservation and she didn't reschedule it. And she rescheduled it on September 3rd for the 6th through the 8th for 3 people.
That
Okay.
makes me think she knew he was on his way home.
Right, right.
Right. Well, I missed your stream earlier. I was actually out getting my own sunshine around the park.
Yeah.
I was trying to get in some exercise.
I didn't get
wasn't
sunshine.
biking,
It was
but I
freezing. I needed earmuffs when I was riding. Yeah, and it got dark early. I could only do 5 miles today in the time frame that I normally ride. It got dark. So by 7 o'clock, it was dark. I could
believe.
not believe it.
Well, you know, there's another thing back to them knowing he was on his way home to cancel those and reschedule.
Right.
How did he contact them?
Right. That's what I mean. By phone,
Hi,
right? Yeah.
Danielle. Hi, Carolyn. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Lisa.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Yeah. By
So
that
that makes
phone.
me think he still had that phone he had
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
he used
Well,
it.
Or hers.
early on, and I don't, for some reason I'm thinking that it was Dad that said this, but early on they were saying that her phone was shut off for so many hours or something.
No, the
when
phone
he
was
would
going
have been-
straight to voicemail. Everyone's phone went straight to voicemail.
when he
And
was,
then it was turned back on, right, Lisa?
yeah, it's Debbie,
What?
but yeah.
Deb, yeah.
Not me,
Yeah,
right?
it was turned back on.
What date was that? Do you remember?
It would have been on his ride home. So he had her phone.
See that?
Okay.
I remember also.
Did he want to put her back in Florida? But then
Maybe.
why that doesn't make any sense though. Then why would, if he wanted to get her somehow back in Florida with him and that she's missing in Florida, why wouldn't he answer the parents?
I think he's just a loser and
Yeah.
didn't
Yeah.
think through. He obviously wasn't thinking from the beginning if he was around town slapping her in front of a mart. So,
Well, yeah, that's true.
you know what I'm saying?
Because
He
most
probably
abusers
didn't
will
have
do
any
it in
minutes
the
on his
hiding. It's not out in public, you know,
Right.
because they don't want people to know that they're that way, and they will do it in, you know, behind the doors and be normal or act normal out around people, and then like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my dad was that way. I mean, I grew up in that mess. But
Yeah, they were saying that by the time it escalates to where they will hit you out in public, that it's way long gone. You know, that it's been happening for a while.
You know, it could also
Right.
be right, but also because they weren't near. He says something like, "I wanted." In the first one, he says something like, he either says, "I was getting loud so that I could say, look, stop, they're all looking at us," or something. He made it sound like he got loud so she would get embarrassed and stop. He made it sound like his actions and what he was doing was just to get her to say they're all looking at us and stop. That's like the first police cam, which was weird. But maybe he could care less about who saw him because he didn't live there. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to embarrass her because if she was going to do this van life thing, maybe he would say, "Oh, you want me to do this?" And then they'll say, "Oh, there's those van life people that were fighting." And maybe she would stop. Maybe he held that over her head.
Yeah.
Like, don't let me get crazy. Like, I don't know. There's so many things. But he did say something about, I said to her, they're all looking at us or something.
that was his deflection. He was trying to deflect what he did on.
That shite grinning smile that he had told me everything I needed to know when she was just bawling her eyeballs out in that first police footage. I mean, anybody with any type of compassion, morality would have not been smiling and joking and crisscrossing, applesaucing, whatever.
Now, I have to say something. Everybody is talking about an Apple Watch. And I have a real question for people. First of all, I looked at her pictures and video, especially the place she does not have an Apple Watch on. Second of all, how does anybody know it's an Apple Watch? Because I can tell you, I have a Fitbit. This is an Apple Watch that I have. But I have a Fitbit Versa. And it looks identical to this watch. And people would always ask me, is that an Apple Watch? And I would say, no, this is the Fitbit Versa. Okay? How could anybody say that? You know, this reminds me a little bit of when people were going about Shanann's Apple Watch and all this stuff, and then that other person was wearing it, and it was like, okay. So when I saw this, I specifically went back on her photos to look at her wrists. And she didn't have an Apple Watch. Now, I just got an email, and someone said, did they ever find her smartwatch? In some of the Instagram posts, she's wearing one. And in Brian's ranting post, which would have been after the police incident, he goes on this rant about people who wear Apple Watches, stream TV shows, drink caramel macchiatos, and use microwaves. It seems very pointed towards Gabby. I know smartwatches can record heart rate, travel data, etc. This link got me started wondering about it. So I don't think she had an Apple Watch, and I don't think she had an Apple Watch with her. I really don't. You don't see it in any of her videos and stuff. I don't think she had one. And yes, an Apple Watch can tell if your heart stops, but only if it's charged, and you have to charge them often. So, and you have to be wearing it. Okay, so yeah, you know, I think that I don't think she had. If she had an Apple Watch, and if you saw one in Instagram a long time ago, it might have been a Fitbit. You don't know that it's an Apple Watch.
Yeah, or it could have been a knockoff. You know, because some of the knockoffs look like name brands.
Mm-hmm. But
because they're all over on Amazon.
If it was something that he didn't like, she probably didn't even have. I'm gonna go to her Instagram just take a little gander, because the pictures I took, I didn't see one.
Maybe in her photos.
But everybody's
Carolyn.
asking about it. Everybody is asking about it.
Maybe in her later photos, maybe. But I don't recall anything recent.
Here's the last one. No watch. There's no watch, and you know, and she never posts. Like, I would think if she had an Apple Watch and they went on a hike, she would post the face, you know, like the face of it, how many, the elevation, like everything it said, how many steps, blah, 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 blah. But I don't see anything like that.
Hey, Carolyn.
Mm-hmm.
Since you're on her Instagram, I thought that was very weird that she posted that one picture holding a pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
That said Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Halloween.
Halloween,
Halloween,
yeah.
That's right. Okay. And I thought, gosh, it's kind of early for that, you know? And then somebody said something that picture was from last year, and she reposted it. So I don't have Instagram, but is that her hair looks shorter in that picture than when she was on this trip?
Well, no, I'll show you something, Deb. Here, I'll show you why it looks shorter here. Let me pull this over. What the heck is this? I can't find the tab that I'm in.
Halloween in Florida starts in August. Because we don't have a fall.
Well, there was a controversy too that they said that their trip was supposed to end on Halloween, so they thought it was weird that it said Happy Halloween. But that, you know, that's, hold on, here's the.
What date was that posted?
I'm gonna. It's August 25th, but I'm gonna pull it up because I want to show Deb something about this.
Oh.
Hold on, let me put this. Okay, go over here. Okay. So this is the picture, but watch. Her hair looks short there, right? But look here. It's long.
Okay, wait a second. Okay.
Mardell, people in chat are wanting to know who you are. What is your screen name in chat?
Who, me?
Who is?
Yeah, Mardell.
I'm just Mardell Morales.
Oh, okay.
I was Mardell Ferrati previously. That's just me.
Okay.
So
I didn't know if you had a different name in chat or what.
No, I've been off. Other than YouTube, I've been off. I haven't posted on social media in several years for a multitude of reasons. But I have stayed like current on YouTube. I don't post on YouTube.
Right. Okay.
And
People
it's
in
not
chat was wondering who you were, who was talking. So
just a random girl from Florida. Just a stranger out of Florida. Look at that beautiful girl.
Okay, now here's
That's
a
great.
watch, okay? There's a watch here. But this is January of 2020. That's a long time ago.
Right.
And we don't know what watch. Just because she has a watch that looks like that, that doesn't mean it's an Apple Watch.
And it doesn't mean it didn't break. It doesn't mean.
Doesn't mean she had it with her. She had it on. Yeah.
My daughter has lost 2 of them so far.
Yeah.
So.
My kids go through. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Even my daughter's like high tech. She jogs like crazy. She has a Garmin one. The first one she had broke. She just had to get another one. So yeah. I mean,
that doesn't mean anything.
There's a watch there, but again, December of 2019.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't see any recent pictures with her wearing it. Now maybe, remember they started dating in 2019. Maybe Brian didn't like that kind of thing.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe that's when it went bye-bye. If he went on a rant about something like that, very possible.
I mean, he doesn't wear shoes ever, so he probably doesn't wear a watch.
Right, and see
Benny,
watch
Benny
here.
Darling is saying it's the engagement photo, so that's been a while back.
Okay, here's another watch, okay, but we still don't know if it is a Apple Watch.
And it's also December 2019.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but
yeah, it's a long time, and it's we don't know at all. And she's not like she talks about it or she shows it or says I really love my Apple Watch, And this is 2016. Okay.
I find it bizarre that Brian doesn't seem to have a lot of anything speaking out on his behalf.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like, nobody's saying. I mean, I guess maybe a couple people said, "Oh, he's a good guy," or we hear that all the time. "Oh, great guy, good guy he was," and but not really overwhelmingly. Not like
I've not even heard that.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't.
Look at that Zoltar. Should have said that Zoltar guy that Scooter has.
I'm not saying there hasn't been some, but I mean, if there has, I haven't heard it. And it's so very few people that it's not really out there,
Right.
Maybe he was just a complete loner.
Has anybody looked at his, his active friends on any of his posts to see if they have spoke out at all?
Oh, I don't know. So many people have left so many hate messages on his stuff that I don't even.
I mean, older things.
Yeah, but I mean, they've even gone on his older. I mean, it's incredible. I'm surprised actually that he didn't take his stuff down.
I'm not. I'm not surprised in the slightest actually that he didn't, because he's just disappeared. Oh, what an angel. 21.
I know, she was such a beautiful girl.
She really was.
So yeah, the watch, I think, guys, whatever it was, I don't think she wore it recently. And so yeah.
I'd like to know what the heck they find in that truck camper.
In that hard drive, and stuff like that.
In that hard drive.
Who knows if she had a journal or something in there that would be something if she had a journal in there that he didn't even know about and it told what happened,
Oh yeah, there would have been plenty of opportunity if, she could have ghosted, any file from him if she kept a personal journal or anything like that. Not, written, but typed. She very possibly could have, had a secret journal or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I would hope, I actually hope that she did give insight to the
Well,
things.
if she did, I hope it was hidden and he didn't find it. Because he had time to go through that van.
But I don't think that he was intelligent enough. I don't think that he was, tech savvy enough to even.
Well, I don't mean that. I'm talking about like a real paper journal,
Oh yeah,
writing.
I think a paper journal. I don't think. I'd be well, maybe. Not to say
Because
anything.
she liked to write, and draw and things, so I could see her having one.
If she feared that he would read it, she would never put truth in that journal beyond, anything condemning him anyway.
What photo are you looking for, Bunny darling?
Private journals, maybe on her computer.
Right.
We just won't know until we know.
We don't even know if they've got her computer.
No, and we won't. That's what I'm saying. We won't know until we know. They're not going to tell us anything.
Right. So I'm wondering if he tossed that somewhere too, because, that's another way to get information is through computer. So I'm wondering if he's got rid of that. It's just he's had so much time to get rid of stuff. We just don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The time that he's had and the agencies that have dropped the ball, who's to tell,
Jessica, Vanessa, ask your question, and if Carolyn's not looking at chat, I can relay it for you.
Yeah, so she said the engagement photo, which is this one. Let's see, where did I just go with that? Okay, but again, this was, hold on, let me pull this over here. Where did I just put that photo now?
What's your question, Jessica?
I've got far too many tabs open. I've got to close some of these. I can't even see what I have. Oh, here it is. Okay. This photo. Right, but I'm telling you, I have a Fitbit Versa that looks like that. Okay, and it could be an Apple Watch, it could be a lot of things. If it is an Apple Watch, okay, there's different series of Apple Watches and not all did the same things. Second of all, she has not worn that recently. And it may be one thing that he said, he doesn't like. He's upset about Apple Watches in one of his rants. Yeah. So, yeah. Could be something he said, well, I lose that watch now. Maybe he needed money. Who knows? Maybe it broke. Maybe she lost it. Could be 1,000 different things. They don't last forever.
Carolyn, Jessica wants to know, or wants to ask you about the police visit to the Laundrie's house on 8/10.
Mm-hmm.
She wants
you mean
to know
9/10, right? She means.
Yeah. She posted 8/10, but okay. She wants to know if we heard about this or if it was old news.
Okay, I heard about this. I put it in my timeline when I did that video. When I did that, a lot of people said they hadn't heard about it, but I did read about it. And now the one thing that's come out is today they put out the reports. They did have the reports on it, but it was redacted. A lot of people didn't see it. I don't know why, but today they put out the reports again on Twitter from the 10th and the 11th. They're all redacted, and all you do is see it's a public service incident, 2 of them on the 10th, and that's when her father went to the house.
I would have needed more than a badge to prevent me from going in that house.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that they've made 46 911 calls.
Somebody said they made 46. Who, the parents have?
The parents have, yeah.
Where did someone just say that in
That-
chat, or that's verified?
It's verified. It's in the news. It was in print, a newspaper article.
Well, I imagine they're
Jessica said thank you.
You're welcome,
Jessica
Jessica.
said thank you. It was understandable.
You're welcome. Let's see here. There were at least 46 phone calls or responses, requests related to the Northport, Florida home of now fugitive Brian Laundrie between the 10th of September and the 27th, according to the police records.
It's probably about all those crazy people screaming and horns on their front yard. I would think.
Yeah. Robert Bob wonders.
Okay, yeah, on the 9/14, there was officer initiated, problem settled. Then on 9/15, cell landline, problem settled. Highway obstruction, it says. Public service incident on the 16th. No police action necessary. Public service on the 17th. No police action necessary. Public service on the 17th. No police action necessary. On the 17th, it said property checked all right. Then there was, they're all here. Hang on, let me pull those over. So, but they're all heavily redacted. I mean, you're not going to find any. These are all the reports, and that's what I mean. So they went. This is why it was released today. These are 9/10. That's the public service incident. Okay, public service, and then 3 on the 11th. Follow-up investigation. Follow-up investigation. Follow-up, and that's an agency assist. Then follow-up investigation on the 14th. Problem settled. Highway obstruction. Problem settled. That was the 15th. The 16th. Public service. No police action. This was the 17th, and this is the day that police found out the parents reported him missing. So these were no police action, public service, and then special detail visit, checked all right. A missing persons, 9th, that was when they reported him missing. Special detail on the 18th. And then special detail on the 18th again. Public service on the 18th.
When did they find her body, Carolyn? On the 18th or the
20th, wasn't it?
20th?
I think it was it was the 19th.
19th.
Sunday.
Okay.
Sunday. Yeah.
18th or 19th, yeah.
Sunday, yeah.
So I'm, outcry.
The 18th
public.
was special detail. 19th, special detail. 19th, special detail. Agency assist on the 20th. Special detail on the 20th. 21st, special detail. Special detail, duplicate event. Special detail on the 24th.
That was when they went in the house.
And
FBI,
the
right?
24th.
On the 20th.
Was it the 24th? Gosh, everything. Patrol check on the 24th. Suspicious incident on the 24th. Patrol check on the 24th.
Yeah.
On the 25th, another patrol check. Patrol check. Patrol check. Patrol check. Public service on the 25th. Public service. 26th, patrol check. Follow-up investigation on the 26th. Patrol check on the 26th. Disturbance on the 27th. Park, walk, talk on the 27th. Public service on the 27th. Public service on the 27th. Special detail on the 27th. Public service on the 27th, and that's it for the.
That was when they started that on the hour, every hour.
Oh, maybe.
On Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So crazy to think that was Monday.
Right. One of those have to be where they called on dog, though.
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been Monday.
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
Do you think those were all calls from the laundries?
Do I think? Well, some of the ones that said phone calls, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, Roberta Laundrie's Pinterest. Someone's, yeah, we've gone through that before.
Do you think it's going to be weeks, or do you think that they're honing in on him?
I think they're going to get a warrant out really soon for the criminal charges, but I don't know how long it's going to be until they find her.
I'm hoping it's like right now.
I know.
I think it's still going to be a little bit. I do.
I think so too.
Because apparently he's hiding pretty well, or like in completely somewhere else, because they should have already had him by now, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that's what makes me think he's not there. He's gone somewhere else. Because this has been going into the third week, you know.
There's so many charters out of that area also that you can pay cash for. I mean, boats start loading at 5 a.m. every day of the week for fishing and excursions and what have you.
Well, if his relatives that live in New York still have a working boat service, they have it in Florida and New York. So I'm thinking, I'm just curious if maybe they hipped him out before all this became public.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, everything they did was before it became public.
Right. So then after it became public, they probably wish they wouldn't have, or just, that's why they're keeping quiet. They ain't opening my mouth, you know? Because I don't want to get in the middle of it.
Under Florida law, they can't be prosecuted anyway, right, Carolyn?
Well,
the
no,
parents
the
can't.
cousin, the parents, but no, cousins, aunts, and uncles can.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. You know, his uncle and cousin have that boat service in Florida and New York. So who's to say they didn't help him before all this came out public? And now they're like, oh, crap. And especially with the one being a cop. So if he's still a cop, they're not going to say nothing because they don't want to get in the middle of it all.
Right.
Carolyn, there is a way that the parents can be charged, isn't there?
They can, but it's not going to be much. Like, I mean, I think it was
3 years.
like 3 years and $10,000 fine or something like that. It wasn't much. Yeah. And you know what? Maybe they just figure, look, if our son gets caught, what the heck do we care if we go to jail?
Oh,
our lives are over anyway. Like, you know what I mean? Like, really, what are they gonna?
But if they find out that they lied to the FBI, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if they aided and abetted him in some way, lied. But maybe that's what I'm saying. But maybe at that they feel like, who the heck cares? If our son's going to go to jail for the rest of his life, then we'll go. You know.
Can you imagine what their lives would be like in prison?
Right. But what are their lives really going to be like out of prison? You know, unless they go into the witness protection program. I don't
Yeah.
know what it's going to be like, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, if they did assist, that was their choice. So
Yep.
some consequences. Somebody needs to be held
Yeah,
accountable.
Jessica, because they're family members, and Florida's got is one of the states that has laws like that. And even though you can go to Wyoming and it's federal and all of that, it's not much. We looked it up. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
ridiculous.
I'm wondering if they could charge them with obstruction of justice.
Yeah, but I still, yeah, I mean, they can get charged, but I don't think it's much time.
If they lied,
Tampering with evidence, though.
Okay, yeah, but all of that is if they're doing something to save their son. See that the Fauci, his mother, because that was considered child abuse because
Right,
she was
it was the
14 years old. Yeah, and so that's why she was arrested for washing his jeans. But had it been different, yeah, she would have been as his mother. Would have been okay with that, according to the law.
if they lied about where he was, you know, going to the reserve and stuff, I think they ought to have to pay for those.
Yeah, but I saw someone, an expert on that, say, yeah, maybe they could get something under there, but having to pay back resources. I think it was the FBI agent. She said, I've never once seen any case where they've ever had to pay back the resources that were spent. I think because the resources they're spending there it's so they don't even have the money to do that. So, you know, I mean, it's probably millions to all that fuel and, you know, the helicopters and all of that search. Yeah, it's just crazy. I wonder what the cost is up to on that.
And they're really small communities that were initiating.
Fucci, I'm sorry. Fucci.
Yeah.
Sorry, Allie.
The FBI came in, but you know, a lot of those are smaller resources. You know, I can't imagine there being any justice in recovering any of that. I just.
Well, we know that it's probably doubled. It was at 1.2 million, so we know it's doubled that.
Yeah.
So
For a
it's
23-year-old,
probably more
he'll
than
be
that.
24
even.
in November, won't he, Allie Cattails? Yeah. Dog said he's going to catch him before his 4th birthday. Yeah, it's $200,000 a day. WFLA said.
Wow.
Jessica.
Oh.
Apparently, 200,000 a day. And how many days have they been searching in there?
It's been 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Going on into the 3rd week, Monday.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I said it was at 1.2 million, so it's doubled that, if not more.
Yeah. easily doubled. Yeah.
Yeah, because they reported him on the 17th, right?
Yes, they reported
That he
him missing.
14th.
Yeah.
Yes, they said he had
Okay.
been missing since the 14th, but that's all lies, probably.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, do both sets of his grandparents live in North Carolina? Well, no. Well, his grandmother, Harriet, she's passed away, and she lived in Florida. She lived in Florida, and his grandfather, I believe, Chris's father, is also deceased, and Roberta's parents, Allie Cattels, we didn't get to Roberta's parents yet. Do they live in North Carolina?
I have heard, but it's not confirmed, that he has a grandfather that lives in Cary, North Carolina, which isn't far from me. But
Well, I know what his name would be because I know her.
like I said, I don't know it for a fact or if it's been confirmed. That's just what I've heard.
Does it begin with a V? His last name?
Yes.
He has to be pretty savvy to pull this off, right? I think so. He's a loner who's angry at people and the world. He loves the anti-hero. He plays dumb and helpless, so his mom and Gabby will take care of things. That's what Alley Cattail says.
Sounds about right.
The anti-hero. The anti-hero. Case like this would be federally funded, Summer Hayes says. They live in North Carolina. Well, okay. He's got relatives all the way up there, and all the way up there, Virginia, lots in Virginia, lots in Wisconsin, Georgia.
They're over. They're all over the place.
They're all over the place.
Yeah.
New York, yeah, they're all in New York, all over. Pennsylvania, some of them. Maybe he's shacked up in the basement of his grandfather's house. Oh, you don't think they would have checked there, Nancy?
I believe they would check all the family.
Yeah, I believe so too. But,
Yeah.
I mean,
Who knows, though? The way they botched everything, those idiots.
yeah, if they truly didn't check that DeSoto.
Well, the FBI is in on it. I'm sure they've checked. Or they could have got with local law enforcement and had them to go check.
Otherwise, they're going to start calling them what Barney Fife. Oh my gosh! They're going to be like the laughing stock. Because remember that guy? We know exactly where he is.
Yeah.
I want to think about when they do that thing on 2 minutes later. We don't know where he is. They'll be making so many memes about that, right? Yeah, we know exactly where he is.
Well, how do we know they've even checked flight records between
I know
the 27th and onward? I mean, Gabby wasn't officially missing until the 11th.
And I bet you somewhere there's some people in that Northport Police Department going like this. How do we know it was going to get this big? And everybody was going to be looking at what we were doing.
Yeah. I'm sure they have.
All 12 of them.
Yeah.
No.
Right?
I'm not
I bet you a lot of
mentioning
them,
that.
because that was coming right around, right after Labor Day, and people were, so just playing all right, it's probably nothing. Okay.
Yeah, let them go.
Carrie said she's going to send you an email, Carolyn.
Okay. But that was just the craziest thing that night. We know exactly where he is. We don't know where he is. He's considered a missing person now.
What a joke.
Oh my God.
It is a joke. That's a small town, Florida.
Yeah, it's that mentality too. Okay.
Kind of kicks back.
Yeah. Sure, it's nothing.
Probably just some girl taking off, mad at her.
She's probably mad at her boyfriend. She didn't want that van life. She was too good for him anyway. She probably kicked him to the curb.
That mentality has to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Adults, But it's rampant. Especially when you get into the smaller towns. It's very disappointing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of something. What was she sending? Who was sending me something?
Carrie.
The
one that was saying they live in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
She was going to send you an email.
Make sure you send it to the truecrimechat.org address, not the Mommy Ramblings one, please. And so I got to check over here.
Carolyn, I actually, a few months ago, probably more than a few months ago now, and I do remember you bringing it up in a stream, those those two boys, those two brothers that drowned in the car down there in Southwest Florida.
Wait,
And
do you mean the Susan Smith case?
is that what that was?
Where Michael and Alex?
The name.
You mean this
Yeah,
is this is a long time ago, like and Michael and
Yeah.
Alex?
Probably a year ago.
1994.
Yeah.
Oh no, like maybe a year ago. The boys that drowned and the father and the girlfriend were in the car, and they basically just watched the car go down, and strangers and onlookers, you know, jumped into the water, tried to save the boys, and they were just sitting on the.
I think I do. Yes, and it was horrible. Yeah.
I remember you talking about that, but that, you know, that's what I'm saying. Just that, those type of things are so easily, you know, terrifying in that type of terrain.
Yeah.
You could just be driving down the road and have a psychotic moment and be like, oh, I'm driving my car into this pond, and, you know, not, it's terrible, but it's just that type of area. It's very underfunded educationally. It's very backwoods mentality. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I have strong backwoods in my roots. But when it comes to having justice for these victims, therein lies, you know, the injustice. And it's very rampant in that area. Or it just, it's terrible. It's terrible.
It would, you know what, it wouldn't surprise me if he had for quite some time been abusive to her in one realm or another. I think he was very controlling for a long time. And then, you know, after that, then starts the shoving and or this, you're not going to do that, especially if he's a environmentalist, you know, where you don't do, you know, drink out of plastic bottles and all that crap. You know, I mean, I'm sure he just really had her under his thumb.
It usually starts out slow, very slow. So slow that it's not,
you don't know it.
You don't catch it. You don't see it. And it's usually emotionally and mentally first before it becomes physical.
I agree, Davida.
And I think that, you know what, who knows, maybe she would have gotten out of it once they got home, if she, you know, could have got home.
Right.
Or who's to say if she was home, it would have been any different? You know, I hate to say that, but I, you know, from personal experience, it happens time and time again.
That's why you know, after what I've been through, I'm like, I sit back and I watch. You know, I listen to what's said, but I watch more than I listen. And by the first time I see anything, it's a red flag, I'm done. I'm gone. You know, I don't play.
That boundary early.
Yep.
That's right.
And it, you know, it might hurt some relationships or whatever, because I've been single since 2001, or since I was my last, you know, divorce. But I'm happy. You know, I don't have to worry about that mess anymore. But
you don't got the socks anymore either.
Right. And like I said, one little red flag, I might be too cautious, but I'd rather be too cautious than get caught up in that again, because I just won't.
That's good.
That shows a lot of
strength. Sure. Well, you know, you have to learn. It took me a long time. You have to learn to love yourself and put yourself first.
I'm going to say that. You have to love yourself too.
Right. And you have to know that you can do it on your own, that you don't have to rely on someone else. And just building your self-esteem back up, you know. And when you get to that point, when I got to that point, that's when I was like, okay, I'm looking, you know, I see these red flags and no.
Put my watch on the charger.
And it takes time to get there. It does.
Yeah.
Do you think Gabby was looking for that on her adventure? That independence?
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
Well, I
think
don't
so.
know though, but I think she wanted this van life thing to work out, and
Oh, yeah.
I think she wanted this. See, it was this dream, and so she wanted that, and so she was making excuses for him
Right.
because she didn't want that, because to leave him wasn't in the picture. She wasn't going to do this by herself. She didn't want to
Exactly.
drive that van by herself, and this was a dream of hers. And I think she just wanted to make it perfect, and probably thought it was her or whatever. And oh yeah, he's just stressed, and I make him stressed, and all that stuff just to wish it away and just make it work.
Well, and if you notice, she was saying at one point when the cops were talking to her, she said, I tried to apologize. I was trying to tell him I was sorry. And that is one of the key things that you do when you're in an abusive situation. You're the one that's always apologizing.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done it, but you're apologizing because you don't want to rock the boat,
Right.
to your point, Carolyn, I also heard her in the first body cam footage mentioning, about driving the van, to your point, like she seemed concerned about being able to drive the van and be on her own.
Because he probably beat her down too, like she said, he doesn't think I can do this, and
right.
So you can't drive this van. You couldn't go on your own. You need me. You'd never be able to do this on your own.
Right.
It was only a little nugget van. She had everything in her to be doing that on her own, but that's what happens when you're on the other side of an abusive relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, he totally beat down her self-confidence where she didn't have any. She was trying to with her blog, but he even beat that down,
Didn't want her to have that.
Right. Making her feel like she couldn't do anything without him, period.
Right. Yeah.
Well, from the looks of the first body cam footage and the second, I don't think she went without a fight. And I pray to God she didn't. Because that's,
Right. I mean, there've been times with in my marriage, I had to fight. But I mean, when you're put in that position, you still don't have self-esteem, but you're fighting to stay alive.
Right.
Or to let them know, you're not going to kill me, but you still don't have self-esteem enough to say, I got to get out of this.
Yeah, I got to walk.
It's a hard thing. I mean, it's really a hard thing, and it's hard to explain if you've not been through it.
Yeah.
There's my lullaby. Hear my phone play the lullaby at 3:33.
Your phone plays the lullaby?
My phone plays a lullaby at 3:33 that tells me it's almost time for bed.
Is that your angel number?
Yeah. It is.
Jessica Vanessa said she sent an email.
Okay. Let's see.
Carolyn, I sent out your signs today, this morning.
Oh, thank you.
The 3 of them.
Thank you.
How you feeling, Lisa?
Your YouTube channel and easily.
Oh, I've been sick the last 2 mornings. I think it's from the medicine.
Gabby went to college.
Running to the bathroom and feeling like I'm going to vomit. Yeah.
Jessica, from what her mother said, she said that, Gabby was a free spirit and it wasn't about going to school and getting a job. So I don't know. She might have had, I don't know if she had an associate's degree or, let me see, but you find very little about, that's what I'm saying. He flies under the radar. Like, did he go to college? What did he do? I mean.
Yeah, speaking out about him as youth or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of weird.
Gabby was enrolled to go to college, but she didn't go.
Okay.
Oh, see.
When was she enrolled? Do you know that?
I don't know. I took it as this school year, but I don't know.
That would be telling of their relationship too.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Just keep that and not have her further her education, etc. If that was the case, that she was recently enrolled in the last however many years they've been dating or anything like that, he could have discouraged that as well. And that's just another tactic to keep her under his belt. So
Yeah, to not want her to get a good education, get a good job, and have the means to leave.
So she lived, did you know Gabby lived in Carolina Beach and worked in Wilmington from 2017 to 2019. She worked as a hostess and in the kitchen before moving to Florida. And that was, let's see, she was
I believe some of her co-workers held a memorial.
Yeah, it says she was not just a name, she's not just a case, she was a person and very special to a lot of people. She was a good soul, a good spirit, touched so many lives. That's what we want her remembered for. Her coworkers and friends said she loved everyone and made everyone feel love. And let's see, watching everything unfold has been heartbreaking. I think all of us here initially thought it can't be real. It has to be somebody else. She was so full of life and had so many plans. She had her whole life ahead of her. The restaurant has set up a table in remembrance of their former coworker and friend. Though some close friends were not able to speak on camera, they shared stories of what it was like to be her friend. And they said to know Gabby was truly to know someone who embodied a free spirit. She made life a little lighter, a little less serious. She was adventurous, loved her family and friends wholeheartedly. She enjoyed doing art, and that's something we shared a passion for, making the world a more creative, beautiful space. Working with her at Smoke, that was the restaurant. She was always good at keeping the mood fun. She was goofy and made people laugh. She was literally a ray of sunshine everywhere she went. I cannot remember a time that she did not have a smile on her face. Her love for life was so inspiring, and her love for others even more so. I'm so thankful for the time I got to spend with her. While she was in Wilmington, she touched my life more than anyone could know. Gabby, your smile will forever be engraved in my heart. The restaurant plans to plant a tree and memories for her sometime in the near future.
And isn't it sad, a girl like that just so vivacious and so full of life, and then she gets with this idiot that doesn't have any personality, it seems like. I mean, and just dragging her, through the mud as far as emotionally. It really sickens you, when you think about it. And just certain things that were said and how she was, like I said, apologizing. You could read between the lines to see what was going on. And it's just
you could.
Pitiful,
I think that the problem with that, though, it's from the perspective of people who have been in similar situations. And often, unfortunately, I find that the responsiveness to those situations it's typically not the person on the receiving end of it. So they don't know those red flags. They don't. Right. It's just terrible. Speaking of her previous employment, Gabby had mentioned in that first video that, she was a nutritionist and she worked at a juice bar. Do we know if she worked for Brian's family?
So I don't know. I know that's weird. You would think she said organic juice bar too. She said,
yeah,
and then
she
somebody
sure
said
did.
they were working at Publix with her. So I don't know.
I wonder if Brian was there in the Carolinas with her or not. But I did find that odd when the first time I seen it released that her parents had, the juicing machine company, whatever have you. Was on your channel, and I was like, that really stuck out to me, even from the first body cam, because she spoke about that, being a nutritionist and working for a juice bar. I wonder if that wasn't, from their previous connection in New York. Maybe she, was on her journey. She moved to the Carolinas, had her job there, reconnected with Brian via whatever, and possibly went to work for his parents or a parent's connection at a juice bar. Do we know what juice bar she worked at?
No, that's what I've been trying to find out.
That's very odd to me. That we don't know.
Yeah.
Carrie said she sent you another email about her school info.
Oh.
Is her YouTube still up or did they take it down?
No, it's still up.
I seen a comment from Alley Cattails about Publix, which could have a juice bar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
Being
what I
in-
was thinking myself.
Yeah. Well, being in Publix throughout the last 30 some years of my life, being my main grocery, I've never seen a juice bar. Now we have deli, we have soup, salads, things like that. But other than, I can't recall ever seeing a juice bar at Publix.
But in Florida, oh yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but I would think down there they would, because I remember I used to be down in Florida a lot, like in the last like 2005, 2004, and the juice craze was going crazy.
And it
Places all
still
over.
is. They're everywhere, but even now, even in my new town, definitely no juice bars in any of the Publix.
Okay, one
Not
more
in my experience. And that's my primary shop. Like, that's my primary grocer.
Jessica said, one more thought. Isn't it insane how no acquaintances, coworkers, friends, or any humans who they came across in their life, Brian has not come out to talk. Oh, has not come out to talk about Brian. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because he
That's
didn't
what I'm
have
saying
any
earlier.
friends. Because it's not so unusual. He didn't have friends the same way Chris Watts didn't have friends. He had one
Yep,
friend.
yep.
One
They were
one friend. One.
Yep.
That's it.
That's true.
Weird.
One friend.
You know,
What's
guy friends to a guy that likes to be in control. Guys seem to pick up on that quicker than women.
Yep.
And they
Uh-oh, you put yourself on mute.
She's probably still talking.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think some of these things are for her, okay? I don't think she went to medical student. I think this is just somebody with a similar name or somebody put up something. I don't think these are hers.
I seen Jazzy comment too. They live in Pinellas County and no juice bar. Yeah, like that's just not a thing in our Publix here. So I'd be very interested to find out. I also found it interesting that was something she would mention in that initial body cam footage. I don't know. I just pick up on little backstory things from dealing, with people and having seen them abused, and I mean on a very immediate personal level. It's just, they'll mention random, I don't know, it just stuck out to me, and I haven't heard anything about the juice bar since.
What about this? It says St. Patrick's Day pours smoothie, and then it says something about Publix. It's St. Patrick's Day. Get your greens. Try our green smoothie in pours. Hold on a second. In pours made with spinach, banana, pineapple, orange, and ginger. And they show it served like in a cup. So is there something called pours, P-O-U-R-S smoothie?
Oh, let's find
in
out.
Publix?
P-O-U-R-S Publix. Let's see.
sorry, my phone switched to done speaking. But anyway, I was saying that guys that are controlling tend to look for women that they can control more than they do or have male friends, if that makes sense, because they can't control another male like they can a woman.
Right.
Right.
And they look for the women that are meek, you know, the quiet ones kind of, or the ones that do have high self-esteem, and then they break them down. So,
Well,
that's
here,
probably why-
I'll show you this. Look, wait, the heck, where's the?
I see one pours at Publix Greenwise Market at Lakeside Center in
Yeah.
Boca Raton.
Public. That's what I'm reading. Publix Greenwise Markets.
Yeah, and then there's Publix plans to open a Poor's craft beer in South Tampa, but like that's very rare. There's nothing. Let's see. Neptune Beach. Tallahassee. This is a very niche, like new, most of them are launching in 2021, Carolyn, from what I can see.
Mm-hmm.
So that's very like niche, very recent. Interesting. Yeah, I'd like to know if she worked for his family, if that's how she ended up down here, etc. I found it very interesting that she made a point to talk about that in that footage.
Alley Cattail said she sent you some more links, Carolyn.
All right.
I hear you. Be right back.
Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. So she worked in a Knoll Cafe in Patchogue. That's on Long Island. So sweet, humble, and wearing an endearing smile. This is Gabby Petito. That family and friends sickened for a week ago over the Blue Point woman's disappearance, are praying for and yearning for. It was spring of 2019, and the Knoll Cafe Juice Bar in Patchogue was celebrating its first year in business. Petito, a staffer at the healthy food spot, sat down to be recorded talking about Knoll's young owner, Mackenzie Miller, and to wish the eatery a happy birthday. She loved her job. She was excited about the summer ahead. She seemed happy. Honestly, Gabby is just as sweet and as angelic as she seems, said Lexi Ruiz, who recorded the video on April 25th, 2019, and was the general manager of Knoll at the time. The eatery closed in late 2020. You couldn't be in a bad mood around her. There is something so genuine about Gabby and the energy she would bring into the room. And she shared the video with the greatsayville.com. Polite, pretty, and charming, self-effacing. Petito, then only 20, carries an air of serenity across the 64-second interview. I love all of the events that they do down here in the summer, like Live After 5. Petito, now 22, and reported missing on September 11th, says in the video, after describing Miller as empowering, thoughtful, and very quick on her feet. Okay, so let's see. So yeah.
When did Laundrie's parents move to Florida?
In 2017.
2017. Did they have any juice bar connections or any ownership in New York at that time?
Mm-hmm.
Like between 20. Okay, so they did. 2017. Yeah. 2019. They possibly still could have. I wonder if they had any relation with that juice bar.
I wonder.
And if that's how her and Brian reconnected or continued their connection from high school.
I wonder, yeah, could be. Who knows? Maybe he was there servicing something. Who knows? You know, he could have served. They could have had the contract to service that because they lived around that Patchogue area.
Right, exactly. So it bothered when she talked about it, and like it sounded to me like a fonder time. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but you know what I mean? The way that she so like nonchalantly and eloquently like said, you know, like I used to work for Juice Bar. I was actually a nutritionist, you know, just, it felt like a backstory, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it would make sense to me with his parents owning a juicing company or machines or whatever the heck they do.
Yep. It says, what am I looking? I'm looking at. See, the website is still up, and it's the organic juice bar, and it says, so I don't know if they're book your consultation today, wellness. So she might have been a nutritionist here because it says our in certified health coaches act as supportive martyrs and wellness authorities. So yeah, maybe she had, you can book a consultation with them.
Yeah.
And so maybe she was a nutritionist there. Probably that's what it was. But then they closed in 2020 and she was working in there in 2019. Yeah, I don't know. But there still looks like it's open. Maybe it reopened because their website seems up to date. So
maybe under new ownership.
Maybe, I don't know.
They could have closed because of the Ickies too, you know.
Yeah. It looks like natural organic life experience. Let's see, follow, no. Let's see, they have an Instagram. Let's see what's up with that. It says, okay, but on the Instagram it says closed. Let's see, it says thank you. On Monday, December 7th, Knoll Cafe will be officially closing its doors. For the past 2 years, we have had the pleasure to meet and share with the local community. We thank each of you. And that was on December 6th, 2020.
Okay. Her family moved in 2017, or well, his family, not her family.
Mm-hmm.
But well, also her family because their dad moved down. But I mean, the timeline works. Possibly.
So then they just did business online?
No, I don't think they're doing any business now, but.
Oh.
I know in Florida we have like SunBiz where you have to register, like where every like legal business is registered. I don't know what that is in New York though, or PA. To see, because you can look up, you know.
I'm just trying to see here.
Alley Cattail said she sent you one more juicy email.
Oh.
Oh. She came through on the last one. That was juicy.
Laundrie's exact net worth might be a history, but given the family business, okay. The Laundries come from a long line of business, so people are saying that the net worth of Gabby Petito's fiance's family is worth $5 million. I don't know. They have a lot of businesses, but a lot of, it says, what does it say? Laundrie's exact net worth may be a mystery, but given his family's business, their joint assets valuing in millions wouldn't come as a shock. Reportedly, a model attempting to make his name in the entertainment world, Laundrie lived in his family's home. He was a model?
What?
Okay, get out of here. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Maybe a model for Legos. Who
attempting
knows?
to make his name in the entertainment world, Laundrie lived in his family home with his parents, Christopher and Roberta, along with his sister Cassie. But she doesn't live there. The couple runs their family business out of their home, which is a 10,000 square foot property on Robusto Avenue. When they say 10,000 square foot, they don't mean the house, they mean the lot. That's weird. They do that in Florida a lot. North Porch, okay, according the couple reportedly bought the house they're saying they bought it in 2015 for $120,000. They also tried to sell it 2 years later for $215,000, but had no luck, reports the New York Post. Okay, the Laundries come from a long line of money. Their business, Juice Services Inc., runs out of their home and is involved in wheatgrass, orange, and vegetable juicers. Laundrie also worked at the organic juice bar. Used to work at an organic juice bar before going on that fateful trip with Petito. What? He worked at the juice bar? Okay. I don't believe this is this. You just know that this site you gave me is just somebody writing it. Like they take any article. It's meow. So yeah, it's kind of like Wikipedia but worse. So yeah, this could just be someone just putting this in. So a grain of salt on all of this. Before moving to their Florida home, the Laundries lived with his parents in Bayport, Long Island, where the family owned another beverage vending machine business. Okay.
I can't see him being a boss.
Yeah.
I think if they were worth millions, they wouldn't be living in a $200,000 house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and working out of it like that. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For Southwest Florida, that's not unusual. The median home cost, I don't know what it is this year because I haven't done my research, but I mean, it's not uncommon to pick up, a decent home for under 200,000, especially in a down market.
Yeah, but it's not even that. They didn't even have it updated. You know what I mean? It was like, and they don't like. Okay, I know, but it's just like I'm not thinking that business is like flourishing. And now, what are they doing now? Their website isn't even operational.
It's not flourishing now, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
No, not.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, all the whatever accounts they had, what the freak is going on with that?
Their house, though, that was from Realtor.com, so that was previous to them buying it. They could have remodeled it. I don't know that they did, but.
Oh, they did remodel it and stuff, but it was a wreck when they bought it. It was a foreclosure.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's so common in South Florida to,
but it's not common for somebody to be worth $5 million that's buying a repo, under $200,000 and fixing it up to live in it,
But if they're flipping houses, they might have just settled in there from their other, the other properties that Carolyn pulled up earlier, that report. If they're flipping and didn't they only recently, they haven't actually lived in that house very long, right? Or is that a misunderstanding?
2017.
Well, that's,
I just saw something that on WFLA, they had this guy that caught an alligator in a trash can. Did you see that?
Oh yeah.
Yes,
oh, yeah.
I saw that.
That's I know that seems
It was
so
on my
crazy,
news.
but that's so normal.
That's so normal?
I know it sounds like terrifying and horrible, but walking out into your yard or going out to your pool, having snakes and alligators, that's just a way that's very normal for South Florida.
Oh gosh.
You don't swim in fresh water in Florida.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's unfortunately it's crazy, but it is the norm.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. That was really crazy.
I'm just wondering, because didn't one of the neighbors say, I don't know. I don't like not dealing in facts. I wish I had my brain together right now. But I thought somebody said they actually hadn't lived there very long. Even though they bought the house in 2017.
No,
they
they bought it
15,
in 2015.
or 15. So
yeah,
they
they rented it out. They moved in 2017.
Okay.
Carrie asked in chat if we have seen Brian's brother-in-law's criminal record. It is very long.
Huh.
Which
Well,
what,
that
what,
explains
Brian's
the whole
brother-in-law?
code
Wait,
bubble.
what did Brian's? Did she say?
Have you? She said, "Have you guys seen Brian's brother-in-law's criminal record? It is long." So I guess it would be Cassie's husband.
Oh no.
Or previous husband or whatever.
No.
And Cassie is the one that said like normal, that was normal for him or what have you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's not normal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it must be the normal for some, but
right.
Oh gosh, what is this guy posting pictures of? Oh my gosh, his eye. I can't get it off that picture.
Oh, hi, kitten. Did you get love or are you ready to fight? Hi.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Get off. Get off. Get off. Can't look at his eye.
She said it was for speeding and stuff. Nothing real juicy.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I have to just get off this again. Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. I don't know. I think we're going to call it a nighty-night. Unless Lisa wants to go to the... Is it Lisa on because she wants to watch the movies?
What now?
No, why don't we do it if you can tomorrow?
Okay.
Because I'm tired.
You're tired too? Okay.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's 4.
What movie are you watching?
She wanted to watch, Lisa wanted me to put on out to finish the Outer Banks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see here. So where am I? I gotta go back to this little thing over here. There we go. So all right, guys.
Plus, I don't think Sienna Patty's here either.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Question. Oh, wait, somebody has a question. They're saying something. Oh no, that's already answered. My chat is behind. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you, the moderators. Thank you guys for coming up. Nice to Maridel. Is that how you say your name? Mardell. Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. Thank you, Carolyn, for having me. It was my pleasure.
It was nice. Yeah. Come back again. Debbie,
Good night, everybody.
Deb, Elisa,
Good night, everyone.
and Davida, and everybody in chat, and all the moderators, Alley Cattails, everybody. Hi, Suki. Good to see you
night.
back. All right, everybody.
Much
Love you
love and
guys.
prayers, all.
Roll. See you tomorrow.
Good night,
Bye.
everyone.
Good night, girl.
Good night.
Good night, all.